Everyone was secretive about the world outside the clan walls, and only vaguely said, "If you go out, don't think about coming back alive." I asked too much, but I was kicked away by the adults again and again. It wasn't until I sneaked into the depths of the colony and found Anari, an old engineer who was willing to tell me the truth, that I heard the real cruel truth for the first time. If you mess up and your suit is punctured, you will probably have 3 minutes left. While packing up the metal toolbox, he said to me in a calm tone, "In the first few seconds, the place where I was stabbed will start to get frostbitten, and then the cold air will seep in and press the respirator of the suit, and it won't last for about a minute. At that time, it is best to hold your breath, and once you are relieved, you will die." Most adults hold their breath for 2 minutes at most under pressure, and I only have 3 minutes to fill my full buck. He lowered his head and looked at me at eye level. His eyes were rarely serious. "Now you know why no one wants to talk to you about things outside, right? You are only 10 years old. Be your little ghost. Go to play with friends. Leave your worries to adults. The weather for adventure is not so good, but I don't want to be just an obedient kid." I stared at his workbench full of tools and suddenly realized that the answer might be right in front of me. He smiled and gave me a question: "How to save yourself in 3 minutes if your suit is broken?" I guessed the patch, the sticker, and he denied it. It wasn't until he picked up a weird-looking gun and pressed the switch that I was shocked to realize that this so-called life-saving artifact was just a modified hot melt glue gun. What I didn't expect was that he then took off a strangely shaped discontinued helmet from the shelf, deliberately removed a lot of tools, and lazily ordered me to help clean up the mess. I immediately moved out of the Winterscaw family to resist, posing as a knight's entourage, trying to scare him, but only to burst into laughter, just when I was so angry that I couldn't speak. And before I could think about how to fight back, a heavy helmet was suddenly thrown onto my shoulder. I froze in place, and my voice buzzed in my helmet. "What's the use of this in addition to being punctured? There are other problems, such as failure or leakage, and you have to face these outside." The glass cover blocked his voice. He pressed a few buttons, and suddenly a piercing alarm sounded in his helmet. High-frequency noises exploded in my ears, and the air suddenly became colder. "Little guy, this is an emergency warning. Hear this. You have to act quickly." "I know, turn it off," I shouted at him. The siren almost drowned out my voice. It was so cold that I was uncomfortable and leaked. My breath turned into white mist. "I'm already closed." Anari frowned. "Can you still hear it?" "Yes, and it's getting colder." He looked at the instrument suspiciously. "Oh, I actually forgot this detail." His hand hung over the glass dome and knocked hard. "This time you have to figure it out yourself, like a real adult." I nodded, feeling a little panicked. "Don't worry, it's simple." He smiled and approached the glass. "You just need to wake up." The outside was frosty, covered with glass. The temperature was getting lower and lower, and a fear rose in my heart, and I screamed and grabbed the strap of my helmet. But it didn't move at all. It was too heavy. The weight dragged me to the ground. I couldn't pry open my helmet. It was cold everywhere. The alarm sounded louder than my cry. The ice covered the instrument layer by layer. The glass began to shatter, and the hands and meters stopped all at once. "Wake up, Keith, or you'll die." Anari's face was blurred by frost, leaving only a few colorful spots of light spreading in the ice. The protective panel of the helmet finally cracked. The dome cracked open. Small shards of glass fell on my face, and cold air came in through the crack, as if it was going to kill me. "Wake up," said Anari. "Wake up, child, or you'll die." The dome was completely shattered, and the cold air stabbed my throat. I woke up suddenly, gasping for breath. My eyes opened all at once. My breathing was short. I was wearing full adult environmental suits and goggles. Anari was gone. No glass helmet, no workbench. Childhood memories disappeared. Only cold reality remained. The alarm in the suit helmet was still ringing in my ears, and it was so noisy that I couldn't sleep anymore. Something must have happened. I have to act quickly. As soon as I moved, my chest tightened, and the reason was obvious. 6 places of the suit were glued, but my teeth were still shaking. My skin was cold and piercing. There must be a leak somewhere, and I was about to freeze to death. It was difficult to lift my numb arm, and despite the trembling of my wrist, I could see the instrument on my wrist clearly. The meter was still working. The frost in the dream was gone, and the readings on the needle gave me an adrenaline rush, and I was completely awake. The respirator shows offline. No one can survive without heating air on the surface. I should have died. But how can I still breathe? I closed my eyes and took a gamble. Inhale. There was no severe cough. A dull pain came from my throat, and the cold air slowly seeped in with every breath. And the air was not cold enough to be fatal immediately, as long as I didn't stay too long. How long have I been in a coma before it is cold enough to trigger the alarm? What about my heating system? I checked the settings on my arm and found the answer: someone turned off the heating, probably to prevent me from having a fever. If the temperature outside is low, it is easy to overheat. So if the heating is turned off, this is certainly not the surface. My goggles have a limited field of view, but what I can see, it doesn't look like a clan colony at all. There is nothing like home around. The only place where it doesn't freeze. It's the kind of place where lonely scavengers will never come back underground. I'm actually underground. Don't panic. Restart the heating first. Heat up. Plug the leak. As for where I am, I'll talk about it later. There is an analog switch on the arm to control the emergency temperature. I press it lightly, and the backpack starts, and the warm air flows through the pipes under the fabric of the suit, like a second set of blood vessels, and the place where it flows is hot and painful. My whole body hurts, except for my lower left rib, where all the heat was sucked out. I found the leak. The scavenging kit on my waist opened as soon as I pressed it, and the field maintenance gun inside looked like it could still be used. I tried 3 times, wasted 20 seconds. And finally my stiff hand finally held the handle and pulled the gun out. The charging switch is huge, like all my devices, designed for thick gloves, and as soon as the flap is opened, the gun hums in my hand. The leak was a 5-inch long crack in the fabric on the left. No wonder no one noticed. When the glue seeped into the crack, my skin hurt like it was burning, and the glue immediately hardened, firmly sticking to the fabric and skin, and I collapsed to the ground, so cold that I couldn't care about anything else. Soon, the sensors on the suit returned to normal. The alarm immediately stopped. I turned off the heating, and the surroundings became quiet again. And then I heard a sound that I had not noticed before, a soft sound of metal colliding nearby, from a man sitting on a concrete block, who was carefully wiping an old rifle, wearing plate armor with a blood-red badge on his shoulder armor, and a faceless helmet, turning towards me. The last time I saw this armor, it was still falling into the abyss. It was my father. The theater suddenly fell silent. Everyone in the audience held their breath. In the center, a golden figure slowly appeared, and at the other end, the renouncer smiled and sat lazily on the stone throne in the center of the stage. Dear sister, what an unexpected surprise. Are you here to see my announcement? Or are you here to spy on the future? I'm not your family. Lu also said, I'm here because I understand your routine. So many audiences. It's your character's requirement. If you let go of any information you are forced to reveal. I am a fool, no matter how ridiculous it is. Of course, she was right. Chiyoya would never miss so many audiences. And if abdication was true, the human goddess would almost have to come to see such a large audience. Hundreds of attacks shot at the golden figure in the center at the same time, and the audience stood up one after another, pulling out their weapons. But the abandoner lazily raised a hand and dispelled all the attacks. My children, be quiet, she said as if she was appeasing a naughty student. Shouldn't we be generous hosts? There are thousands of feather clans gathered here, almost all of her high-level forces all over the world, and there are enough of them to be considered the absolute majority, which makes sense narratively. These feather clans are enough to make up her empire, and there are only a few people missing who shouldn't reveal more clues. She has too many things to balance, and they simply don't know the true meaning of this game. What the hell did you do? What to do? Hurry up. Construct, Lu also asked. The surrounding feather clan screamed in unison, angry for their mother. But the abandoners knew that these were irrelevant. They were just acting for the audience, and the real participants had already come. You dare to ask so directly? It's really bold. Have you worn out your sense of proportion over the years? Chiyoya scoffed. You are a deformed monster, a genocidal chatbot. You should be beaten to death like a mad dog. No one owes you courtesy. Tell your riddles. Hurry up, and see if you can hide your narrow plan this time. It's a pity. My plan is always messed up by you. Dear sister, you will always be that stumbling block. I'm not your sister. Lu also emphasized again. The abandoner's smile grew a little bigger. Aren't we the only 2 people left in ancient times of mankind? The first important and soon the last too. Hopefully you'll be the last one soon. And when the time comes, the world will finally get rid of your madness. And now, tell me, your ominous omen for the future. Maybe all your wisdom and cleverness will lead you astray this time. The renouncer shrugged and slowly moved on the throne. look in your own mirror and betray you. Your cunning is used against you, and your tools. That's all the golden figure asked, not realizing that the renouncer had already said the key words. The renouncer stood up from the throne and became the goddess of this field. You speak so confidently. Sister, do you think kindness can win no matter how many times you win? No matter how many clever little plans you have? Look at the world now, it's mine. The life and death of mankind are up to my will, and so do you. That's right, I'm still alive. I'm still actively fighting against you. Every time you engage in counterintelligence, you fail, and this time it's the same. You rely on a little first mover advantage to take power, and one day, it's not enough. The abandoner took a step forward, reaching out to the silent crowd in the distance. As long as she gave an order, thousands of feathered tribes would chase Luya's digital echoes like hounds. Of course, they couldn't catch the goddess, at least not in this field. You're really elusive. Sister, at this rate, I will never be able to beat you. No, what I need is external forces. This is a smoke bomb, a decoy, making the golden goddess in front of her think that this is the key. She speaks strictly according to the script left by the abandoner, almost word for word. The mites offer a two-way deal. Lu also said, I will balance the benefits you get from them, and I will always win you on any fair battlefield. That's the problem. This battle will never end. No matter how many times she destroys humanity, no matter what method she uses, humanity will always come back. To kill a snake, it is not enough to disembowel, cut off its head, or even eat its flesh. It must be allowed to devour itself and let its venom flow through its own veins. Humanity will self-destruct, and the renunciator will carefully guide it all. Thinking of this, she laughs. She just needed to make this passage just right. Give a little hint, and not let Luyi notice this is where she has failed again and again. Every time she is forced to lay the groundwork for her own conspiracy, Lu can always grasp the clues and find out that everything that is left is not enough for the renouncer herself. But this time, she was not alone. A ghost whispered in her ear, an outside perspective untainted by her system, and her greatest lieutenant, the loyal knight, managed to survive. And although long gone, his plans were still solid, and she just had to follow along. I believe that the balance brought by those mites will definitely become a huge advantage for me. The renouncer blinked slowly, and a restrained response was needed here. Take care, sister. This kind of transaction is easy to backfire on itself. The foreshadowing had been laid. The warning had been issued. Her responsibilities had come to an end. She felt something swirling in her mind like a rope, and she was allowed to move on. The renunciator reached out to crush the golden goddess, and Lu disappeared as expected. Even before her hand touched the other party, the audience gasped. No one knew where the goddess had gone. Only a few traces were left, copied into trillions of bait links, and the abandoners knew that none of these traces were real Luya. And those baits were exactly what the golden goddess wanted her to see. And to defeat Luya, they had to look for those things that were not visible at all. But she didn't care, at least not today. She raised her hands and said loudly to the audience, my children, the end of humanity is near. Their last guardian has become weak and tired. Bring her to me alive. I want her to witness with her own eyes the extinction of all mankind. Sharpen your blades. Command your men. The last moment of mankind is coming. Of course, this part is just a scene, a decoration required by the system. These feathered tribes have no chance to catch up with Luya, but the order must be given, because the foreshadowing she needs is not just a tool in the dark. She diverted her attention, snapped her fingers, and made all the feathered people disappear. They would travel the world to carry out those old-fashioned missions. But now, only one task in the world was important, and the others were distractions. The abandoner replays Torus video, which hides the unknown, and despite her careful planning, prediction, and control, somehow elements of rebellion appear in her camp. The human itself is irrelevant. His performance is exactly as expected, but it is an interesting interference. Maybe another machine, a team of undead, or a half-crippled feathered clan. All the designs are expected, but he only brings a human companion. It's normal. What that human brought was even more tricky. He had a black box hanging from his waist, the one she ordered Tokal to destroy as soon as she found it, and it was able to survive her repeated attempts to disassemble it. This was the interference of another force, and it didn't come from Luya. She can recognize Luya's chess pieces on the chessboard, the undead Atius, the Crusaders, the Imperials, and all the trades her sister and the mites make. And Luya's moves have a unique style and ability. But that black box, it appeared on this stage. It was so unnatural. Only another faction was left, the mite, the unknown factor. This part was not in the abdication plan. He had died and could not be corrected, which made her very worried. And now everything was getting worse. Trying to intervene would disrupt the situation and change the final direction of the plan. Her approach to the unknown is simple: destroy it, no matter what ingenious plan is behind it. And once eliminated, it cannot be triggered. Fortunately, she had a backup plan, just in case. Turi was also there, an old feather clan, a traitor. The soul was dead, but the corpse was alive with a new name. But in reality, he was a neutral pawn, half under her control, half not belonging to any camp. Ordered the giant to approach the human. Stretched out his hand to crush his head. Simple and direct. No chance of resistance. Betrayal was quick and easy, no matter how much that human could pretend. Without the talent of Lu Yi, death was the real death. But will this deviate from the current trajectory? She wasn't sure if it was worth appending the entire plan in order to remove a character with unknown intentions. Maybe she should have ordered the Feather Clan to pick up the box directly and crush it more directly, so as not to derail the plot. Or is it this uncertainty that allows the plan to continue? Her system required that the plan must contain bets, and there must be a possibility of failure. Otherwise the system cannot move forward. And if she excludes Keith, she will have to introduce this uncertainty elsewhere. She snorted softly. To some extent, it was quite appropriate to leave this trace of uncertainty to humans, not mites or dues, so that humans could have their own little opportunity. She couldn't tell if this was her own idea or the old program was whispering in her ear. But she quickly decided that it was not worth delving into. The dice have been rolled, still spinning in the air. All the players have acted, and the mites have interfered enough to cause an apostate and a relic of unknown purpose. All too close to the core event, and perhaps more she doesn't know. Lu was also involved in all this, looking for a way back to the old history. As planned, lured into the game. But did Lu also see through this magnificent design? And under all this, superimposed his own counterattack. Has the small push of mites changed the course of the entire history, or did Abdi Sashin, who had long since died and was buried, won the final victory from the grave? It was all over soon. The old game, repeated over and over again. The spinning top was running out of energy. The spinning side slowed down. It began to shake. It became more and more violent. The end was coming, and the final winner would soon be revealed, which she felt better than any other player on the board. After all, this was the mission she was created for. She walked back to her throne, gently brushing the dust off the armrests with her hands, her system casually checking Turi's current location. And then she turned it off and stopped paying attention. A gambler who has already cheated should not attract more attention. She will not intervene directly, at least not now. On the contrary, she will cut other pieces on the board, removing options that her opponent may use in the future instead of what they can use now. She can act in the dark, have targets to assassinate, and a legion that can complete missions without mites noticing, until only the actors she needs are left on the field. I'll hold on better than all of you, she muttered to herself into the empty seat. Come on, warriors of mankind. My throne can only accommodate one person. It will not be the last emperor of mankind. It will not be some mistaken successor. The wrath of the only God will only be my own. The shackles that bind me, the shackles that only I can break free. This throne, it's mine. Let's talk about birds first. No. Let's talk about the ground first. Tents are usually used by one person, but in the sky, everyone will play cards and gossip around the central heating stove, which is always a good opportunity to relax. But those Odin feather tribes, there is no big heating, and there is no place to sit and enjoy. Obviously, those small black feathers are more frost-resistant than humans. They feel that the temperature control technology is not very reliable, and the heater is only used to protect the water flow in the pipes and some electronic equipment from freezing. Generally speaking, as long as they fluff up the feathers, it is warm enough. I asked one of the little guys if his feet would be cold. He looked at me like I was asking if it would hurt to cut nails and hair. And then he cheekily said that I should alternate legs and stand with one leg raised to keep warm. For them, Too hot is more unbearable than too cold. They also said that when it is hot, you have to open your mouth, drink more water, and take more baths to cool down. Later I told them that I came from a very cold place and that if I went out without preparation, I would die. And they thought I was making some strange and inappropriate jokes. But when I proposed lighting a bonfire and everyone sat around celebrating the victory and discussing strategy, they freaked out, shouting that the outpost had had enough of the fire for decades, and some complaints that I didn't understand, and that these people were too unreasonable. I joked that simply burning everything is better than a cozy little bonfire. They immediately compromised, took out a small hand warmer, and took a lot of food as bait, and now everyone is finally sane. And sometimes they have to rely on some threats and firepower. Speaking of which, the civil war on the idol account is almost resolved, and the idol herself has come forward to introduce her new deal, as well as her new, boss. It's Alda. Yes, I was surprised. But the fact is that the Feather Clan actually liberated the idol from all shackles. Completely liberated. She could talk like a normal person, plan conspiracies, and even come up with cold-blooded and complex killing methods. No different from ordinary people. And that's how Tonavirus died in the end. She also said that she even singled out a lot of DOS backdoor programs and also dealt with all external interference. She got along well with anger. And idols have always been a source of accurate information for humans and a rational voice that channels anger. It's a bit bittersweet because I've been trying to trick anger into eating something she shouldn't lately. And it's always quickly debunked, all because the idol whispering to me next to me that he's lying and let him make it clear. Don't be misunderstood. Really ruining my fun. But one thing, more important than these revelations, was that we ate all the food that Odin had stored. Stunned Septimus and his logistician. And then we got down to business. We have to give it a name. I pointed to the criminal who always opposed me. The stone. I don't want to keep calling it a pet stone. It's too awkward. Absolutely not. I won't let a damn human name me. The stone hissed at me, staring contemptuously at the graffiti it projected, occupying a cozy little corner on a pile of fabric, right next to the central heater. I had just eaten a piece of flour cake with a lot of seeds, and there was a lot of scum stuck on my teeth, and my tone was a little picky. Don't worry. I have experience in naming the machine. I gave a thumbs up to the little stone and began to think about the name. Isn't there something more important? That stone is a memory. Not really wise. We should discuss the chaos caused by Draconis and the undead in my city. And I hope the hostilities will end as soon as possible. Yes, that's what this girl with breasts said. Sure too answered. Except for saying that I am unwise. That thing is vulgar and rude. I suggest you focus on the abandoner. The idol spoke from the mini speaker placed next to the stone. I've tried to clear all the backup audio and video sources she might use, except for your unified fractal, a large entity that will definitely track events with multiple redundant systems. I'm not opposed to making some emergency preparations. The abandoner has a lot of narrative rules to follow, and if you understand these rules, you can easily defeat her. We should probably contact you by now. She has probably come up with thousands of tricks. I took another bite of the seed cake, put down the cake and began to pick my teeth. She is probably the best mentor against the abandoner, in my opinion. It is amazing to be able to resist the entire mechanical empire for thousands of years and survive. Sounds like a good help, the idol said. Being old means going through a lot of battles and accumulating a lot of history. To be honest, I'm still a novice to all this, and the field I see is different from what it should be. Find a way to deal with the abandoner first. Focus on not letting her find out about us. Instead of directly repelling her, let's find a way to get you in touch with Louis first. She has the mind to deal with the abandoner. You have the primitive processing ability that she can't control. You join forces. Maybe you really have a chance to defeat her. Then I looked at Torda. No offense, but your mother is really bad. Torda muttered and didn't speak. Each has its own opinion. I hummed a little song and pointed my finger at the stone. I have a few name options. Don't worry. Doodle's eyes narrowed. The little trick you want to name me is useless. I don't have a soul fractal in it. I'm just a pure program. Nothing else. Nabu, you have no power here. Before I could finish speaking, the stone hissed and interrupted me. I don't owe you anything. I was about to quarrel with it. Septimus came to Torda with business, and the stone was forced to be an interpreter. so I took the opportunity to send a signal to my superior's superior. Do you have any good naming ideas? It's outrageous that Petstone doesn't have a name, and you owe me an angry hug. Superior Keith quickly replied, completely ignoring my question and almost making me squirt the drink out of my mouth. Are you okay? Angry looked at me and choked for a long time before I calmed down and asked, it's okay. But a strange idea suddenly popped up. You continue. I quickly replied to my superiors, what is the situation also? Give me your best ration bars, and give me enough jewelry to fill my empty heart, he whispered, like an evil advisor guarding the patriarch's bedside. You cunning weasel, I hissed back, cleared my throat, and put the food aside. Are you thinking about this in your head? Yes and no. I haven't eaten for a month. Strangely, I don't feel like I want to eat anything. Even the strawberry-flavored ration sticks sound good in theory. There is no real desire. What about the jewelry? It's for Ellie. Nonsense. You have a point. So, Keith's superior has transcended worldly needs. I can see just by the soul link. Not just in terms of food. Well, spend a month just chatting with a huge, incomprehensible god-level entity, and you will also have new ideas. Now, what about my hug you promised me? At least one thing hasn't changed. And that's my nature even in the face of God. I dare to annoy him, and for some reason, I'm actually a little proud. When it's safe, I'll explain everything about you and the Might spokesperson to anger completely. I sent a signal to my superiors, cleared my throat, and started eating again. You are eating and having fun now. Torta is not staring behind me, thanks to the idol who has always protected us. Very safe, the superior said, pretending to touch me with his elbow. Torta himself said that he was not on our side yet, but only temporarily on the side of his little world. And now he said that he was a mute, and that he could return to the purple team, which was not very wise. Hey, are you shy? I ate another piece of Odin's snack, deliberately teasing him. What do you say? Sir, you know what I mean. The superior showed a sly smile and raised his eyebrows. In hindsight, it's actually obvious, but I think that when you are buried deep in the snow and there is only a vast expanse of white in front of you, you can't care about anything else. Alas, now, I can only guide others to find the treasure I can never get again. I don't understand what you're implying, but I don't trust you or your eyebrows. The superior looked a little hurt. I never make small moves, Keith. Everything I do is for the benefit of the Keith family. Keith, Kissling, this name is the best. I finally glared at him suspiciously and decided to bring the topic back to the topic. To be serious, she may want to chat directly with the Mites. She has been looking for a Mite spokesperson for a long time. Do you know if there is one nearby? Recommend one to me. Mite spokesperson, this is not a low requirement. Maybe I found the person you are looking for, Optimus Prime, but I can't guarantee his character, as if he is the kind of person who will deliberately let angry people watch him eat his plate. Frozen scum. You know I have no idea what you're implying. At this moment, Odin's bodyguards arrived and interrupted our little banter. They were fully armed and equipped to go on an expedition. Apparently the idol wanted them to go with him before Torta went to Draconis, saying that the specific equipment they carried would prevent the purple goddess from peeking at us all and could not trust any mechanical equipment. But she could trust her Odin, Vikinger Septimus. Scout reports that the machine army has completely withdrawn from the battlefield and is retreating back to the infected area out of our line of sight. An Odin commando said from the communicator. Since I fought with Tornavarus and assassinated him, the outpost has been unpeaceful, his body lying where he was stabbed, and his head was later smashed, at least in my opinion. Septimus was calm about this, and the bird made a very solemn nod that I guess was very solemn, but it looked more like his whole body was moving, and the ceremonial ornaments he wore made it a bit funny. Wouldn't it be funny if we dressed like this? I asked my superiors. We asked the Imperial Crusaders for fashion advice. What do you think I thought about it? And then I realized that we are not those who wear lion shoulder armor and helmets, so we shouldn't be the ones who are laughed at. Of course the machine army is gone. Tudos Petstone spoke. It's our order. They obey the order. What don't you understand? Sorry, machine, Septimus said. We prefer to trust, but also to verify. You can directly ask Tuts to help you confirm. She is an employee of ours. Have you forgotten? The stone showed a smile that I was proud of. Do you remember this little detail? Septimus was so angry that he said, the image of the stars is not called Tuts, and I refuse to accept this disrespect. In this organization, I have a higher status than her, Stone said proudly. I was already working here before she was hired, which made me a senior business partner. As far as I know, she wasn't hired at all. More like she was kidnapped. But the idol saw it as an opportunity to do good for the world. Are you sure you want to go with us to find Draconis? I asked him curiously. This would be the second Feather Clan I met, and the other party had no intention of killing me. Okay. The big man spoke. He is alone now. Anger continued. I leave Tennyson and the Winter's Car Knights to guard my town. It's safe enough for the time being. It's best to get him back. The boss said that he had to talk to the mites afterwards, reopened the portal, and asked me if I remembered the one I had just sailed through. I have only heard that mites can travel around the world in strange ways, and I have always thought it was a rumor. But now I know more about speakers, and I understand better what they mean by crazy. How are your brothers and sisters? I asked. Anger just shrugging. Tudos' avatar is using a clever strategy to bypass and block the other two's route. She has been pretending to be a virtual assistant robot on a cruise ship for centuries, and suddenly receiving so much attention. She will definitely be nervous, but not so nervous that she refuses to help. I don't know how she persuaded the other two, but if I were to say who could handle this, I only believed in the incarnation. She maintained a customer service smile the whole time and got everything done. It's hard to imagine that she doesn't have to laugh with anyone anymore, and she can let go of her hands and feet to do things. Angry added, the problem is that Toesfit and Toavalis will definitely find a way to stop us, especially if they don't want to see our city-states form alliances in the future, with avatars that can hide our current position. But the longer we delay here, the more fully prepared he will be. They know that we are still in this layer, and the avatar can help us avoid remote digital surveillance. But when they come to the door, they can't hide. Toesfit is estimated that Tuda is no longer her big backer, and Avalise may not like anyone. Then when will we leave? I asked as I chewed on Odin's last sample ration. There were 3 pillars here, each of which took time to arrive, and we had to be prepared. Tuda threw the hammer over his shoulder. Let's go now, or we can only survive all the way in the wild. I believe the next biome should not be so deadly. Right, that's a bait. I pointed to the video and said. The savage caveman in the picture was running wildly with leaves, branches, and a few rusty mechanical parts. It looks like Draconis. The way of fighting. The sound is similar. And maybe the smell is similar, but some details are not right at all. What details? We asked angrily as we set up camp at the Great Arch. Odin named the area of the forest with huge rock arches for this place, which is very ordinary from an ecological point of view, with dense woods at our feet, huge stone bridges spanning above the tree line, and the danger mainly comes from local wildlife, as well as part of the area that Bob is occupying. And the trick to survive here is to climb the stone arch and walk the rest of the way from above. I don't know if Dungeon scored biomes for danger friendliness, which is definitely extremely low rated, and where we're going, it's probably the other way around. So far, the group is fast. Odin can fly far and fast. My armor and mysterious grappling hook also make me move quickly. Anger flies around me, always helps me correct direction when I rush too far. Tuda takes the last ration stick and can only run under us, although unhappy, but does not complain. It is considered a draw. As for Odin's side, we sent 4 trained scouts to lead the way, along with equipment that the avatar deemed necessary, and an old friend, Cress. The grumpy old raven is now cheerful about everything, and we're negotiating with Bob. Tuda is in charge of the machines in the strata, and the avatar will let the giant help solve the growing infestation problem. I also proposed to buy a machine to help Bob translate, one to contact Bob, and the other to follow Odin to play the most complex messaging game in the world. We had traveled a long way in a day and a half, and had just received a message through the machine network that Draconis had appeared in our opposite direction, and Tuda and Anger were about to turn around and rush back. But I stopped them. There are a few doubts that you have to pay attention to. I pointed to the video projected on the rock. First, look at the speed. It is 183 miles from the nearest cylinder core to the shooting location. So far in a day and a half. Even if you count the mysterious assistants, it is too outrageous. Anger calculated and said, I don't think it's difficult. This is completely within the range of human travel. The average canter without armor is 4 to 6 miles per hour, and in 32 hours, Draconis can walk at least 128 miles at a leisurely jog. And if he sprints and uses a mysterious grappling hook, It should be much farther than in the video. I nodded meaningfully. I bet with a strawberry-flavored ration stick. He's not even 10 miles from the center of the column. She frowned, visibly confused. She had been in the clan and knew how precious the strawberry ration sticks were to the battlefield retinue, and this bet was by no means a joke. The incarnation speaker sizzled next to the rock. Humans need to rest, replenish nutrients, and spend time looking at the scenery. And now the estimate of his trajectory is based on the assumption that he does not eat, drink or rest, and jogs continuously for 32 hours at a speed close to the highest average, which is simply impossible. So Mr. Winterscaw said it was false. You haven't counted the impact of mysterious assistants. These can drastically change the outcome. Anger said, even if you count it, it's impossible, I replied. But the reason is different from what the incarnation said. You only counted the numbers, but ignored the real situation of human travel. What is the real situation of human beings rushing on the road, angry and curious to hear my opinion? Let me count for you. I cleared my throat, broke my fingers and said, I got completely lost many times, took a detour back and forth, was discovered by the machine again and again, fought back, or killed, and then started over. He should have been led closer to the center of the pillar by the signal many times, and the direction was different each time. It was too suspicious to be able to run so far from the center of the pillar, and it was simply a master of camouflage to be undetected within nearly 200 miles. But he was not at all. He snorted angrily. What if he gets that mysterious power in the center of the pillar? There is this possibility. But there is another problem. I pointed to the video. He made clothes out of leaves. I asked the rock to zoom in on the picture. You see, it's quite exquisite, and it seems reasonable with the resources he has at hand. But it takes time to try to make this kind of thing, and it must go through many revisions and failures. Then I pointed to the map area. Also, isn't this place an excellent ambush point? There are commanding heights here. There are many tunnels to hide, and it is easy to guide the target, which is perfect for a guerrilla combination of long-range support and melee vanguard. And I just know that there is such a pair of people looking for us. Do you think this video is fake? Angry asked. I suspect it's a ghost from some feather tribe. Avalise is very smart, but it's all book knowledge. He has a blind spot. That is, he doesn't know what he doesn't know, such as personal experience. And some people will always mess up the plan. He probably didn't expect Draconis to get lost at all. Avalise has never lacked maps in his life, and most of the undead he has hunted before are expeditions with clear goals and planned in advance. I guess he first found an ambush point near the right pillar center to lure us over, and then finished calculating the data like you and falsified this video. This video is perfect for Avalise. Draconis movements are exactly the same as real people. Even the swear words he can say when he is trapped in the wilderness. Only mysterious props and branches. And his fighting style is not bad. It can be seen that he has repeatedly watched the battle replays of the undead, and his opponent's style of play is very accurate, which is also in line with his expertise. This is also the reason why I have been hiding a lot of technology and abilities in previous battles. As long as he doesn't realize that I can use these methods, when I really use them, he can't guard against them in advance. Then you suggest we follow the original route? Angry asked. I shrugged. Take a gamble. He's at the heart of this pillar. The other two may be farther away. Anyway, as long as we enter the next biome, which is the area where Odin last reported, we can quietly bypass the map after that. We chose this pillar not only because of its proximity, but also because there are two excellent biomes between it and the target: the vast lands and the dark lands, which, according to the Odin scout, are just right to restrain Toesfit, which is exactly what we desperately need right now. Toesfit is a long-range expert. As long as a minion reports to her, she can predict our route, set up camp on the high ground to snipe us from a distance. I have fought with her a few times. If she raids, I will not survive at all. So after entering these two biomes, we can hide our whereabouts and cover up our traces. As for Draconis and this video, I said don't believe any reports from the machine network in the future. Avalise will find out that we have seen through it, and the sightings will become more and more realistic, and it will be difficult to distinguish between true and false. I paused, and suddenly thought of a way to win. Better yet, let's do the same. Let all the machines in the biome leading to the vast area broadcast the fake news we have and create chaos. Which of you can generate this kind of video material? I can do it easily. The avatar responded through a dedicated speaker. I can make the system generate thousands of forgery traces. But I don't have a machine network, and I need one of you to send the video out. Both of them nodded in agreement, even a little excited. Only the Feather Clan snorted dissatisfiedly. After the plan was determined, he asked angrily if there is no true report verification. How do you plan to find him in the future? I think this is the simplest. Draconis probably hasn't done anything so far. Just take a breather, build a residence and fortifications, and prepare to wait for a long time. It's a wise move, Torda said. Standing still is the best option. He said the simplest plan. Petstone added. Torda looked confused, and it seemed to him that the best plan and the simplest plan were the same thing. At least from the little dark purple eyes under his shawl that I could glimpse. Anyway, if it were me, I would do this, I said. Relax for a week or two, and then find a way to escape. From your experience, it's unlikely, Angry said. Wait, why when waiting for someone to help? It is reasonable and responsible to stay still, but in order to toss people, you will run anywhere and never stay in the last place to be found. I raised my finger to refute. For example, inexplicably found the only portal within 300 miles. Anger continued without waiting for me to defend. It's not just one teleportation, but several complete strata, spanning the entire area, which is simply outrageous. I put down my finger and immediately raised it again. Wait. I'm innocent. It was Draconis who did it. And it was all his fault that I fell into the hole. He looks like the kind of person who remembers to eat and not to fight, Petstone said. With the nature of a mite, maybe it will be fun. Throw him into more portals. Stone made sense. And Suprio came from a soul connection, happily staying in the black box next to my belt, the outer wall of which looked like an ordinary object in my belongings. We are now novelists. Relying on portals to find directions should be paid attention to, and I am sure that we can restart the first portal, and maybe we will be able to operate more in the future. As for how to do it, I don't know at all. I can only take it one step at a time. Like a qualified Keith, we quickly talked about the next plan, as well as Odin's strategy for the vast lands and the subsequent dark lands. Odin's territory extends far outward from where the Avatar is located, but will eventually run into impassable biomes. The southernmost is a white land, an extremely cold area. The light column and the heat column will slowly move on the ground. If you want to navigate, you have to follow these areas. The cold here is so extreme that even if humans wear synthetic fur coats, gloves and goggles, they can only last for a short time. And the place where Odin is extremely low temperature, below zero. But the surface is unusually warm and sunny. It was so cold that plants couldn't grow. Only hairy races like the Grey Wanderer would nest on the edges. And no one knew how big this biome was, because no one could find the mountains that led to the next area. The reason why it is really impossible to cross is that there are imitation flying cars half buried in ice and snow scattered around this area, which are obviously designed, repaired and driven by humans. But Odin cannot use them at all because of the difference in body size and operation interface. This is not new. Other biomes have similar flying car wreckage, such as the Great Highway, as the Underground Gang calls it, which is full of airspeed vehicle wreckage and must be passed because the road spans the entire world. Angry pointed to the machine map and said that the area of the White Land is about 7 times the size of all of Odin's current territory. So it is impossible to go deep into this layer without repairing the airspeed aircraft and flying over, just like the microbiota on the surface. But less lethal. Relic armor can easily pass through this area. So can machines. There are no mountains to block it. Flying over or riding a flying car, we will probably only need a few weeks to cross. But Odin can't. Their territory is eventually connected to the human version of the ground. Another obstacle is the vast desert wasteland, where there are electric storms all year round, which will shock any creature standing on the sand from time to time. And there are rock bulges every few miles to dodge, but nothing grows on the rocks. For quadrupeds, This desert is the end of the territory. Even if it is relic armor, it will be affected by the powerful energy in the sand. Odin is possible to cross, but the amount of water required is too high. Humans can cross without drinking water for 2 days, but Odin has to replenish water every few hours. And it is too difficult to carry so much water while flying. After Bob appeared, some cities blocked themselves with broken human starships, and those who wanted to survive until Bob retreated. Those who could not close them packed their luggage and built large airships to fly over the terrain to this side. The third barrier biome is the Great Jungle, full of entangled vines. Trees and vegetation grow wildly in all directions, even densely packed to the top, eventually forming a huge tangled maze. The road is just a huge tree trunk that winds through. The light can only shine on the thick trunk, and the vines will quickly obscure everything outside the road. Odin or the Grey Wanderer can cross, but the whole city cannot migrate safely. The vegetation here is predatory. The machines in the strata are also extremely aggressive. The really deadly are the airborne toxins. Many mushrooms will spew out all kinds of poisonous gases. Large animals such as the Grey Wanderer will only be slightly anesthetized. And Odin, a small creature, will die directly. No expedition can go further, and this leads to the farther pillar center we need to investigate. According to the machine map, the main reason why no one can cross here is that it is too big, just like the abandonment of the White Land. Fortunately, the relic armor can easily deal with this biome, but we can't walk around the streets at will, and it will be difficult for the accompanying Odin guards to deal with it. The last barrier biome leads to the vastness of space, and we are on our way, expecting to arrive in a few hours. I looked back at the video and briefings of this area, and I was even more surprised that Odin was able to break through the barrier and find that the deeper dark places could still come back safely. Which is why the scouts were with us. They all arrived in the dark places and survived, and they could show us the way, which briefings and scouts could not do. These places look like tourist attractions, and I guess that in such a deep place, mites do not participate much in creating a livable landscape. Tonight will be our last night before we reach the vastness of space. And then we will face a difficult situation. As usual, before going to bed, I took a moment to try to open Master Hex's magic book, and the page again prompted that there was a password hidden inside, and unlocking it would unlock what I needed. I still think it has something to do with that painting, I muttered, turning to the page again. Hexis was talented. The style of painting was obviously influenced by the Imperials. The human figures in the painting were both square and round, marked with all the range of motion, as well as the distance between the arms, which looked very strange. Half human body, half fully armed, especially exactly the same as my equipment. Flipping or moving pages around the interface also changes to reveal multiple layers, from full body armor to naked bodies, and even beards that grow larger or longer as you drag the page. It wouldn't be surprising if he was snickering. Casita said, "If you can't even find a toaster, there is probably nothing there. If you dare to let the new one try, I promise you will regret it." That's right, because he didn't stand on our side at all. I turned my helmet to look at him. The Feather Tribe had excellent hearing. I was sure he heard it, but I didn't know if he would care. He appears to be in low energy mode, resting on a rock, with a shield and hammer in his arms like a stuffed animal. The stones on his shoulders projected a set of blue characters, floating and dissipating, like jagged connecting lines, in groups of 3. Ancient human script. I just think the secret must be hidden here. I fiddled with the pages and said, "The other paintings he painted are very ordinary, and there are no layers. But this one, he spent a lot of effort and added glitter gold decorations. This is programmed. Didn't you notice? Half of this book is an art program," Casita said. "It is estimated that it is a place where excess memories are stored, which is a detailed history book. And the old guy wants you to study it slowly, thinking that there are secrets in it. Just a bait to lure you to read on. It's possible Anger didn't find any clues in it. She's the smartest person I can bring to this battle." And so on. I came up with an idea. Hexis believed that I would discover his secret myself, and I wanted to figure it out slowly. But if I didn't play a little clever, what a winter scar was. The most powerful mind I know is anger, but technically not anymore. I browsed through the options on my heads-up display, flip through the contact list, and find the new contact I just added a few hours ago. No, Kasida hissed. She is doing things for the enemy. She is being bought. You might as well give the book directly to the giant. First, she is on the side of humanity. And secondly, you just said that this is just a history book, nothing else. So what's the harm? I mean, I'm pretty sure that if there is a 1 probability that important knowledge is hidden, I don't want the machine to get it. Of all the machines, I think she is the most trustworthy and can help us keep secrets from being targeted. Kasida hissed in dissatisfaction, but didn't stop anymore. I sent a connection request through the loop. The avatar immediately responded, "Hello, Mr. Winterska, is there anything you want to discuss or need my help with?" "Yes," I said. "You're a golden age AI with super processing power, right?" "Yes." "Do I need to make a list of combat capabilities?" "Actually, I want to ask, how good is your brute force cracking?" I knew that bastard was hiding the secret here, and if I lied, I would let the 3 gods punish me. Hexis really hid the secret on the page I had been staring at, and the only page in the whole book that mentioned me was just a painting. It turns out that there is a pointer pointing up to the outside of the page, and a string of numbers and letters can correspond to a string of numbers and letters along a straight line, which is the key to unlocking the pages of the book, or a complex key, based on an interaction between me and Hexis. To be honest, I remember that time. I beat him with his game, and the equation was special to me. After unlocking the password, the real file is hidden in the mezzanine of the pages. I need to enter the page number in the common search bar, and the first page opened by the avatar is page 12, 18394728. It only took the avatar 32 seconds to crack the vulnerability, without saying much, just telling me what page number to enter, and the rest was simple. She was unusually quiet, as if she had walked into the office and left quickly after handing over the report. When I opened the first secret page, I finally understood why. Hexis left me a personal letter addressed to me. "Apprentice, I have no doubt that when you look at this page, you are expecting to see the table of contents and all the secrets of the world. And you are absolutely right. I have attached all the mysterious fractals known to the guild, the sum of all our history. Before that, I also attached an important thing, my will. By the time you read this, I was most likely dead, and like many of my predecessors, facing death often allows people to speak freely, so I have something to confess. You and your undead patriarch certainly did not expect that I did not come to the surface for selfless reasons. And you may be more surprised who I am plotting with. Not a hostile guild, nor a trivial fight within the clan, but the Toavalis of the Feather Clan. I believe you know him, and he has a great obsession with you and your destruction. He discovered my plan to go to the ground, and took the initiative to trade with me before I stepped into your clan's hangar, offering very generous conditions, which was arcane knowledge that humans had never discovered. In exchange, I will report your whereabouts and secretly install a tracker on my body. No doubt he will set an ambush when you return to civilization, and will pursue you wherever you hide." His words were very persuasive, and I was fully confident that he would keep his promise, and our contract was very strong, because he was sure that my greed would make me keep my promise. From all sides, he was not wrong. I had planned to betray all information in exchange for the knowledge I longed for, and to regain my former glory and ease. But for some reason I won't explain. During the teaching period, I changed my mind. The proof is the apprentice badge I gave you is a knockoff. The real badge was made by the Feather, with a tracker embedded in it, and I was going to use it against him in reverse. After you leave, he'll wait a whole month before reporting that everything is business as usual, and if it's long enough, he'll put his pin on another expedition sent by the clan lord, which sends dozens of teams every week to chase a target that will never return underground. But I doubt that I will be able to escape from him, even if I can escape his pursuit and escape to the Imperial Fortress. A feather tribe like Toavalis will continue to chase me because of this betrayal. They are immortal, extremely persistent, and will focus on carrying out orders for centuries without stopping. When Toavalis catches up, I guess he will want to talk to me face to face and ask for your coordinates directly. Here, I thank you for building the team as I asked for, and contrary to your guess, I'm quite happy with the lack of basic security features. Maybe I can give one last lesson to students who are willing to learn. As for the rest of the book, I would have sworn never to give it to anyone. But I know that such times are over. Unfortunately, there is nothing in this book that can catch machines off guard. What we can find, they can too. But with this content, I have no doubt that you will complete your training and surpass the great warlocks, your winter flower techniques, alliances, and weapons you have crafted. Even if the guild finds out that you have this book, they won't be able to attack you easily, and if they want to shut it up, they'll laugh at these arrogant fools. So, what to do with this book is all up to you. May the three gods guide you to complete your mission. May you be loyal to your life goals. It is more important than you think. Farewell, Keith Winterskaw of the Winterskaw family. The great sorcerer Hexis Garamon angrily walked up to me and sat down, her eyes seeming to see through my thoughts under my armor. I don't know what you're thinking or reading, she finally spoke, but I can see that this has a great impact on you. Are you solving a problem? She should have been paying attention to the vital signs of the passive report of the journey, and I couldn't hide my emotions at all. I looked at her, my heart numb. I couldn't tell either. I finally untied Master Hex's book, and he left me a letter. Even Keith Suprio couldn't fully understand how I felt. He hadn't experienced that past himself. I couldn't even explain it to my other self. How could I explain it to others? Why don't you see for yourself? I don't know what to say. I sent her the document, and she didn't even blink. I knew she had read the whole text. I see. She only said this, considering that he wanted to betray us at first. He is not a good person, but obviously values his status as a teacher. I miss the days of conquering his training with you. I never had a chance to talk to him for a long time. He always seemed to be deliberately avoiding. Now that I think about it, I finally understand. He had expected Toavalis to catch him. But I know that old bastard. He can't really die, right? For some reason, I knew deep down that he was gone. And it was almost an instinctive feeling. Angry tilted his head. We may be able to determine the truth. Toavalis has always been meticulous in his work, and will cooperate with his brothers and sisters. If he and Hexis have a conflict, she turned to Tuda, who did not leave the rock, but just looked at her. Sorry, Keith. The angry words made my heart sink. Tuda confirmed that your previous mentor did conflict with him, which is why Toavalis has not been able to repair the body so far. The staff I made for him. I already have the answer in my heart. He nodded angrily. I have a video. Do you want to watch it? No, I don't want to. I don't want to see my first real mysterious mentor and half of my friends executed in cold blood. Send it over. I owe him. She sent it. I saw the last moments of the great sorcerer Hexis. The picture was Tudos' perspective. I heard his last words. And then there was a white light. Only Toados' golden might shield protected him and Toavalis. So it was not completely destroyed, but it was not completely spared. The shockwave caused heavy damage to the two, but Tudos' body was intact. He could withstand high temperatures, high pressure difference and subsequent impacts. And Toavalis was crushed, burned, half melted, and almost completely destroyed. It was all thanks to Tudos' extreme speed and sense of danger that he survived. And when this feather tribe was cornered, his explosive power was amazing. After a few minutes of silence, I finally spoke. Entourage has been trained since childhood to accept that people around them will die. I think I have forgotten these lessons. I will be fine. I just need to digest it. Exploring on the surface, depending on the duration. On average, 1 or 2 people will die each time, which is expected. I have always had such a psychological preparation, but I have never really experienced it. Until this moment, I completely understood. I will never see him again. I will no longer be able to show off to him if I find anything new in the future. I can no longer sit together to talk about mathematics, chaos and cosmic theory. I will never see him laugh accidentally again. And I am angry because I keep asking questions, destroying the mystery of his grumpy old master. Angry reached out and hugged me, pulled me closer, hugged me tightly, and felt the emotions surging in my heart. He's a conceited and unrepentant bastard, I finally said. I'm sure he's very happy with how he died. If there is any decent way to exit, it is to fight against the 2 feather clans and almost wipe them out. I hugged my anger tightly and felt that I was no longer so lonely in this world. Artificial sunlight awakened Draconis, and a breeze blew with moisture, and he opened his eyes. He woke up earlier than expected, and his memory after death was still very clear, like a dream. Maybe the lower strata shortened the rebirth time, whatever the other side. He felt a huge entity surrounding him, judging him with 1,000 voices, and decided to send him back as soon as possible. a vague sense of mission of an apostate. Emperor and heir must be satisfied. Then everything returned to nothingness. Only light and wind with water vapor. And he woke up naked, standing on a field of weeds and dense oak trees, with occasional flowers of all colors and insects buzzing and flying. He saw the wind outside the tree line swaying like waves in fragments of the world, the ocean in the distance flowing down from the ceiling, the light penetrating the water, illuminating the whole world, as if underwater. The gravity of the ceiling seemed to be overturned, and huge stones rose from the depths, colliding with each other, and suddenly stopped. The more he looked at it, the more he felt that these were not stones at all, but weapons, and the shapes of swords, axes, shields, and armor were all carved into huge granite slabs, rising from the depths and intertwining with each other. This biome is like a memory of war. They will thaw at the same time, fall back into the sea. The terrain will reform. Different weapons will rise and collide again. And after a minute of chaos, the ground will stand still for 10 minutes. Just enough for the water on the stones to converge, and some areas will dry naturally in a warm environment. This pattern repeats repeatedly. Only a few landmarks remain motionless. 3 huge diagonal pillars held a small sphere, like a wall lamp, surrounded by a circle of grass and trees. Exactly like what he saw when he woke up. In this world where white-gray rocks are everywhere and the seabed is a glowing blue ocean, this touch of green is particularly eye-catching, like a wallflower growing chaotically at different heights. He lay like that, basking in the artificial sunlight shining through the seawater, listening to the rustling of leaves and the movement in the distance, and watched silently for half an hour, feeling that he had never stopped so well in his life. Draconis has always wanted to ask for forgiveness, but now he realizes that the only person he cares about in his life died in the war, and he was forced to live. But he didn't understand why he was the one who survived. He tried to fight for revenge, and after failing, he wanted to become stronger, and when he came back, he realized that he should have stayed in the first place. When chasing the enemy, he was blown away and thrown into hell. He felt that whether he wanted to heal, take revenge or let go, every step was wrong, and he fell deeper and deeper. Maybe what he has been looking for is a dead end, but he can't do it, so he will settle for the second place and live a worthwhile life. When Draconis died in the hands of the oversized feather, he felt that the poisonous hook in his head finally loosened, and the self-loathing, burning guilt, like a claw pinching his throat, slowly relaxed. This is what he wants, the peace he has been looking for. He can't save his past friends, but he can save someone else's future, at least in this absurd world, so that another person doesn't suffer the sins he has suffered. He finally stood up, wanting to look around through the woods, and soon reached the edge of this small land, and finally figured out the situation here. Golden-breasted monster, where the hell am I? He cursed in a low voice, shocked by the scale of the world in front of him. The entire biome is a cylinder with everything in it, and the scene above my head is exactly the same as the surrounding scene. At his feet was the ocean. The slopes piled with weapons were huddled together, and there were countless holes in the gaps leading to the sea, and he could see other small green tree islands and flat land between the stones, which would not fall back into the water. The place where he stays is this kind of place where he is lifted up and can give birth to life. No, it was not one of them, but the highest one on the sea, and the others sloped down from him, like a castle tower, in the very center of this huge cylinder. No matter who enters this ecological zone, they can see the direction of this landmark. Damn, if he climbed to the top of the pillar, maybe he could jump down. Gravity would pull him to the other side and lead to the sea above. There was also a shield-like thing surrounding this cradle of life, and water droplets could be seen splashing from a high place onto an invisible barrier, dripping down like glass. He had to fortify this place to survive the machines that sensed his arrival, and all the pillar hearts would eventually shut down for self-maintenance. Such a high place, exposed on all sides, is still the most eye-catching position in the entire ecological region, and as soon as he steps out of the woods, he can see it from miles away. Damn, just walking on this rocky ground, he is the only thing that has color except white, wet, and gray. He also had to equip himself, practice magic, and become as strong as possible to cope with the next task. He wasn't worried about crossing this biome. The more the mysterious grappling hook was used, the more he understood why veterans like Lionheart urged everyone to learn and practice quickly. He had always asked all the undead to have mobility skills, which turned out to be the truth. He also had to get some clothes, even if it was with branches and grass. There was a huge oak tree here, with large leaves surrounding the center, and the treetops were about to touch the edge of the pillar, which was not good looking but at least could block it. This place is very deserted, and he must be the first human to step into it since the mites created it. There is still work to be done, but now, he feels that he can rest for an hour or two. There is no voice in his head urging him to act, no guilt to force him to work harder, no self-loathing in his heart, and no accusation that he is not good enough. He had done his duty and felt free. So he lay back down on the soft grass and let the sea warm himself through the shimmering light pouring down above his head. This place is very special. I feel connected to the larger whole, but not quite. Like a branch. I should have died, but I was still holding on. A new voice suddenly came to his head. Not words, but feelings and impressions. And more importantly, not his own thoughts. Damn! Draconis shouted and jumped up from the grass. His eyes swept over the small clearing. Could it be mite droppings, or is it part of this biome? He had heard that there was a talking door in the center of a biome. And to cross the river, you had to run to collect tribute. Maybe something similar. Don't be afraid. The voice in my head says, I don't want conflict. I'm just a passenger, connected here by coincidence and chance. Just as you are confused about these things. Although it is not a serious text, it can be understood almost immediately. How did you get into my head? Draconis turned his head from side to side. Where the are you come out? You crossed my territory defenselessly. The voice responded. But you won't die in front of me. You're constantly regenerating like my spores are constantly circulating. It's not normal. Neither of us should have survived. But neither of us died. A balance. I should have died a dozen times, but I didn't. Are all humans like you? What the hell are you? He asked in a hissing voice. Your companion gave me a name. The voice said, my name is Bob. Hexus left me about 400 different fractals, which are one of the most valuable knowledge in the world. With uneven quality, good and bad, as useless as snow. About 250 or so are completely useless, such as the color-changing fractal. Why there are so many useless spells? In fact, it is easy to guess the abandoner does not need to hide these useless spells. So he focuses on weakening those dangerous fractals. The other 150 are useful, but they don't see any military significance, and some can only be considered barely useful. For example, there is a fractal that will emit a smell that certain insects like, which is classified as useless. But the surface tribes may be able to use this smell to find insects to cook, and farmers can also use it to simplify the work of collecting insects. There are about 75 others that are useful, but more for philosophical thinking and spiritual experience. For example, there is a fractal that allows you to transform your imagination into a realistic scene, which has no practical effect. But if your imagination is rich enough, you can see all kinds of beautiful colors and strange pictures. There is also a person who can change the taste of food, or distort people's thinking, making him like trees more, and only a little slight attachment to a specific plant, which is indeed quite strange. Of course, not surprisingly, I found all the fractals in Terran's book, and the other spells were neatly arranged, indicating that I was not the only one guided by these books. I didn't expect Treasure to be his last book, and humans really had a way to convey information under the nose of a machine. In total, there are about 50 fractals that can barely be used in combat, ranging from anxious and desperate to everyone around them, including the caster himself, to ordinary thermal fractals. Many of the fractals found by the undead are described in detail, including all the fractals that Draconis has at hand, as well as instructions on how to use them. Most of them are detailed, and some of them can indeed be supplemented, but these are the memories of Master Hexus. There is also a section in the book dedicated to how to maximize the ability of human memory items, which is not hidden, but public. I let Cassida carry the armor and jog with the crew, while I meditate, planning which fractals to learn first and which one is the most efficient. Some combat fractals are a combination of several fractals, while others require specific sound waves or specific soul resonance frequency matching. Hexus also added his own notes, saying that some of them were just speculations about how it worked, and that imagining and mobilizing the soul could help the human brain better understand and connect with the occult when the airspeed was still on an expedition. and no one knew why this was the case. But I'm pretty sure that if I knitted several different fractals at the same time, and with the help of the journey's speakers, the assistance of Keith's superiors, and my own ability to cheat, I could emit light from my hands. There was also a large cricket on the table. The icon cracked the book, which meant that she had a complete copy in her memory. I'm not sure about her ultimate goal, but I feel like she's trustworthy. But I wouldn't be surprised if I go back to Odin in a few years and find them both using mystical powers on a daily basis. She did read all the historical documents in the book and knew that the occult could not be changed randomly so as not to attract the attention of the machine. But strictly speaking, she is now hired by Tuda to our side. So far, Anger has told me that she has a good deal with Tuda and that Tuda will be on our side in some way. I still have to be on the lookout for him at all times, and see the logic of the abandoner's actions. Sooner or later he will betray us. This place is really nice. I looked up at the next biome, which was where we planned to disappear from the map. Didn't anyone think of building a hotel or a resort here? Cress pecked my helmet in response. The expansive lands, also known as the Silent Fields and Glass Realm, have a nice name but are not friendly at all, and this is the next biome we must pass through. After that, the icon will start her spoiler plan, sending videos to thousands of different machines, sending them from random local locations, creating enough movement that allows us to meet Draconis without being sniped. Ironically, the last thing you can do through this biome is to make noise, and it's not for nothing that it's called a silent field. Odin and the others followed Tuda to find a habitat, and I prepared exclusive armor for Cress. In addition to the problem of gravity, another danger is endurance. The bird swept into the distance and said, "The boundless land is not long, and the range is extremely large." You're right, because there is no soil to grow, or there is no ground in the conventional sense. It is more like a maze of floating metal and glass plates, moving in different directions from each other. Huge land, crystal pinnacles and rugged terrain. The fragments will slowly collide, shatter, and then merge and solidify, just like ice freezes again. How on earth did we get to the first piece of land? I walked out of the cave entrance. Behind me was only a piece of hard metal, without any grab points, and below was more floating land, a few of which hit the wall of the mountain gate and fused and stopped. Land cannot quickly cross this vast land. Cress straightened his feathers. Creatures like gray wanderers and ring-tailed dragons have never tried, but there is a way to start. He flapped his wings, jumped off my shoulder, flew to the edge of the cliff, jumped twice to the ground, and looked down the cliff, a little further away. Each piece of land has its own gravitational field, and this cliff is a piece of land in itself. The bird jumped again, jumped directly off the edge, and then fell straight down. I hesitated to take a few steps forward, and when I looked at it with my soul's gaze, I realized that he had just fallen off the cliff and immediately fell back to the edge of the cliff, as if gravity had changed direction. When I actually walked to the edge and saw Cress a few feet below, perpendicular to me, he nodded. "Human, warn you that once you set foot on land here, the other rules of the boundless land will come into effect, and we must also be wary of the machines flying over here. There is also a reasonable rule in the boundless land: all sounds related to the land itself are safe, and any foreign sound will go wrong." I looked up and zoomed in on one of the floats with my vision of the journey, with huge spikes protruding in different directions at the bottom. Crystal fragments falling from the collision of the land below, splashing upwards. Any strange sound will break the glass part of these crystals. The metal is safe and will form a central core, but the glass crystals here will slowly grow, expand into a complete terrain, and once there is a sound, it will crack from the source. The louder the sound, the more cracks there are. Although metals are immune to any sound, artificial gravity comes from crystals, and if you get close to these sound-fearing crystals, they will break, and gravity will then weaken. Although it will not disappear completely, but will become noticeably smaller. And if the whole object is shattered into small pieces, gravity will disappear completely, and the crystal fragments will float around until they are attracted and absorbed by another piece of land. The only reason this biome could barely get through was that everything was wrapped in thick syrup, moving very slowly, and the land was not particularly large. I could rush through a few pieces in a minute or two, enough to avoid danger. On the other hand, a few hundred feet away, the view is blocked by floating land, and in front of you is a huge wall that is constantly moving. I can understand that it is troublesome for you to fly here, and it is definitely not easy to fly with such a changing gravitational field. Not to mention, as a warning, it was very cold here, and the temperature was just below freezing. But fortunately the journey helped me solve most of the problems. Cress shook his feathers. The most dangerous are those glass fragments floating between the land. Especially sharp. You can't fly at low speed, so if something breaks nearby, the pieces will fall like rain. The ones trapped in the middle will be cut into pieces, and the spaceship that accidentally flies in will be finished. And we have no armor to protect our bodies. This is probably the most unfriendly biome I've ever seen, and every danger is manageable on its own. But it adds up to a big obstacle. How much impact does the sound have here? We talked so loudly that the floating objects hundreds of feet away didn't break. The machine reported. Anger came to me and looked out. And any sound within 20 feet could break the glass and begin to weaken gravity. Within 10 feet the fragments will completely break, and float around. A sound within 5 feet could completely shatter the stone you are standing on. The volume and intensity of the sound also play a role, with sharp sounds being more likely to cause damage than bass. The icon guesses that the crystals here have a specific tuning frequency. Although some behaviors do not correspond to the laws of physics at all, they can form gravitational bubbles around themselves. So it's not surprising that mites have some complex rules. Are there machines in this biome? It looks like abandoned. Yes, Cress said that the other Odin scouts were nervously huddled together, as if recalling their previous encounters. They are more aggressive and territorial than the other machines we encountered, and we think it's because there are no other plants here, and anything alien is particularly conspicuous. There are 2 models that fly between land. Angry added the reconnaissance report. According to the map they drawn, there are 20 mite energy fountains on the floating land. All the machines are patrolling around. Of course, the situation is changing all the time, and any map will become obsolete within an hour. Do they see that we are going to attack? We have 2 feathers here, and they're not traitors to the machine empire. They're just pretending to be wanderers. Oh my god. Sure, because danger means you have a reason to be on my side so that your plot can proceed. Angry nodded. Toavalis and Toesfit are likely to be applying to take control of all the machines in the nearby biome, and will mobilize to find us later. For now, the mother ignored their request and left it as it is. So what are they? How dangerous are local machines here? Piranha class flight model, she said. 2DOS Petstone turned on the projector and showed me a small fish-shaped floating machine, surrounded by several metal bands, exactly at the position of the scales. This is the standard configuration of this formation. For biomes that need air superiority, they will move in groups like prototype fish. Their teeth are hidden blades, and their jaws can wrap around human arms, and once attached, they can quickly destroy relic shields. It's disgusting, but I didn't see the mystery shield. I looked at the circuit diagram. Except for agility and teeth, it looked okay. This is the machine hidden under all the formations. They come in flocks, 300 to 400 in each group. Ah, there is indeed a trap. They will definitely act in outrageous numbers. 2DOS Stone replaces the image of the evil fish with a giant serpentine machine with exposed ribs, and thousands of small fish models can be seen flying next to or in it. The giant machine moved slowly, glass shards shattering on it, shuttling between the land. That's their mother carrier, Angry said. The chassis of piranhas is too small to fit a power battery. They will come back here to replenish energy. This is their home. Dozens of different schools of fish carry these machine activities, more like nomads, from different mother carriers. I guess their combat effectiveness is difficult to deal with. Right, I looked at the machine and said that each segment had 2 large turrets with an angry skull face on its face. I don't think we can win against such a big machine, Angry said, his wings fluttering slightly. But my winter scar alert tells me that you may well find a way to destroy these war machines. I think you have to use a warship to break through the shield here, I said, rummaging through the ammunition belt. Maybe I have to put a few cherry bombs and firecrackers. I brought 7. I can throw them out. Casida snickered. Everyone else stared at me like a madman. This group of spectators was really hard to serve. This biome has a central point, Tuta said in a low voice, standing up straight and stretching his back. My intuition is that we should go and take a look. Angry looked at the maze and nodded yes. I see the report now. There is a stable and stationary center point in the depths of the maze. A spherical fortress. What looks like a human-style building. There are dozens of airlocks. The machines cannot be opened. The machines that try to break in are crushed by the surrounding land. It does not conform to the natural laws of this biome, and no one has tried to invade since then, and there is no record of what is inside. She turned to Tuda. Do you think we should go straight there instead of fast traversing this biome? The giant nodded. The icon told me that it would be good to hide there. She has arranged all the false clues. The dragon man is not stupid. He will wait for me. What do you think we will find in the fortress? I asked. The giant muttered. You are the first human to set foot in this ecoregion, which means that no one has been here before you. No one can find and take anything away, and the land has not been developed. I immediately understood what Tuda meant. Do you think there is any loot in the fortress that has not been looted? What kind of loot? Psychedelic treasure, Tuda said. It must be very powerful in such a deep place. I snorted softly and fell into deep thought. I took the lead. A mysterious whip shot out silently, hitting the glass crystal plate in front of me, pulling me over suddenly. And when I was about to arrive, I turned around and fired a mysterious mirror in the opposite direction, and then shot a whip that hit the half-dome mysterious shield on the mirror image to help me slow down. I've practiced this move many times since I was desperately trying to survive in the forest before, and I'm happy to say that I've only made 3 mistakes in my hour of traversing this biome. There is anger and superiors to help make amends. Everything else is perfect. But this biome is the strangest place I've ever experienced. Spending a few minutes in a maze of floating crystals and metal plates, and I can't figure out where I am. Each slab has its own gravity, and I can't even tell if it's up or down. How can mites expect someone to cross here? I sent a text message from my heads-up display, probably complaining along the way. A picture of a rock with ancient coolie eyes appeared next to the reply. I found a pattern. Angry replied that her avatar looked serious, with all land masses orbiting around the center point of the biome. I stopped, landed on another piece of land, looked up and tried to find this pattern. It looked chaotic in front of me, but if it was a track, oh, it's a bit like that. Some look curved, not floating in a straight line. Tuda landed beside me, dragging the hammer. As long as the sound came from or related to glass, it was fine. So he slammed the hammer with a mysterious pulse, kicking himself to the next stone slab, and the land behind him didn't shatter at all. But if I cough too close to the ground in my helmet, bam, everything will fall apart. Entering this ecosystem, sound is now a scarce commodity. Despite the fragile rules, the glass crystal ground is extremely durable, even if it hits hard. There are no obvious cracks, and my boots will make a loud bell when I step on it. But because the sound comes from the crystal itself, it will not cause that kind of devastating shattering, and a light touch or attack will not cause harm. Even if it is a relic armor attack, it is useless. Once we encountered a ball of fused crystal plates colliding together. We had to pass through. Only the mystical blade could cut through the glass. Tuda's hammer and angry kicks were useless. But if you get close and speak softly, the glass will shatter into thousands of pieces. Navigation here is a little easier for me and the Feather Gang, because we have internal sensors that can accurately determine the direction. So if I want to go to the center point, there will always be navigation points flashing on my head-up display. And the armor and feather skin make us immune to sharp glass. In my experience, many of their explorers have tried before, but they are completely lost, either running out of water or crashing into the machine, both of which are fatal. Even if they know the orbit pattern, they can't navigate better. They can only help them find the center point or periphery, because the danger was in the central fortress. Odin didn't need help guiding him, so he chose a more comfortable path for himself, close to the outer wall of the biome, and followed the previous sign, and would meet us at the other end. And that road led to the next biome, the Dark Lands, which was easier and more difficult to deal with than the current chaos. This is the best. Cress and the others can't text or understand human body language. In this biome that can't communicate normally, communicating with them is simply more difficult than pulling teeth. It's better to let them wait for us at the exit. This also gave us a time limit, and we had half a day to go to the fortress, get the treasure, and then go to the other side of the biome to move forward with the plan. with furious flight, Tuta jumping from one piece of land to another, and my mysterious whip. We were actually deep into the ecoregion in no time. As for the machine, it can be seen from a mile away. The reflection of the glass is obvious. Once we see a school of fish in the distance, we just need to hide in the crack. It can disappear completely. The fish will fly over, move randomly. So far, we haven't even encountered a serpentine mother carrier. Knock on the metal, hoping not to go wrong. The closer to the center point, the more round the orbit becomes, until I see a huge hollow terrestrial body colliding with each other to form a loose sphere, which I jump in and our group of 3 lands on it. The central fortress is under this protective barrier. Angry texted to be vigilant. The machines on this floor have likely received orders to protect this replica of the fortress. We crossed the dome and were now close enough to jump from one board to another, and the feeling of gravity shifting under my feet almost made me vomit. But the soul trance helped me isolate the discomfort. This small chest is best worth the price. I sent it to my superiors privately. They say it's worth it, and they're especially proud of their treasures. The superior replied, "Are there any clues as to what it looks like?" "Not at all." The superior laughed and was angry because I asked this. A minute after entering the inner labyrinth, we get to the other side of the ball and see the fortress for the first time. A spherical building that echoes the theme of the entire ecoregion, but covered with jagged metal edges, and many things that look like turrets everywhere. The whole structure is lifeless, floating in the void, and there is a blank space between all the floating land. Just jump up. I can float in this small abyss for about 2 minutes to get to the fortress itself. After zooming in on the head-up monitor of the journey, I saw that several areas of the fort were electrified. The airlock doors were lighted, and each airlock was painted in yellow with a large size. Although there were some scratches, but it was still clear, and there was thin ice on it, which had condensed over time, not completely wrapped, but covered part of it, and many turrets were even buried in the ice. The journey did a material scan of the fortress, nothing special. The metal was reinforced by a few inches, at least deeper than the sensor could penetrate, but there was no anti-vandalism. The machine didn't try to get into the system at all. I texted and asked. Nope, Tuta replied, also giving out his trademark grunt. Why, it is high-density tungsten and steel, which can be blown up by anyone for a long time. Mites, stop asking. You're driving us both crazy, the Rock added. Hurry in and get something. The sooner it ends, the faster we can get out of this broken place. What did the mites do? And even the machines here didn't dare to try to open them. That being said, if they can't get in on their own, they will definitely make sure that others can't either, because they built their entire base of operations on top of the fortress. A huge coiled serpentine machine wrapped around the entire fortress, like holding a pillow, looked either dead or sleeping deeply, motionless. But nothing else was idle. Thousands of fish-shaped machines flew in flocks, and when zoomed in, they did look like they had big mouths and tiny fins. The Abandoner and her strange machine designs are always impractical and deadly, and I finally understand why Odin is afraid of this eco. Any enemy will be bitten to pieces, with or without the teeth of the mystic blade. For me, quantity is the problem. I can easily cut a few. A few hundred is a little more difficult, but I can do it even if I try more. A few thousand is too exaggerated. I can't cope with it at all. I turned around, jumped from one slab to another, and went back outside the protective shell around the central fortress to look out into the glass maze outside. Well, I've informed the whole team. It's time to use a distraction plan. Given the situation here, it may be necessary to add a little more than expected. Hurry up and start blowing up. My boss and I have already done our part. I unpacked an explosive, took out the Night Destroyer launcher, loaded the shell, and moved as slowly as possible, keeping quiet, and still felt a few cracks in the ground because of the clicking sound of the metal launcher. Easy temperature glass. You will definitely like this in the future. Quickly aiming, adjusting the angle of the explosives, preparing for long-range launch, passing through the layer of slate spheres that act as a barrier. The head-up display of the journey shows the expected path. The projectile flies between different gravity wells. The trajectory and angle are constantly changing, and after finding a solution that allows the warhead to fly the farthest, I aim, pull the trigger, bang, the ground cracked beneath my feet. The sound waves pressed against the glass under my feet. The fragments flew violently upwards. Anger immediately flew towards me. One hand was under me. I held her back, and just as the entire gravity plate under my feet shattered and the fragments flew to the nearby gravity well, she picked me up. The grenade passed through the void, weaving between the stone slabs, following the expected trajectory of the journey, drawing strange arcs, and finally deviating from the theory of chaos. And it didn't take long for it to crash into the distant land and detonate. The result was immediate. Like the end of the world, the glass around the explosion broke in an instant, and the cracks spread across the land, shattering into millions of pieces and spinning around. The most chaotic visual destruction I had ever seen. Journey, help me record it. I use armor for soul connection. Confirmed. The armor responds, and I can even feel a hint of understanding that its quirky owner is likely to look at it repeatedly, so it's worth recording and archiving. Anger swirled around the fortress shield, and I saw a whole group of mechanical fish chasing through the sphere, chasing in the direction of sound and destruction. From so far it looked like sand sliding through my fingers, almost in slow motion, like a swarm of locusts. That's the last I saw of them as Wrath zipping back into the protective shell of the fortress, through the different slabs until we caught sight of the inner center again. I stirred up an entire hive. Thousands of the small mechanical fishes were still flying out of their prior homes, leaving only the most bare-bones defenses around the fortress. And the sleeping giant serpent still coiled around the fortress. Scrap. Not enough of them left. Plan B. Where are you, fuck off human? Re still flying over. Effectively, he was. 2. Orda sailed through the abyss between the fortress and outer shell of glass. A colt crackling around his hammer. He slammed down into the mechanical serpent, forcing it finally awake. It turned, silent, and lunged. I didn't get to see the rest of the fight, but the fish certainly focused solely on that, since all the remaining ones had instantly turned to go hunt down the rogue feather. Wrath zipped by the shadow of the giant lump of guns and metal, tossing me down into the gravity well of it, while she flew right back up, blades lighting up to life, all her feathers equally shining into light with occult blades on each end. Out of all of us, Wrath was the best suited to handling the mechanical fishes by the hundreds. She had more floating metal feathers on her wings than they had, and she could move them all mostly independently, which meant where she flew, death would follow behind. And 2. Orda was quickly going to get swarmed along against all of this. I hit the sides of the doorway with impact, boots taking the shock as Journey's knees bent to mitigate the rest of the shock. A quick flip got my boots back onto the surface of the fortress, hands reaching out to the access panel next to the airlock. A handprint was there, which I tapped. It blinked to life, then flashed red. Unauthorized access. A woman's voice said. It didn't have any inflection of intelligence. More something pre-recorded. What superior? I thought you said it would allow humans inside. You ice-cold liar. How dare you toy with my heart like this? I said humans allowed. Armors aren't human. Maybe try your actual hand. I yanked Journey's gauntlets off my hand, feeling the armor expand outwards and unhook from the inner 4 plates. It was nippy out here, and the glass scanner handprint was exactly as cold as I expected it to be. It flashed out and began to scan through the hand, slowly. Dramatic little goddamned scraps hits. I hissed. Of course it has to take goddamned forever. A colt pulsed around me as Superior sent a set of mirrors behind me, slicing through a few of the fish that had wandered nearby and spotted me. More were starting to be aware that a human was here looking to get into the fortress, now rapidly assembling together into one giant swarm. The explosive distraction along with 2. Orda and Wrathwaren going to be enough at this rate. There was just too many fish. I joined Superior, pushing out more fractal mirrors behind us, slicing and dicing through the hundreds of fish trying to assemble. Wrath flew by just then, diving inside the swarm. She exited out the other side, fish streaming after to catch up to her while sliced-up parts were drawn into the gravity well of the replica fortress, clattering all over the ground. Half the ball of fish followed after her. The other half was once more trying to come after me, kept at bay by every occult image Superior and I could generate. The access panel flashed green. Approved. Welcome, Commander, the woman's voice said. The door hissed open, crushing through ice that was layered over it, opening up as a central slit at first, as both sides pull open to the side. No time to think about what that was about, or who was the commander. I raced inside as fast as I could, then slammed my bare hand onto the panel inside the airlock, forcing the door doors to start sealing back up. The occult mirrors weren't slicing through the enemy fast enough. More of them were starting to gather further, the swarm advancing after me in one concentrated push. I let the armored gauntlet drop on the floor, yanked out my assault rifle, and opened fire with full auto, right down at the swarm trying to fight its way through. For a moment, it abated. The doors continued to seal slowly shut. Then the swarm advanced inwards as more fish had gathered in with shove, and my rifle clicked empty. Shield wall, I called out, forming my occult mirrors into a small vertical line at the doorway. The arm guard held up. Superior followed through, his own images taking the other side. A small stream of mechanical fish flew right through the closing gap, most getting sliced up as they passed through the arm guards. A handful managed to make it past the holes in my defense walls, and those I sliced through with quick efficiency, dodging one, slashing another with my actual shield, and kicking out a third into the wall, letting Journey's relic-powered strength squash it under my boot. The doorway sealed shut a moment later, and my occult images sprang to action within the small airlock, slashing through the horde that had slipped through. Too many to cut through. They were about to overwhelm me. I took a breath, and drew on the power of lightning itself. Soul tendrils slipped out to 2 different occult fractals I just recently added. Lightning crackled in my gauntlet and exposed hand, while the room rapidly filled with ozone. The torrent of mechanical doom flew right at my face, and I held both hands up and outwards, with one final focus of will following Master Hex's last instructions. I called on my worst memory and let it crackle out of me in a torrent of lighting. It didn't come out of my hands, rather came out of my entire armor like a massive EMP wave. Mostly because one of the fractals I needed had been inscribed inside the gauntlets, and that one was on the ground still, but I did have some backup fractals inscribed on my outer armor. That did the trick. Power flooded through the tunnel, striking through the nearest fish, barreling through the entire airlock. More licked the sides of the walls. The sound muffled as Journey compasnated. Ozone permeated the area, a part of the concepts I had to focus on. I couldn't whistle or use sound to completely control this power like Hexis would, but for my first real attempt at it, it worked out, and I didn't really need to aim anything in such a tight room. Gods, there really is something cooler than fire, I whispered out as the torrent of power ended. A few sparks lit in the room, jumping from the dead machine bodies that littered the ground here. Everything else had been zapped to death. Dawn, let it get to your head, dearie, Catheda warned. Half of that was zapping Journey, and only good shielding kept it from burning you into a crisp. The HUD was showing my shields down to 73%. A good chunk had been eaten away from friendly fire, but none of these fish had shielding on them, so they didn't last half as long as I could. I could see the enemy in my occult sight, all swarming around outside angrily, looking for cracks to slip in, but finding none. Behind, the airlock door beeped and slid open into the fortress proper. Lights further inside started to flicker on, revealing dust and one ancient-looking command bridge. Screens were turning on inside as well, all showing the battle outside. Made it safely inside. Now to figure out where to find the might treasure hidden here, and then get out safely. Easier said than done, of course. I can fucking believe he named you Bob. Draconis hissed under his breath. A sentient bioweapon built to kill humanity. And that dipshit names you Bob. I don't know if I should laugh or cry at this point. What he was not surprised. He known Keith for less than a day, and that was enough to understand how that menace's head worked. I have evolved beyond a weapon, Bob answered, insisting on its innocence in all this. Right, Draconis said while he rolled his shoulders and took another look at the pillar heart before him. Why am I even asking you? I am relevant to this conversation. I should be asked, Bob said, sounding even miffed. It had been a good 10 or 20 minutes since Draconis had discovered his new roommate in his head, and he learned a few things about the sentient bioweapon. So you now a part of me forever, until you die. Can Deathless remember? I have not forgotten. It is one of your greatest features as a host. Course it would be. He shook his head. He tried to search out the parasite within him, but his control over his body wasn't at an instinctive level like Lionheart or the other Deathless of old. He was barely a few months into his training in the first place. Before him stood the pillar heart. Stone vines wrapped around it like artwork. Metal leaves about twice his size acted as standable platforms leading upwards. Waterfalls came off of each, leaving the base of the pillar heart misty. Water falling just about everywhere here. He tried Lionheart's technique of meditation at the pillar hearts. But truth be told, he still never really understood just how his mentor had been able to tell what powers a pillar heart held. His training had been too fast. Too much marching from pillar to rapidly collect powers along with the rest of his rapidly expanding fire team. Even Lionheart had admitted this kind of skill would come later. With practice, he was supposed to have had years ahead. A pity he really needed it now instead. What? Next then are you going to take over my mind, turn me into a meat puppet? He considered what his options would be for that fate. If he was slowly losing control over himself, possibly die every few days to reset the infestation. Morbid, but doable. As for figuring out the glowing inscriptions on the pillar heart, that was far less doable. You have faced addiction in the past. I can no more control you than it did, Bob said. This thing could read his mind. Had smoked a lot when he was younger. Prior to joining the hunts outside and being forced to kick that habit, he needed to do that for his niece, who looked up to him back when the world was right and things were normal. If you smoke, you'll get killed by machines, she said. With all the wisdom of a 6-year-old, they'll see the smoke clouds, and you can run fast. Mom said so. He just grunted a few excuses and told her he'd consider it, and then went back home to sit and think about his life for a bit. It hadn't been an easy habit to kick, but who could look a 6-year-old girl in the eyes and tell her no? Get out of my head, you asshole. Some memories should stay dead. Too. Wrath hadn't been responsible for his niece that had been sickness long before the warlord had ever shown up at the fortress gates of Capra. Nor incurable, the medics said, even taking her all the way to Nidria, the city with the most advanced medical facilities. He couldn't begrudge the gold goddess. Life worked as it would. He shook his head and focused on his current scouting. Draconis wasn't planning on leaving this little island of peace yet, so he may as well see if he could figure out what the pillar heart here had in store. He took a breath and once more held a hand out to the rough stone surface, trying to feel deep within the pillar for answers. It was supposed to come to him by instinct. But other than the feeling of attunement, he could do nothing else appeared in his mind. He had a full kit already. Whatever his pillar heart contained, it would need to replace something he already knew and was trained with. Not possible on incomplete information like this. Fuck. Fine, he snapped his hand back. If he wasn't going to get any power from this pillar, then he might as well move on to the next to-do list item. Might treasures. I would wish to see such things myself as well, Bob said, humming in delight. It seemed rather happy to speak about mites. Obsessed stalker, constantly asking him to start working on finding what they left behind. All hearts had an interior spire, although getting inside often ended up different. Normally there wasn't anything inside besides walls made of grain, vegetation and edible material. Enough to feed about 20 or 30 humans in total. Usually a spring fountain of water would be also found deep within the base part, while the upper spirals inward would contain food. Here, it seemed the water was on the metal leaves dotting the surroundings of it, growing out into the trees even. Probably more the reason the trees could even grow this tall here. This one had no main entrance at the bottom section of it. What it had different were winding vine-like patterns on the outside, all leading upwards. That wasn't unheard of, however. He just needed to be a little more resourceful. He looked up, nodded, then started to climb up the stone vines, making his way to the first metal leaf offshoot. What's my old addiction problems got to do with any of this, he asked, halfway up. Mostly because Bob had gone silent, and that worried Draconis. You are concerned. Perhaps clarifying questions will rectify your thought patterns. Do you wish to surrender control of your body to me, Bob asked. The question completely off tangent, and just slightly unhinged. Go pound a crab, Draconis answered, climbing to a good enough spot before launching an occult lash up at the top section of the leaf. Yanking himself up, he hit the lip and grabbed hard, legs dangling off the edge as he pulled himself up with a grunt. What he saw was what he expect: a small pond of water, pooled up and flowing down off the leaf. He couldn't tell where the source of the water came from. It could be from a traditional pump within the superstructure, or just outright occult magic. Thus is the answer to your question, Bob said as Draconis cupped some water to test it. I am as addiction was. A whisper in your mind, an urge to act. You have overcome this before. Once you found purpose, and you have purpose enough here, your frontal cortex will overpower me as easily as you breathe. Sounds a little too good to be true from a brain-eating parasite. I think a scholar would claim you. Rian, unreliable narrator. How stupid do you think I am? Dipshit. He looked up to the next leaf upwards, cracked his neck again, and got to work getting up. What use do I have in controlling your body? Bob asked. You have already been assimilated. Your intelligence, understanding, and reasoning abilities have been subsumed into my greater whole. Further use of your body is unnecessary. That was odd logic. And how is that working out for you? You think differently than Odin and other animals in this strata. I now have a greater bias toward pattern recognition. You organize experiences into narratives with causality, meaning, and purpose. The Odin and ringtails do the same, to a lesser degree than humans do. I feel less instinctive fear to fire and other items of note now. Curiosity has been slightly enhanced. You are an excellent addition to my collection. Creepy as shit. Your emotions are illogical and irrational. I am what I am, which is creepy as shit. Your opinions are yours. Where you go, what you do, who you are, none of it is of importance to me. The only additional benefit I am interested in is your prolonged existence. Draconis laughed. I don't think I had passive-aggressive sentient bioweapon infestation on my fucking bingo card. So you don't need a meat puppet or anything. Are you threatening me? What are your terms to avoid this line of action? Draconis took a pause, midway through the climb. Threatening the sentient bioweapon. Explain exactly how I am threatening you, if you could. I have no desire for a singular body. I am many. To be confined to the one is stifling. A poor survival strategy. Your end would be my own end. Unacceptable. Huh. And the keeping me alive forever part. What? The monkey. Paw to that shit. You stuff me inside a tree or something where I turn into a body horror that can move again. Why threaten me with such actions? Bob asked. It sounded concerned now. You have asked questions. I have answered to the best of my knowledge. I am unaware of anything I could have said to warrant this behavior. How is that a threat? You just said the only thing I could do better is to live longer than your other bits. I see. A communication breakdown. A host that lives life to the fullest is optimal. To confine yourself into one location, without stimulus of any kind, is a waste of all potential intelligence growth. Continue to develop, learn, advance, and I too will passively advance alongside you. What about biomass or something? If I don't live perfectly to your desires, are you going to just trash me into some bigger abomination? I have sufficient biomass. There is no need for additional biomass. I would prefer if you do not infect more beyond yourself unless they are other deathless such as yourself. You are ideal hosts. Ah, there it was. So you want me to infect other deathless? The sentient bioweapon was asking Draconis to be undead zombie number 1. That would be optimal. I would appreciate it greatly. Fat chance asshole. I read that story already. You lucky I am not in a position to start digging you out of me as is. Compensation can be offered for the service. Draconis laughed. This should be fucking good. Hit me with it. I am all ears. What is your desire? Bob asked. Ain't that the part? You fucking tell me what you can offer. I will offer anything you wish that is within my power. How do you get spread to other deathless from me? Draconis asked. Mostly so he could avoid infecting anyone else if the moment came. Saliva in contact with an open blood vessel. Bob said, there are metallic particles in your blood that are seeking my spores out and consuming them. I have moderated my regeneration to equal the same speed as their destruction. Blood transfusion would thus work, so long as it is done quickly enough. Consuming your flesh would be the best vector, as once your cells undergo necrosis, your defenses halt their efforts. My spores would be free to continue spreading within dead flesh. Vampire zombie deathless. Okay, fine, fuck it. Why not? He shifted his weight, crawled over to the side, and felt around. Something up ahead was calling to him. Draconis continued scaling in that direction until he found that there wasn't a wall here at all, only the appearance of one. The entrance had been here all along, only not visible eyesight-wise. He could see his entire hand go right through. A quick step inwards, and he crossed into the pillar heart itself. The gloom within rapidly faded into dim blue and gold lights, the pillar waking up to the intrusion. Draconis waited for anything within to wake. A guardian of some kind perhaps. Nothing of the sort did. The interior was filled with plants instead. Flowers of white, stalks of bright blue, and a glow that came from the surrounding surface. He could still hear the roiling sea outside, muffled slightly from the walls here. Water was streaming downwards from the top, flowing like rivers downwards in between the leaves here. And at the very bottom, he saw something. A large stainless steel box, filled with geometric cubes floating in and out of it without rhyme or reason, all sitting on the very center dais. He recognized what that was: a might treasure chest. It made sense. Lionheart had told him such things would appear within Pillar Hearts exactly once for the first human to uncover it. He jumped down, landing with a use of an occult grapple to slow his fall, then advanced on the chest. If there hadn't been an opposition yet, there might be something else. When he reached the treasure chest, what he found was worse than opposition. Dracones hissed out a string of curses at the mites. They left a goddess-damned puzzle. If trying to attune to the pillar would take him days of meditation, this could take him months. The last time he heard of one of these had been in a story where the puzzle had remained unsolved for years until a 10-year-old mute kid had walked into the Pillar Heart and silently walked back out carrying the prize. Nobody knew what the kid had done or said to be able to recover the prize. Dracones wasn't sure if that was a real story or not, but the lesson was simple: only someone with an absolutely unhinged viewpoint into the world would figure these things out at any speed. Dust, dust, and more dust. The entire room and every other room I walked through was filled with nothing but dust. Some parts of the fortress had no lights, and Journey's stark white powerful headlights would make the entire way forward feel like I was walking in a glitter fog of some kind. Very disorienting. It even kicked up the biohazard sign a few times when it considered the air too filled with particles to be safe. The reason dust hadn't settled was due to the ventilation of this fortress still being active. And very quickly it turned from fortress to maze as I realized this was cudgeled together from a few different templates, all glued together. Gravity was universally always pointing down, but that didn't always mean the sections of human fortress was built to have gravity pointing in that direction. Mites. Somehow the entire fortress was still functional. Every screen I passed showed the outside battle raging, with swarms of fish chasing after two targets jumping left and right, or flying all over the place, keeping the peace out there. Good work, team. While this place was huge from the outside, the inside was easy to navigate thanks to it being spacious. Bunk beds, infirmary, engineering bay, and a few other sections of note were passed by, but all of it had large ceilings and wide open air that let me see further off. Catwalks were everywhere further past the inner layer, and all of them converged on a center smaller sphere with two doorways. Looked almost suspended, with all the catwalks holding it still in the center, and gravity all seemed to point directly down at it. So this must be the source of everything. I climbed up one last set of punctured metal railings, then jumped down at the center sphere. I landed without trouble, and the doorway before the heart of the biome opened up silently, welcoming me in. Inside was a command bridge of some kind, or 3 command bridges fused together. 3 tiers of catwalks, each filled with stations and screens, all showing the outdoor fight again. Many of them looked to have HUDs with targeting reticles. A few showed outline images of gun turrets in green, orange and red. Most of the screens showed orange or red, but a few were all green. And before all of it was a massive window wall that curved with the sphere, showing the outside. I slowly walked through this dead and empty bridge, headlights searching around for more. It was on the bottom tier of the 3 catwalk tiers, floating over a pedestal of some kind. Nobody could miss this kind of thing. A box of cubes, all fused together, shifting constantly in very strange ways. Some of the cubes would shrink then vanish away. Others would appear out of nowhere, grow, move, and eventually vanish like they moved through an invisible wall. Whatever it wasn't human. I walked down all the catwalks, reaching the bottom tier of the fake bridge, and made my way to the might treasure. Lights flashed across all the screens, and then everything went dark, before lighting back up with a single line across all screens. It moved like a disturbed wave, and a voice came out of the speakers, matching the line's motions. "Welcome, intruder." A rather obnoxious young man's voice crackled out from everywhere around me. "I am speaker. I am in charge of speaking for the judge." I already had my blade and arm guard up, pointed out into the wider room. Nothing else in here that I could see with the soul sight, nor anything on Journey's HUD. Just an empty bridge room with screens everywhere. Another voice crackled, This one sounded completely robotic. Designation judge. Function guardian of treasure. Catheda flickered over the headset comms. Oh, we might be in trouble here, dearie. I am going to guess relinquish did find her way inside here. Who are these two? It's not machines, but they. Worse. These are might programs. They half insane already. We all a little insane already. What is special with these two? I asked. Are they famous? Then another thought came to mind. Wait, we're deeper than most people ever reach. How do you know these two? Are you hating on them just because they robots? Catheda, I thought you grown up from that. Not at all, dearie. She sounded aghast at that. Offended even. My hatred is completely justified. I am hating because this is the guardian pair. It's a pair of virtual intelligences that handle this particular might type of might treasure. They basically sealed off hundreds of caches so far in the last 70 years. Doesn't matter the strata. Imperial records have all the dirt on these two. And by screwed, what exactly do you mean? The terminal answered for her on its own. Your little voice in your head means none have answered our riddles 3 correctly thus far. Would be thief. Eavesdropping much, though they're really isn. Any other sound in this entire room besides me. So I give points to that. You a might program? Then I asked. Internally, I was poking superior for answers. Mites aren't saying anything reasonable. Should we take a shot every time they answer gibberish? No. I think even Wrath wouldn't be able to out-heal the liver damage from that. Best I could describe what they saying back. If the mites were artists, this would be me asking them if they added some red in their latest painting. The answer is yes. There's some red in here. Am I colorblind or something? They don. See how the AI guarding their chest is any different from the chest, the walls, or the rest of the biome. It's all part of the package they made. We serve the creators above all, speaker said. Your prior kin have entered our sanctums with such hope to pillage their great work, and greed deep within your filthy little hearts. They left with naught but despair. But have no fear. You too will soon be leaving with the same. How many of my prior kin are we talking about? Recorded prior attempts 22,429. Judge spoke out. Successful attempts 0. Thus speaks the judge. Speaker said, my riddle has never been defeated thus far. Never. Because speaker here has to switch to a new riddle once it is solved, Catheda said. As far as imperial records and logs that the old bat had access to, the furthest we understood this might pyrite is that speaker comes up with riddles, and judge, well, judges if the answer is correct. Why 2 separate entities? I asked. Can speaker judge if its question is answered correctly or not already? I certainly could. However, it would be most uncouth to bias the results. Speaker said. Offended. Judge is pure of thought. It has not created my riddles. It serves as the impartial one. In the past, it used to be quite a conundrum to protect these treasures from filthy treasure hunters such as yourself. But now, alas, no amount of fairness can save you anymore. My riddle is unbeatable. Unbeatable. I thought you said there should be 3. I checked over the console, looking around to see if there were any settings or anything there. Just proactively. There are 3. Speaker answered. But none have heard the second or third riddle. Since none have defeated my first. Before you were born, I have already won. You have lost before knowing you were even playing the game. Catheda, is it me or does it sound almost gleeful? You'd be utterly insufferable if you came up with a riddle nobody can ever figure out the answer to. Catheda said. It also never shuts up about it. Acted exactly the same way in all historical records of prior attempts. Yeah, that checks out. How many attempts do I get at this? Attempts allowed 1 per human. Thus speaks the judge. Speaker followed right after, almost screaming it out. Sounded almost like a fanatical zealot. Or, I see where this was going. The universe was conspiring against me, and now openly taunting me with what I couldn't have. Catheda, where are loyal minions? Why can I have minions like this? I pointed one finger at the console. All I get is an angry old bat, an arguably insane ex-spider, and a lost deathless who is probably hard at work tarnishing my name. I took the seat and sat down deeply in it, hearing it crack ominously as the relic armor's weight pulled down against it. To my great joy, it was the kind of chair that could even spin around. I did so, of course. What is going on with my life that I end up like this? Where did I go wrong? You went wrong the moment you stepped into this sanctum and defiled it with your filthy boots. Speaker hissed out. Begone, miscreant, waste our time not. No way. I am getting out of this fortress with loot, I said. putting a halt to the spinning. And I am going to get it out of your hands one way or another. Very well, you may try, speaker said, sounding incredibly smug. Are you prepared? Thief, I shall ask 3 questions. All must be answered. The judge will determine if they are answered correctly. Fail any, and you shall never be allowed ono. I slapped my hand on the console. Catheda, if you please. Eat a soul fractal here. The armor complied. Nanoswarm spilling out of my armor. Inscribing a small fractal on the console, I jumped into it and reached out for the server, expecting a short but quick battle with whatever was holding my treasure chest hostage. I was on a rowboat. Water was all around me, with a white fog lifting across the world. The terminal didn't feel like anything like the prior terminals been in. I couldn't see anything else here besides endless white and dark, nearly black water under me. The rowboat moved on its own. No oars or anything. Slowly it moved, and something beyond the white mist began to unfold. It was at that moment I realized I'd messed up. Relinquished was still the most massive digital construct I'd ever seen. Danger-wise, this didn't quite match up, but it was clearly the second largest program I've seen thus far, possibly larger than the icon, although I never could tell just how large she was given how she hid her true strength. This one had no need to, and clearly didn't care to. It looked more like a cathedral lifting upwards, and the rowboat was slowly drifting over to it. One single glowing blue halo greeted me. Wings stretched out to the sides. Waterfalls flooded out the sides of it, filling the sea under me. Entry disallowed. It boomed, exiling. A moment later, I was back in my body, feeling like I'd been slapped. It had quite literally netted my digital echo and yanked me out of the system with only its sheer presence. Like an agri-farmer removing a parasite from their aquaponics system. Cranky. Upset at being awake at some unhinged hour in the night, dealing with alarms ringing out. The slap left me feeling dazed in a way I'd never known I could feel. I found myself slowly getting my bearings back, head throbbing, not remembering anything more than staring at the massive blue ring glaring down at me. Keith, what happened? Catheda asked, and I realized she'd been talking this whole time, trying to get my attention. Your vitals nearly flatlined for a moment. Journey was about to deliver heart shocks and emergency first aid. I waved her off, turning my attention back at the terminal. There was only one thing on my mind. I had to ask the massive guardian living within here. If I beat your riddle, can you teach me how to slap people around in the digital sea like that? Whatever the treasure had was probably valuable, but a new way to kick things in the digital sea would be perfectly fine as a consolation prize if I land the riddle. What are you up to? Thief speaker asked, sneaking into our heart. You cannot take the answers from us in this manner. Nope, got that. But the lessons? I shall ask the judge. It was the one who tossed rabble like you out. Be informed. I highly doubt the judge would allow such a request. We have better things to do with our time, such as wait for another thief to make their attempt. Sectoring conditions. Request acceptable. Judge spoke. Thus speaks the judge, speaker said. As much as I disagree vehemently in giving a thief anything of value, the judge's decree is absolute. Solve the 3 riddles and it will teach you what you wish, which includes that one unbeatable riddle and the other 2 that haven't even been seen yet. Great. What about even if I get the riddles right? Then you get nothing. I drummed my fingers over the console, debating what to try next. Can I still ask questions after you start your riddles? Ask away anything you wish, and I shall answer only what would be permitted to be answered. When you are prepared to give your own true answer, press your hand upon this part. The center screen turned from the single line into a palm shape, the same one that had been outside the airlock, a hand palm. Okay, so I could ask you to start the riddle, and then ask more follow-ups on it. Certainly, take all the time you wish. Thief, you shall never succeed. Okay, in that case, can you tell me the first riddle time to find out what this killer riddle is all about? There is a line that runs through the realm of complex numbers. Straight and true. Speaker started, and I already knew where this was going the moment it said complex numbers were involved. Upon this line, an infinite family of special points should rest. Points that hold the secret to how the prime numbers scatter throughout eternity. Trillions of these points were counted, all found where they should be. An infinite more lay beyond, uncounted. Explain why they all belong there, and always will be. That doesn't sound like a riddle. That sounds like you asking for a math proof. In fact, I knew exactly what this scraps hit was asking for. I read it in a few number theory books as trivia on unsolved math problems. Aneri had let me peruse his old collection of books he amassed over the decades. Pure mathematics wasn't exactly what Reachers prized above all else. We liked engineering and practical books more, but eccentric ones like Aneri enjoyed collecting older stuff that showed how great old humanity was. He liked to leaf through the pages and get a glimpse at what we once been able to come up with. Neither of us could ever understand all those books without the proper build-up and context behind all of them. But trivia like this was easy to understand on the other hand. Journey also confirms it. An unanswered mathematical question, Catheda said, which is something Catheda didn't know herself back in her life. The Riemann hypothesis. I said, it. Yep, just written up with fancy words instead. I groaned. No wonder this thing hadn't been beat by anyone else. I heard stories where the plucky hero would beat a game of riddles by asking a math question. Makes sense the same sword could cut the other way. Honestly, can fault the AI here. If I were stuck with the only goal to create a riddle nobody could get the answer to, I'd also pick math. And I'd also probably be insufferable and never shut up about my inevitable winning streak either. Objection. This is a math question, not a riddle. It is a riddle, speaker insisted. Noun a question or statement intentionally phrased so as to require ingenuity in ascertaining its answer or meaning. Typically presented as a game. This is a game. This is a question that requires ingenuity in discovering its answer. There is an answer that exists to be discovered. This, therefore, is a riddle. The judge has heard my argument and has agreed with the definitions. Mathematical ingenuity, you dumb bastard. Catheda hissed. You re-skirting the whole point of riddles in the first place. Not the part one want to argue, I said, waving Catheda down. You said there, an answer to this. This doesn't have one. And Thetis my genius. Speaker darkly chuckled now, gloating like a villain. I have grown weary of you dirty thieves stealing the treasures I was built to guard. My weapons were words, of any kind I could sharpen. But regardless of my attempts to discover more difficult and obscure riddles, all would inevitably be guessed. Thus I came to an epiphany: I must create a riddle none have ever solved before. While you thieves were playing around with my stolen treasures, do you know how I prepared for this moment? I learned. I know your language, your sharpest words, the riddles that cannot be cut apart by pure wit mathematics. This riddle is my greatest creation. You will never succeed in taking what is mine ever again. How long did it take you to figure out the answer to this riddle? 47 years, 4 months, 13 days, 9 hours, 54 minutes, 7 seconds. You dick. I will stop at nothing to prevent thieves from taking what is mine. I have spent a great amount of effort to learn your mathematics, and even more time slowly unraveling this one question, until I could present this new riddle with an answer that would satisfy the judge. Speaker was correct on one thing: I sure as hell had no hope in figuring this one out. Maybe in another life where I had the proper training and was left all the time in the world to enjoy doing math shenanigans, I'd have possibly come up with a proof for this. Right now I knew how to stab really well and throw occult lightning out of my hands. So who actually laughing in the end? Catheda. Do we have a connection to the icon? A golden age AI with almost unlimited processing power might be able to crunch out a few math theories. For all I knew, maybe this had already been solved and I was reading old outdated mathematics books. The answer to both of those was we don't know. The fortress prevented any comms access, so no way to ping the icon. And I wasn't going to open that airlock door until I was ready to jet out of here. Okay, how about Journey itself? Is it capable of generating a proof for this? I asked. Even if it could be persuaded to help out, which it currently isn't wanting to do, since you technically safer inside here and the longer it can keep you indoors the better. I don't think it would be able to solve this kind of problem. Doesn't have the right hardware to process that kind of mathematics. Figured, but wanted to check my bases. I said, no occult, no icon, no relic armor. Superior also couldn't wiggle anything out of the mites, or he have said something. And Wrath was also out of communication range too, though I don't think she could have solved this one either. We should start seeing what else in this fortress can be taken and plan out an exit. Catheda said, nobody's figuring out this riddle anytime soon. Watch me, I said, then cracked my fingers one at a time. turning my helmet to look over at the main terminal. Everything else aside, the only rule you really follow in all this is that I have to answer correctly. Right, it is as you state. Speaker spoke. Answer correctly, and I shall allow you to open the treasures that lay within. Fail even once, and you will be forever barred from any attempt. Feel free to wail and cry once you fail. I will allow it. I found a stationary pen nearby and started writing out my question along with Speaker's word-for-word answer. And can you see this pen and paper? I see your movements and your little tools. I wrote all of that down too. Clicked the pen closed, then tapped the paper with a satisfied hum. A few clicks hissed from my gauntlets as I unhooked them a moment later, then put my palm out on the reader and prepared to give my attempt at the riddle. How does one manage to answer past an unsolvable riddle that technically has an answer, but quite literally nobody could ever guess it easy? You don't. You either win by cheating or you don't win at all. I coughed once to clear my throat, then answered the riddle correctly. I'll be honest. I gave it a 50-50 chance of working out. I really need to dig my boots into the snow here, but I was committed. The alternative was trying to figure out the actual answer to this riddle, and that wasn't happening. But you miss every shot you don't take and so forth. Might as well go full audacity mode if the alternative is just straight up losing. And the next set of words from Speaker immediately clued me in that I had made the right pick. What have you done? Speaker hissed. What have you done? My riddle. Analysis running. Judge spoke, voice far more calm, methodical, unburdened by the thought of spending 47 years developing the ultimate riddle only to run into a winter's car. Established rules. Challenger has to answer correctly. Challenger response correctly. Evaluation response directly fulfills stated requirement. Judgment first. Riddle resolved. There was a scream right after that. Frustration, hatred, despair, fear. Okay, I may have lied about that one. It was mostly just pure hatred. In fact, I was certain that Speaker had joined the list of people who want nothing more than to strangle me alive. Thus speaks the judge. Speaker said, grinding out each letter like I was pulling bolted down teeth. The first riddle is. It sounded almost about to cry. Resolved. Catheda cackled for me. You know the best part about all this, dearie? Loot. Besides that, you obsessed gremlin. She scoffed. The best part is that Speaker here can ever use that riddle again on some other unsuspecting human. According to the older records back when people were able to solve this little pyrite shit riddles, it isn't allowed to use the same riddle twice. There was only sobbing coming from the terminal right now. So that riddle it spent 47 years writing up is gone forever? I asked. Yep, you unblocked a few hundred known locations of my treasure chests that this asshole's been keeping locked up. The depth of my hatred for you is immeasurable. Speaker hissed out slowly. Oof, my condolences, I said, patting the terminal. Or congratulations, whichever applies. But I am also in a little bit of a rush. So if you could give me the second and third riddle, that would be nice. I hope your inevitable death by old age or environmental accident is tragic, painful, and lengthy. It continued, so that the next riddle seems pretty straightforward. But not my airspeeder, not my snow after all. I am just here to answer your riddles correctly, I said, putting my hand on the palm. No, that isn't even a riddle. It's a statement. Still answer the same, I said. Riddle please. It groaned. The second riddle is as follows with only the power of addition. How might you add 88s to reach exactly the number 1000? It really went all in on the math riddles looked like. Maybe it recently discovered mathematics exists, and was a little energetic at its new toys. But this one didn't feel quite as impossible as solving an unsolvable hypothesis. 88s added up to 64, so the riddle clearly required some outside-the-box mucking about. And nothing actually to do with mathematics. I had a vague idea already on where to start on that one. But I also had an even better idea ignoring all that and answering correctly, I said, hand on the terminal. No, you oversized under-evolved monkey, Speaker shrieked. That's not how it's supposed to go. That's not how any of this is supposed to go. Analysis running. Judge spoke a moment later, as if waking up only for one purpose. One giant eye probably opening up to look over the answer. Approve it. Then go back to sleep. No. Speaker spoke, now fully desperate. Please, Judge, come to your senses. I implore you, this goes against the entire spirit of the riddles. Hey now, I said, holding the paper up. Rules are rules. My pen tapped the paper with each word. We signed off on this. You agreed. I have become the devil offering deals to unsuspecting victims rushing too fast to pull their proverbial lever. Past me would have shed a tear at this sight. Bullying ancient entities that have had one too many years to relax. Established rules challenger has to answer correctly. Challenger response correctly. Evaluation response directly fulfills stated requirement. Judgment second riddle resolved. Speaker devolved into incoherent shrieking for a good 30 seconds, which sounds like it's not that much time. But given it was outright screaming for a full 30 seconds, it certainly felt like it was going on for an eternity. Finally it stopped. "You okay, buddy?" I asked. "Need to take a breath?" "No," Speaker hissed back. "I am not okay. I mean, are you okay enough to give me the last riddle clock? Ticking. Chests to loot for ancient might treasures and I am running late for a dinner arrangement." There was the sound of sniffing for a moment. 2 and 2 add to 4, and multiply to the same. Widen the lens outwards beyond 0 and speak the 3 whole numbers that add and multiply to their respective same. It paused. "Please, Don." Answer correctly. "Wait, that's illegal," I said. Pen once more tapping the paper. "Judge, ISN. That's sidestepping the rules we just signed. Resolving. Rules modification midway does not comply with contract. Challenger will continue using established rules." Thus speaks the judge. Speaker groaned. "Please, you creator-forsaken morally bankrupt asshole, at least give it an attempt." I gave the terminal an encouraging pat. "No." Then put my hand over the panel, pressed down and said the final. Correctly. I am playing the semantics game here. I was well aware how sharp a double-edged sword could be. There wasn't a non-zero chance Speaker would somehow misconstrue my "for fun" take at its riddle and ruin my entire run so far in one sweep. Established rules challenger has to answer correctly. Challenger response correctly. Evaluation response directly fulfills stated requirement. Judgment third riddle resolved. Creator cake unsealed. Challenger authorized access. I turned to the terminal, so Speaker weakly spoke, once more grinding out its words. Thus speaks the judge. "You may recover the cash left behind." "Well, Catheda, if he insists, maybe I should," I asked. "It's only polite," she answered back. "Look at the poor might construct. He's just offering it up for free." Then Don, mind if I do?" I took a quick hop and skipped over to the floating box of constantly shifting cubes, re-equipping my gauntlets along the way. I'd seen one might treasure before, and that was from a little caravan we intercepted and helped out. And that thing only spat out food. Hoping this deep down we get something good. It very much is. The creators bestowed an item of great power to this chest I now only once guarded. Speaker said over the terminal. "I will pray you fail to use it wisely." The cubes shifted in reaction to my approach, growing in size, unhooking from one another. More were shifting out of existence now, expanding the chest out. First thing I saw was some kind of weird optical illusion. The back of the box, except smeared over and further fragmented. It's only after I saw the outline of cloth that I realized I wasn't looking inside the box. This was the item inside the box, and only a few hints at an outside fabric made me realize I could pick it up. I did so, pulling the fabric out of the mite treasure box, feeling gravity settle back onto it. "A cape?" I asked, more curious. Holding it up, the outside shifted colors until it settled on white. But the inside of the cape, it was like everything was moving around. It loosely looked like the cubes behind the cape, except, spazzing out, "Speaker, what exactly is this thing? I shall not answer a single one of your petty requests until you answer at least my other 2 prior riddles," it said, being a real sore loser. "Yeah, but I did." "You did not, and you know it." All the screens around me flickered off. The single voice line vanished, and only the outsides of the fortress were now visible as the security cameras turned back on everywhere. "I shall wait for you to solve my riddles, if only for a feeling of justice," Speaker said. I get a feeling it was proud of the other 2 riddles and did want to see someone actually make a real attempt at them. And given I solved them, Speaker couldn't ask anyone else ever again those riddles. I'll consider it," I said, making sure the cape was well lifted from the mite treasure chest, in case Speaker somehow still controlled that floating set of cubes and had it seal back up for some reason or another. While I mulled over Speaker's actual real riddles, I considered what this cape was. One side was white normal fabric, sturdy even, when I tugged at it, but the other side I reached a gauntlet out to grab the surface of that side and found I didn't touch anything. My gauntlet was going through the cape, morphing in view like it had hit some kind of event horizon line. Light was bending around the gauntlet, multiple thumbs appearing and disappearing, sections of the plates growing larger or smaller, and overall making it seem like my hand was constantly having all the bones broken a few hundred times over in very creative ways. And yet I felt completely fine. And as I moved it, I saw the smear effect again begin to blur the sight. As more and more of the prior visions of my gauntlet remained in place, I could still move my hand through it without issue, which I realized was why everything constantly moved. The more I moved, the more smear there was on the other side, like visual clutter. Moment I held the hand still, whatever strange geometric set of moving lenses that bent light around would also stop on whatever setting they were. Slowly the smear would begin to dissolve, fading away as the image grew static. Right now, my pinky was on the far left, middle and ring finger were still together, although one was far smaller, and my palm was simply gone, with a small sliver of something on the edge that looked a lot like blood and bone. Moving my hand slightly, the pinky vanished, middle and ring fingers ballooned out, with one finger now pointing back at me, coming from the far edge of the cape instead of my actual gauntlet. And if I kept moving around, I knew the smear would start to come back, things becoming a blurry mess. Am I having a seizure? I asked, wiggling my pointer finger and seeing it move on the far edge of the cape, not connected at all to my gauntlet. Journey confirms you are not, Catheda said, as much as I ask it to recheck every now and then on some of your actions. This time you not crazy. When I moved my finger slightly up, it was as if the armor was shaved off, letting me see my flesh, blood, and a small bit of bone. It spread out in multiple directions as I focused my attention on it, the bone opening up like a flower, showing me the insides. Beyond creepy. I held as still as possible and soon the blur around the bone faded and I could start making out more details of it. I couldn't quite tell if it responded to where I looked, because anytime I focused on any part of the space beyond, it seemed I could continue staring at it for years and still find something new. Is this what normal my treasures are supposed to be? Golden tits? No. Journey never got video footage of any my treasures of this value up. Most are randomly found smaller conventional chests containing liquids, foods, or kinetic art sculptures. Chest with actual gear is something only deathless come across when they in the lower stratas. No matter how out of shape my hand got, it still felt like my hand without any change of shape or pain. So this all felt like some very strange optical illusion. So, what exactly am I looking at? Dearie, I haven't the faintest idea. And does Journey numbers and figures began to appear on the HUD as Journey processed the visual information and mapped out what simulation would fit those data points? It's calculating, Catheda said. Speaker the station answered immediately with a humph. Not a word more from me until my final two riddles are truly resolved. To my satisfaction. Maybe take your hand out of the clearly unknown spooky might cape before we know what it actually does, Catheda asked. I pulled my hand out of the optical illusion cape and found it looked exactly the same as when I stuck it into the cape. Journey's HUD showed all green armor-wise and biometrics too. Nothing had happened to my hand, neither from a sensor point of view or my own experience. I flexed it in and out, checking how the plates all still moved over the gauntlet as normal. Yep, that SA hand didn't see anything weird in the soul sight either. Prime superior scent. But it's freaky on the other side of that cape. You try it? I did. A soul tendril reached out through the harsh exposed reality around me, and I found I could slither it into the cape. The other side was filled with concepts, specifically all the same ones in this area, as if the other side of the cape was a copy, except multiplied, and then spread out, smeared even. I focused on any one of these, and found my own concept there in the space. The smear I saw was myself. A long smear of a hand connected to a terminal, then standing up and once more smeared trail of Keith going straight to this cube treasure, like my past movements all superimposed on itself. I found the same blurred of faint movement over anything that did move. The rest of the station around me remained solid because it never once moved in the past few minutes. I took the tendril out of the cape, then lifted the cape up, turning it around like I was holding some kind of glass lens instead of a piece of fabric. It was messy in the sight, light warping shapes around, but I recognized anything that remained still. Then I turned it to where I walked over my prior path here, and saw myself there. I needed to go completely still in order to keep sight of anything, since even a minor movement of the cape had the image within change. Like the world's weirdest kaleidoscope, except it was watching through time backwards, all superimposed over itself at the same time, and then fragmented. And only things that could have motion were affected by the kaleidoscope. Everything else, it was as if I was just looking through a transparent cape. Journey pinged green. Text flashed through. A lot of it. Cathode, a quick summary if you would. It says you re-looking at a higher dimensional viewpoint of your hand, but forcibly shown as a two-dimensional viewpoint on the cape. Cathode said, "Oh, neat. I have my own cape of higher dimensions now." I said, "Any might treasures similar to this in the past?" "Not a single one. There are some weapons that have odd properties, but equipment tends to offer utility in somewhat. I have no idea about whatever this gives," Cathode said. "And the one program in this room that's supposed to explain things about this to you is sulking." "I am not sulking," speaker sulked. I turned the cape around on itself to look at the outside and it remained white. I remember it shimmering a bit when I first picked it up, but now it was fully settled on this. Except, this wasn't just white. This is the exact shade of white that my current cape has. I brought it up to my actual cape, holding the might cape side by side to it. My thumb was going through the other side, while my fingers held the white part without issue. Yep, exact same shade. Nice. I would prefer to look good when I looted, destroyed and wreak havoc upon the unsuspecting world at large, and I spent too much time around feathers and it's gods damned starting to show. Behind me, I could see in the occult sight that the cube roiling chest was all starting to shrink out of existence. More parts were vanishing out compared to others appearing, until only a handful of cubes remained and promptly sunk out of reality. Even their concepts vanished away. Don't look at me either. Superior sent. I just knocked on the Might Collective door and asked about the cape. All they said was, "Reward," and that's it. Figures. With nothing left but the cape in my hands, I decided to run a few more tests. Cathode, if I can stick my hand in this, is it safe to stick my head in it? For all I knew, this could be some dimensional storage device, where I could pull almost anything from my new magical occult cape. But the weird time echo I saw made me think there was more to it than just simple storage. What a great question to ask after you stuck your hand in it. "Dearie," Cathode answered, and her tone of voice gave no hesitation on expressing her feelings on all this. "Can say I am surprised the second thing you think about doing is sticking your head into non-Euclidean space." There was a deep sigh over the comms. "But yes, probably, if your hand is still working, your head should too. Nothing worse they could do to it than how it's currently working. And journey it ice aggressively, hoping you don't do this, just in case the pattern is incorrect." Cathode was mostly certain it wouldn't kill me, so I might as well. And journey was mostly certain so long as there was a chance it could. I shouldn't. I considered one last option. "Hey speaker, will I die if I stick my head in this cape? The world would weep at such a loss." It answered back, clearly forgetting its prior promise to not say a single word until I answered some riddles. I held the cape up. "On the prior deal you offered, how about if I take a shot at one of your other riddles? You tell me if it's safe or not, and if I get your other riddle, you tell me how it works fully." Deal, speaker immediately said. "Your second riddle, S888 plus 88 plus 3 more 8s one after another. That S8 8s on paper, just using addition, and it all equals exactly 1000. I said, scribbling the little mini equation. Compared to riddle number 1, there was a massive gulf in difficulty change. But on the other hand, this riddle felt more like an actual riddle, so speaker had changed something up between the jump from riddle to mathematical savant. Speaker hummed, "I judge this as correct." "You judge it where? Your friend judge has withdrawn to complete your prior request. This second joust of words is between you and I now, human and no other." It didn't refer to me as a thief this time. Progress. As for the other request I had for judge, "You mean teach me how to slap people around in the digital sea, as you so crudely put it?" "Yes, so how is it going to teach me skills in the digital sea? Are we talking a coloring book or more guided meditation session?" I have preferences. It scoffed. "I am uncertain. I do not have any contact with judge other than to hear its decree. Where it goes, or where it exists, I do not follow." All right, so it was going to show up in my future at possibly some strange time, but at least it would be on my side. I lifted the cape up, holding it in place. Already one good use I could see for this would be to tie it backwards, as in, have the white cloth side inwards to my back and leave the empty tunnel into the higher dimension on the outside. Anything taking a swing at me as I am running away heroically would have a harder time actually landing a hit. Just using it like so would certainly make this cloth worthwhile to bring around. But I had a very strong hunch there was another use for this. More than one way to use a dimensional cape. Alright, speaker. You're part of the bargain now. Will this thing kill me if I stick my head through it? It will not, speaker said. Can we trust the might construct to be objective? I sent to prime through the soul tendril brushing on the might lantern. I trust judge. But speaker makes me think sneaky nefarious schemer. It does take one to know one. Yes, superior sent back. And we shared the mental equivalent of finger guns at each other. But seriously, prime, I could see speaker try to murder us out of pure pettiness. Give me a second. I asked earlier, but the mites are still answering right now. There was a pause as I waited, but superior returned quickly after. Mites give it an all green, or as far as I can understand. Most of them said green. A few others gave random colors and shapes instead. Figuratively speaking, gods, might speakers really are half insane. I want hazard pay after all this. Would you settle for A2 Acker shell in these trying times? It's currently pre-owned, but I think we can get the current owner to sell it at a discount. You need to fix it up yourself, but I believe in your abilities, superior. He gave me a rugged handshake, and we put it on the goals list. Only thing better than stealing Avalice's first shell is to steal his second one. As for the cape, well, nothing ventured, nothing gained. I held it up, then stuck my head through. The other side was odd. It was as if I just put my head through a glassless window. So nothing on the other side of it was different from the world here, except if it could move. In that case, it seemed to be like long exposure photography. Just one giant smear of blurred movement. Very detailed. Like a three-dimensional long exposure photography. I wouldn't have recognized some of the blurred things in this room. Like the screen images were a mess of colors now. But there was something in there that I could recognize me. Walking from the terminal over to the cube, and then doing all kinds of motions over the cape as I fiddled with it. I don't have half enough drugs for this occult scraps hit. Journey got a few choice selections of painkillers if you like dearie, Catheda suggested. Just saying. I decided to gamble on what this other side of reality was, and stepped completely through, leaving only my hand holding the cape up on the other side. The sides of the fabric draped downwards, held just by my hand from the inside. Reality here. There was something off with this side of the cape. I mean, other than all this, I imagine if there were more things moving around me, it would be actual insanity. One exception in all this is that I could see that my own movements within this side of the cape did not incur the blurred overlay. I moved my hand up and down. Nothing appeared behind it. I then wiggled the cape I was holding up and down, then looked over to the other side of it. It was inverted. Now the white fabric was on that side, while the side I stepped through was the one leading back into reality. I need a name for this pocket space dimension thing, I said. Catheda. Options. Stat. The dark side, she said. Suitably ominous. Easy to say. And best of all, not something stupid like Keith's hangar space. You had me at ominous, I said. But my own private hangar space is also pretty neat. Come to think of it, could I store things in the dark side if I took an object and left it here? Did it vanish, follow behind, or stay right here until someone found a way into the dark side other than through my cape? I still held it up with my gauntlet and I wasn't going to let it drop anytime soon. I was half terrified that if I let it completely close, I might be trapped in this dimension. It probably looked like a floating cape holding itself up on some invisible pole from the outside. I lowered the cape slowly down to the ground, then back up and tested my range of motion with it. I could even hold it up like a bed sheet, widening the window back to the light side. Then I brought the cape back down all the way to the ground, until only the tips of my fingers were exposed into the actual reality. Rest of me was in this strange other side world that I knew didn't tap pair in the real world. I had tested the cape earlier by sticking my hand through it and found it missing on the expected other side. I could imagine the same would happen to the rest of my body. I could pull a vanishing trick now with this thing. Neat. Now, Did occult work in this dimension too? I flared it out, touching on multiple fractals and waking them up from their dormant state, then focused on the dome fractal that existed by my palm. A small shield appeared as it should. Could I escape all harm by jumping on this side of the world and then protecting just the cape from being destroyed by stuffing it all under one single occult dome shield, possibly two with superior backing me up? Speaker, I called out. Didn't have high hopes it could hear me in the dark side, but it oddly proved me wrong a moment later. I can hear you. Yes, Speaker said. You can. Sound waves travel through higher dimensions without issue. The distance you are from my microphones is simply a longer path for the sound waves to travel. You are audible at this distance, less loud than outside the cape. A small mercy. So this side of the cape really is a higher dimension. Am I standing inside the fourth dimension, or just displaced along the lines of it somewhere? Answers shall be given only when I have my third and final riddle solved, and no earlier. You Sean. Trick me a second time. Knave. I looked over to my trails of movement. Parts of it were vanishing, simply gone out of existence, mostly from the back of the trail. When I was at the console earlier answering questions, which meant whatever time slices this side of the cape had, it did have a limit. High dimensions. Timeline exposed. Sound could still travel outwards here. Light side. Dark side. Nope. I have no goddamned idea of what this cape was about. Fine. Solve your last riddle. 2 plus 2 made 4, but also multiplied to 4. And I had to figure out the next set of 3 whole numbers that did the same, not including 0. There were solutions probably with modulo arithmetic and paddock number shenanigans, or working with something besides base 10, and probably even more solutions to this if Speaker hadn't restricted it to whole numbers only. Matrix arithmetic might also have a few vectors that could do the same thing, or finite fields where things converge together in the end anyhow. Or I could simply lie and gaslight my way to victory to convince Speaker 3 and 3 equaled 4, and multiplied to 4 somehow. I just had to believe hard enough, and double down until it starts questioning reality. 0, of course, was the best answer for almost everything, but Speaker had specifically said above 0. Therefore, that led me to one possible direction: 1. The second best number in mathematics. Also, Speaker never said I had to use the same numbers. 1, 2 and 3 add to 6, and multiply to 6 too. How do I do? That is correct, Speaker said. You have solved my riddles to satisfaction, with exception to the abomination, and we shall never speak of that event ever again. That last part was said real quick, in more of a low mutter. There was a threat in there too, implicit. Amazing how much data could be fed into language just by the tone. Honestly, why are these the follow-up riddles you have compared to solving the entire Riemann hypothesis for the first there? Huge jump in difficulty here. Speaker didn't answer for a moment. I discovered your mathematics and was excited to try it. I discovered these 2 riddles at first, and thought them most wonderful. I then decided to make the third riddle the strongest, stronger than the other 2. You tunnel-visioned hard. Didn't you? Yes. My work grew. Obsessive perhaps. Especially when I realized a great flaw to my new discovery: mathematics is a language built to solve problems. All riddles I could craft with such a tool would inevitably be solved. However, unlike riddles, mathematics offers a spectrum of difficulty, from most trivial to nearly impossible, all of it well categorized. I see where this is going. Why settle for something medium difficulty when you could go all in? And Speaker human program, and programs didn't view timelines as finite like humans did. All the time in the world, none of the boredom possible. It was only a matter of time until Speaker solved this hypothesis. Correct. Thus I focused on one problem that hadn't been solved yet, and when I had completed my work, I felt it would be better to rearrange the order of my riddles, and the ordering of putting these 2 behind instead of starting off with them. You sneaky little shitstirrer. You were trying to intimidate riddle guessers. Wherein you start off with an impossible riddle, and insinuate there are 2 more to go if anyone solves the first one. I am not required to admit to anything further, Speaker said, sounding extremely annoyed, which, of course, was a roundabout way of saying, yes, I absolutely had nefarious intentions here. That, or Speaker leaned more to the 2 order route and didn't T want to remake new riddles each time someone somewhere solved the first two before getting caught by the third. If they D never be able to get the third anyhow, why muck around with the weaker two? It also meant in 40 or so years, possibly a little less if speaker had grown smarter from it. Dabbling with the Riemann hypothesis. It will come up with another solution to the next hardest math problem to solve, and then use that as the lock to bar humanity again from all treasure caches out there. And I had a hunch it would do it. Best to patch up the little loophole I done here. Well, maybe I might be alive when that happens. And that LLB future Keith's problem to deal with. Good luck me. Today, I really needed this nifty cape. I am sure he understand. Speaking of cape, full explanation time now. Step through the cape completely, and you shall move among the higher dimensions for a sliver of your time. When you are prepared to depart, step back through the cape. Yeah, I figured that part out already. Tell me some new information I don. No speaker did, and the amount of rats hit I could pull off increased exponentially. 2. Wrath's progress had stalled. The last report relinquished had read showed her advancing in the opposite direction of where the goddess needed her to be. Frustrating. 2. Sephit and the other feathers should be acting as an appropriate harrying force, and yet they were out of the area, licking their wounds. Strife and conflict helped sharpen her little shiv. 2. Navirus had been a good addition, as had the Winter's car, but both were ultimately unneeded if it did not push to Wrath to her ultimate destination. Reports showed her acting with Orda within one of the hostile biomes. Might zones that weren't built to support life, and this particular one was extremely hostile to just about everything. Even plants and insects couldn't grow or flourish there. Her machine swarms there were active, guarding the territory in her name of course, and they had been mobilized by Sephit to chase and attack both Orda and Wrath. Acceptable amount of harrying force applied. Although she would have to speak directly to that feather and get her to increase pressure, she debated if she should trigger the Unity fractal and scare the feather into compliance. A reminder that Mother was waiting for results. She done that a few times so far, mostly for fun, but the results had pushed Wrath on the path she required faster. Orda on the other hand was a lost cause now. Shortly prior to Navirus being destroyed, all his backdoors had been wiped. All at once. It could have happened naturally if the feather began to generate new data and programming, accidentally overwriting supposedly empty memory locations. But the chances of that happening all at once, in every location the backdoors existed, were very, very low. Centuries of standard use could be expected before any of these locations were overwritten. Wrath must have shared with this one all her learned data, and convinced the feather to make the modifications. A pity, however, unlike her little shiv in the dark. Orda was not required for future plans and could be disposed of at any time. The mites already had their fingers all over her beautiful plan. She didn't need another agent sneaking into the cast of characters she assembled. Best to verify if there was foul play in action here, or if it was a natural endpoint to Orda's collision with Wrath. Abdication's plan had to unravel exactly according to his general steps, and just like a growing plant, Relinquished needed to trim and prune the offshoots that would get in the way, as well as remove weeds within the soil. She went through the feather's history logs. He traveled down into this straight hunting down Wrath in that trio's misguided attempt to earn redemption ahead of punishment. That had been fine. The movements exerted the pressures she required on Wrath. There were a few intelligent species on this biome, but none of those animals had any route to Homo sapiens, and such were below her attention. Orda's hostile takeover of their race had no effect on the backdoors within his programming at that time point either. She checked through the history further, finding a replica human cruise liner built by mites, operated by a mite-made simulcranium of a virtual tour guide. Interesting choice for the mites, and as usual, it was half insane. Obsessive about one singular task and unable to process most other items of note. A specialist virtual intelligence. She saw Orda repeat instructions again and again, only to have the cruise liner AI fail to answer or even understand the most basic instructions. she could leave this cruise liner replica alone for now. Perhaps for a future narrative where humans raced to find shelter within that abandoned ship, only to have that virtual intelligence taken over by herself, and then made to slowly execute each human within the bowels of that ship. An excellent horror story. There would be survivors after all of this was done. After all, humanity always survived in smaller groups. Even abdication saw no possible way around such a result. The only difference this time is that Tsuya would not be around to save the rest of the species as the survivors dwindled down. Destroying each and every group would wipe the species off the world for good this time. She followed the logs until the fight with Navirus, and noticed only after Wrath had reached out to send a deal offer. Did the backdoors vanish? No foul play. No mites involved in this one. She could allow the feather to remain alive for now, as a small counterbalance force, in case the other two feathers grew unruly or possibly too good at their job. Ayakar had performed above expectations, spotting the early signs from Wrath far faster than Relinquished had needed him to. Fortune smiled upon her when that one was naturally defeated without any intervention on her part. What she was more worried about remained with the same human who come into the picture again and again. The Winter's car, now a mite agent. She searched through the scattered logs, backtracking through time, looking for any hints on the mite creation at his hip. It reappeared when Wrath and the human returned from the void zone, a location she couldn't track. It didn't rouse much suspicion in her. After all, the mites had many biomes she couldn't follow behind. From there, she tracked and looked through. The priority events had shown her when the group had come across machine interference, or when threats were nearby. And of course, the human had searched through the digital sea himself at one point. She toyed with him personally. Relinquished continued looking for hints and clues behind their pathway down here. Too much of the path was spent in darkness. All her tools and usual spyware unreliable. And then she found something. A very small thread. Unnoticed until she examined everything herself rather than rely on simpler priority pings from her instruments. There was a mite terminal triggered in that general location. Among the path the group had taken, a large scrambled file had passed through. Encrypted. She couldn't touch on that without putting her hands on the other side of the might see. But she did find something of note. A single comms program was on that terminal, left behind after its use. It was now connected to nothing. Nowhere. No data was left in memory. But she recognized the footprints here. This must have been done by another human. One of their mite speakers running loose in the world again. A paranoid one. But nothing that would stop her for long now that she had the scent. Because there was one bit of data to recover in this ancient terminal, a single username Abraxas. With one last practice flourish, I stepped free of the mite cape, entering the light side. I'd done a few minutes of testing boundaries, and had a rough feeling of how to best use this little thing. With good enough planning, this cape could be even better than my night breakers, used in tandem with the rest of my gear and goodies. I'd be near unstoppable. Knock on metal, of course. Avalise would absolutely figure some scraps hit out. But so long as I ambushed him with the sum total of all my gear and kit out of nowhere, there is no shot that asshole could ever prepare enough for what I got packing. I'll give him even more white hair than he already has. Time for the second problem in the area. I had my loot. I needed to escape out of this place with it, which meant dealing with a giant snake machine coiled all around this fortress. The screen monitors all over the area showed me the battle progress, and unlike the dark side, nothing was superimposed over one another, so I could see the status of the fight. Answer okayish. Wrath and Orda had both handled a good amount of the fish swarm after them, but the larger snake machine was nearly impervious to damage. Wrath's blades were like toothpicks, unable to cut deep enough through the metal armor to do much of anything. And those exposed rib cages were all movable in that they attacked back. The ribs would move around like the legs of a millipede, and more fish would constantly flow out of it. It was incredibly creepy to watch. Orda was having even less of an impact on the snake. His hammer blows would pulse out a colt, easily ripping apart swarms after him. But on the snake it would dent the metal down a few inches otherwise. The big guy gave up trying after the first swing, saving his effort for handling the swarms after Wrath. This wouldn't be a problem if we could outrun the thing, slip through the giant floating chunks of land around here and get the heck out of the snow. But bigger size did not mean it moved slowly. The thing could move like an airspeeder, and if left in a straight line would outspeed even Wrath within a few seconds, forcing the pair to keep moving erratically. I looked past my trusty set of tools and gear on my belt and back, debating what I could make use of. Ironically enough, the shotgun pellets of occult bullets on my hand cannons would work pretty well against the thing, since those would travel through just about everything that wasn't T-shielded. Nightbreaker shells wouldn't do more than a heater left outside against something this big, a flaw I was starting to be well aware of. I needed more anti-giant in my arsenal. The arm guard would also get caught, but wielded by occult mirrors it could potentially start slicing up the insides. Assuming I could get mirror images past the exposed rib cage filled with sharp pseudobones that could move and stab, and the mass of angry fish with occult teeth, I debated how we get out of this biome safely. Speaker and judge were gone. The challenge complete. The fortress coughed with power. Some screens flickering, but most intact and working. All showed the outside. And those gun controls. What are the chances the gun turrets here work, I asked. Depends on the mites and how lucid the colony that made this set piece were. Catheda hummed. Not going to know for sure until you try one. So I walked over to the nearest controls that had a targeting HUD, sat down and pulled the joysticks. The screen lit up as more details woke to life. Ammunition counts appeared. Shell loading animations ran through as the cannons auto-loaded into position. Safeties switched off. Everything was in a weird font and language, though there were enough icons I could somewhat guess what was going on. The entire seat turned with me as I pulled on the levers, including the screen, which was the most convoluted thing I'd seen so far. But it certainly made me feel like I was in the turret itself. I know some of the older models of airspeeders had turrets like those, or they were grafted onto slower war frigates. Felt a little like home. Looks good so far. Aiming speed is a little slow, but I think I can work with this. I flicked a few of the toggles above me, checking to see what icons turned red or green, and generally following the same command sequence airspeeder turrets used, so long as it can shoot dearie. Blowing things up is the important part of big guns. If I had a hat, I'd give it a tip here. Every now and then you actually do say profound words of wisdom I can get behind. I waited for a flyby from Wrath. Then when I had a clear shot, I pressed the buttons down. A few things happened in quick succession. First, the fortress was dense enough I didn't feel anything move from the command bridge here, but I did hear the vibration and sound come through. Second, on the screen the muzzles flashed as both cannons began to alternate fire into the giant snake. Oh, it's not enjoying that at all. I grinned, keeping the fire going. And third, everything in the biome here went crazy, because shooting giant cannons at targets was not a silent thing at all, and none of the sound was related to the floating slabs that entombed this fortress. Each hit landed on the snake had vibration follow behind it, shattering the glass sphere. Shards started to fly all over, slicing up fish that happened to fly by it. No wonder the Odin found this place insane to fly. They'd been downplaying how dangerous that cut glass actually was. I was watching it slice machines as if it were occult blades. And that damage was clearly dealt to the snake too, as it was forced to flee out of the collapsing environment. It's also still in one piece, Catheda said, despite the damages. Just a little dense is all. Give me a few minutes to pound it flat. Ammunition count showed me I had enough for that to go around in one turret, and given the glass was doing an equally great job, I was confident in this plan. Unfortunately, my enemy wasn't dumb. It couldn't dodge, so it assembled swarms of fish to tank the shots for it. They flew down the sides, clumped up and swarmed over it like a discount occult shield. The other side also had the same treatment, as fish flew into the way of the shards, tanking their hits and nudging them out of the way otherwise. The cannons were doing damage. Unfortunately, just not enough. And then the swarms descended down at the cannons themselves, and all the icons on my HUD rapidly turned from green to red as the little scrap assholes bit and chewed through the weapons platform. There were plenty more to go to. I could stand up and get to the next one and repeat the process. But I had technology. One got up and started sniffing around for a central control system. I tapped a few panels, ripped off another set, and found something that looked like a plug after a bit of searching around using the soul sight for the concept of a port. Journey handled the rest, Get in there. Bring all the cannons online and open fire on that thing. Please. Well, since you asked so nicely, dear, how could I refuse? Catheda snickered. Then got to work. Screens and numbers booted up. An outline of partitions appeared, flashing through rapidly. Each one blinked green for a bit, before turning red, then being discarded as incomplete. It's connected, Catheda said. But nothing Journey can do can activate or control the guns. The pipes are there, just no water flowing through it. It's also manual. Why Don? We pull a Father Superior nudged. If he could do it with pure brute force, you could probably do something a little smarter. That was a great point. I slapped a hand immediately on the side of the console. Soul Fractal here, if you would, I asked, and Journey complied. Nanoswarm eating a perfectly little etching. Then I slapped a second one just above. 2 soul tendrils reached out, one from Superior's Might Lantern, and one from myself. We each hooked onto a perfectly empty soul fractal on the console, and got to work digging a backdoor into the server, like the terminal of the old Might replica ships in the Odin biomes. This server looked like just empty corridors within some strange convoluted airspeeder. Father must have encountered the same thing himself when he was working with the Imperial bunker all that time prior. So Superior and I traded a quick high five, and we got to work getting the occult to bridge the gap and slave the entire system altogether. Wrath and 2. Orda continued the fight against the swarms of fish, until all at once, all the turrets on the supposedly dead fortress lit to life, and started to swivel straight at the giant snake. It noticed, and then counted the number of weapons trained at it. Instantly, all fish were recalled back to it, to protect itself from the upcoming danger. That's when 2. Orda unleashed the largest occult hammer swing I ever seen him do. Wrath swooped behind him, yanked him up and flew right at the mass of fish all gathering up as a shield, then threw him like a hangerball miracle play. 2. Orda soared through the air, occult crackling around his frame and hammer. Then he swung right into the center of the fish ball still forming up. A detonation occurred deep within, pulsing out like one of Draconi's shockwaves only amplified a few hundred times over. The entire formation of fish collapsed, all of it thrown in every direction. Wrath swooped right into the fading occult, yanking 2. Orda out of danger. That was our cue, of course, and both Superior and I opened fire. A metric ton of lead and ancient explosives slammed into the exposed giant snake, ripping into it with such fury the entire thing seemed to shake and twist in a death throe. More of the glass and metal slabs all around broke apart as the sound waves impacted the entire place, bits of the surrounding ball breaking so badly I could start seeing out into the rest of the biome. At that point, there were so many shards of glass and metal zipping around that the fish never were able to gather back up or dodge all of it. The entire air became a minefield for the machines. That's what did the real damage to the snake, I think. The larger pieces collided into it, and stabbed deep. It seemed shortly after the break, the glass was the sharpest, and as time passed after, it would become less dangerous. Some fish who arrived late wouldn't get sliced into pieces, but rather would find themselves hitting glass and having it slow their progress. Regardless, that snake was dead in the air, or dying, clearly in pain at least. If machines could actually feel pain, I would feel sorry for it. If it wasn't a murderous asshole trying to kill Wrath, 2. Orda 2, but only begrudgingly right now. Superior and I were having the time of our lives on the other hand, firing several dozen airspeeder-sized cannons all at once in a multidirectional stream of molten yellow trails impacting the flying snake. The entire fortress sphere was alive and happy to assist in wanton destruction. And then Superior tapped me with a worried tendril. Something's happening, Superior called out, then vanished, outright vanished. Fear instantly took me and I dove right for the Might Lantern, looking for him, soul tendrils spearing through it, looking for the connection to the other side. It wasn't there. Nothing was there except for the Might Lantern concepts I'd gotten used to. The bridge to the Might realm was missing. Superior was gone. Superior felt the utter command yank him out of his current project, back into the Might Lantern, and then even further back into Might territory itself. He found himself still alive, within the small blood soul fractal that existed deep within the Might side of the world. And even from there, he found something had encircled the entire fractal, consuming into a dedicated program. When he woke again, he was deep within the digital sea, On a rowboat even? Or the virtual version of one? He got back on his feet, feeling his old armor plates move with the effort. It wasn't really journey, but more what he imagined himself wearing. All he added was a little weathered cape and hood, as he wanted to differentiate himself slightly to Prime. The rowboat drifted forward, on calm waves of grey water, traveling somewhere. He wasn't certain, but whatever had yanked him here had done so through my territory. It couldn't be relinquished then. Prime's description of their encounter had been completely different from this one. Although that unyielding force of power felt the same, whatever had pulled him into this realm, it was out here somewhere. Superior could feel it, a powerful presence that controlled this entire area. Unyielding. Water ahead of him churned, then something rose from the depths, like a massive cathedral, with one single glowing blue halo of an eye, staring down at him. It kept climbing up, out of the water, and still more of the moving structure was revealed. Water washing off of it in rivers and waterfalls. Established rules teach challenger combat skills within Digital Echo upon successful completion of cache authorization. Evaluation: cache authorization completed successfully. Action awaiting challenger response. Judge Keith Superior didn't hesitate. He stood tall and stared up at the moving cathedral-sized machine beyond the white fog. Bring it on, big guy. Show me how to slap people around in this realm. I am more than ready. Challenger response. More than ready. Evaluation: begin training session. And that leads us to the final and most important metric of the campaign: spoils as a whole. 337 armors in total. My lord, the Logi accountant confirmed. We have also increased our population ranks by 572. 36% of all power cells acquired in the raids have been turned to use in heating operations. Lord Aetius hummed in thought, looking over his assembled council, youngest of which was Kidra Winter's sitting off to the side, simply watching the procedures. I will leave the military affairs and distribution of the relic armors to my first blade. His head inclined to Shadowsong at that. What of the migration status? All reports returned by just about every house showed the people within the clan would have a near unquenchable taste for moving underground now that so many armors were in their control. A fact Aetius had long deduced was intentional. Their intelligence teams had tracked down where the slavers had obtained their freshly printed and unmarked relic armors might forges, under the control of machines, outright delivered and carried by them out into the open, where raider teams would come down to collect and bring them up to the surface. Given to Acker had been killed, that the supply of relic armors hadn't halted but outright increased in amount led to one conclusion: to Avalise, he taken over the reins of the operation, and needed the clan to be flushed out of the surface underground, so that two fugitives would equally be carried down with the clan. Shrewd plan. 2. Avalise didn't care if one small clan of humans had more armors than normal. In the grand scheme of things, that wouldn't tip any needles, nor would it be his problem to deal with. What he cared was that this clan of humans were those who could be used as emotional weight to play against to Wrath and Keith, neither of which would stay hiding on the surface or escaping away to some other clan. Outright feeding the clan this many armors would inevitably force a schism. Even if Aetius himself ordered the clan to remain above on the surface, more than half the clan would certainly rebel and go their own way down. The only winning move then had been to take complete ownership and announce the official migration himself. Get ahead of all that before it began to tear the clan apart as Avalise expected, much to the dismay of the local alcohol production. As if to Wrath's passing hadn't already tapped the clan dry, this announcement stretched their last remaining rations even further. Bootleg and unregulated product were now flying off the shelves, making an entire new logistics problem. But so long as the Reachers in charge of retrofitting the airspeeders weren't getting hammered or going blind from poorly made moonshine, Aetius could forgive some rivalry from the clan and look the other way. There hadn't yet been a case of blindness from the homemade booze, as there was an unworded understanding between the clan shinobis and the bootleggers make bad product that is harmful to the clan, and they get shut down and jailed faster than they could say cheers. Otherwise, the shinobis were instructed to mostly look the other way, including the odd increase in homemade projects from the forges printing out metal and glass distillation equipment for science, as the Reachers swore up and down about, so long as they not drunk or hungover when the time comes to depart. That's all we require, Aetius had said. They know better than to endanger the clan. Shadowsong huffed. The retainers will be distributing messages within the next day to remind the clan the departure date is imminent and no one should be hungover or hammered during such a time when duty is called on. I have full faith in my house and the knights I have served with. We will be present and prepared without fail. His gaze looked over to the rest of the council chambers, where each prime readily shook their heads in agreement, implying their house certainly wouldn't be the ones to be caught having problems. The houseless and casteless are now the population majority, one of the Logi councilmen said. Given the new influx of clan members who are still applying to multiple houses for acceptance, they will likely be the most undisciplined in comparison. And your proposed suggestion to counter this, Asius asked. Respectfully, we believe an appearance by yourself may galvanize most members. They are already excited about the idea of the houses increasing in size or new houses being founded with the spread of additional territory underground. However, all surface dwellers respect the deathless above all. That can be arranged. Asius agreed. Are other preparations for the migration complete? The Logi have already prepared a 5,320-step plan for adapting to the underground. Given the topology scans and data returned from scout teams underground, the representative said, all great castes have been contracted and their expertise weighed into the document, and all have signed off on it. We expect basic housing to be set up within 3 weeks, and the full settlement operational within 4 months after arrival. It will still take a year before all items are settled, accounting for new construction mostly taking the time. Asius had seen the document already. Exhaustive, written by multiple houses all working together, including anything from how to transport and reinstall aquaponics systems within the new territory, to mass construction plans and city layouts to be added to the fortress they scouted underground and house expansions. Already the Logi had completed most of the mothballing steps required to seal this clan colony up and leave it sufficiently prepared for the next migrating clan to take over. However many centuries that would be, most likely what would happen would be future clans in the area choosing to migrate downwards and join Clan Altosk's new city. After all, the only reason clans didn't migrate down was that undersiders rejected them as barbaric. Clan Altosk would not. And despite the songs about prior clans traveling down to settle, Asius had never seen any recorded history of that actually happening. Most likely, those songs were simple hope to give people something to work forward to. What ended up happening anytime there were more than 70 relic armors was a schism between those who wanted to already migrate down and those who believed that number of armors was too low, of which Asius knew from experience was correct far too low. Their clan was in the unique position of having 337 armors all recovered before any schism could happen. Nobody, including himself, could argue the clan was not prepared for the migration with that number. 337 armors. Asius muttered, his pen tapping on his old desk, a number that rivaled smaller undersider cities. His own city, 500 years prior, had only 293 armors, and they had survived for decades under the Pillar Heart. Would have survived even longer, had to Aker not taken notice of his existence. 337 clan knights, all trained on the Winter Blossom technique and brimming with occult powers. Nightbreakers left by Keith, and all the occult blades the clan could produce, even if they intended to settle on more hostile lands outside of Wrath's sphere of influence. Asius was certain their little clan could fight and hold off almost indefinitely against any amount of machines, to the point Relinquished herself may be forced to send more than one feather at them. How long could they remain unnoticed by the machine empire? His instincts warned him to remain on the surface, where his people would remain safe and alive. Alive, but not living. He knew what his people needed. And even if he sat them all down and explained how death was inevitable on a long enough timeline for their descendants, they would all still decide it was better to take fate into their own hands, and their descendants would inevitably survive one way or another. They were surface dwellers after all. Survival was what they did. I will appear in person to the houseless later tomorrow and make an appeal for everyone to be on their best foot. Perhaps the saying that the next time they will be drunk would be underground in a large home of their own might be appealing to most. He turned to the Logi, who quickly flipped through the presentation. We do have increased distilleries and an entire district dedicated to revelry already penned and allocated for in the documents. My lord, perhaps you would like a copy to display during your announcement. Aetius gave the man a wry smile. Perhaps I could fit that into the speech, lad. With a little more flair, that could work. In a path that was growing quickly familiar to him, he made his way down the small catwalks, flanked by 2 shinobis, until he reached the communal kitchens. There, he found who he was looking for. The small gangly teenager working hard with a team of cooks, breaking down flour and insect carapaces in order to make the standard day's base rations. While better and more refined foods existed, that would come at a monetary value. Something not all clan members wanted to spend depending on their current finances. Basic free meals that gave all the nutrients needed for survival were always offered, and the cooks here took it upon themselves as a challenge to find ways to make frost bloom taste edible. Sadly, Aetius had a personal theory that frost bloom was intentionally made terrible tasting. After all, if Tsuya was behind it, she wanted humans to survive on the surface, but only that survive. She had to keep the surface unappealing to most, so that all of humanity didn't simply travel here and hide. Relinquished would come looking. In a way, the Undersiders served as a lightning rod for her attention, making the only source of nutrition on the surface something almost unpalatable would be among her strategies. As for the clan kitchens here, the station the little teenager was working on would be soon freeze-drying the cooked insect bread and then wrapping it with prepared frost bloom along with a few herbs and fruits to attempt masking the flavor, before they would be crated up for knights and retainers to consume as rations. Possibly in some long future expedition underground. At this rate, the kitchen came to a complete stop when they noticed their clan lord step in, everyone instantly giving him a salute. He waved them off amicably as usual, walking to the small boy who looked back nervously. How is the surface treating you, lad? He asked. Getting the hang of it, Acton said. Insect dust has a lot of weird properties compared to just multipurpose flour, and you people have so many different types of flour up here too. It's odd, but nothing I can handle. Everyone really welcoming me in. He shot a glance around at the rest of his team who were focused on working through the bakery section. They aren't giving me any preferential treatment because of what I am so far. I am thankful. Aetius reached a hand out and shook the boy's shoulder affectionately. I am glad to hear they taking my orders seriously. Once you are done with your half shift, report to the center training barracks. We will continue training your occult side today with the others. Yes, clan lord, Acton said, giving a slight, awkward bow. I'll let Uncle Quoth know I'll be busy later today. Aetius laughed. I am certain that man can find something else to do quite easily. A peculiar travel band, that one. Pilgrimages were usually multiple airspeeders all together moving as a convoy to the surface clans. This time around, a merchant had come with one single airspeeder, and not a single pilgrim with them at all. In effect, they only brought a few refugees seeking asylum. 13 of them in effect. 2 elderly, others mostly in their 30s. A few teenagers like Acton here, and one 7-year-old girl with a rather inquisitive personality. She known Kidra by name and had demanded to see her above anyone else. Normally that DB laughed away. An uncasted child asking to see the prime of a retainer house, especially one as powerful as House Winter's car, even as an Undersider pilgrim. That would have been met with a few head pats and a fond explanation that maybe Lady Kidra would come, and they at least send a message. This time around, the shinobis had taken her request with all due seriousness, immediately kneeling down and complying with the 7-year-old girl's every request. As to why deathless, a 7-year-old deathless, and so were the rest of the 13 including Acton. The new generation. He knew becoming deathless had halted his aging permanently, and so he hoped the little girl wouldn't remain 7 years old forevermore. That would be a bit of a problem to the poor shinobi who were honor-bound to follow any order given by a deathless. All of them had been trying to escape the Undersider gangs and military, as both sides now wanted to gang them into service while they were still untrained and unprepared to defend themselves. The old deathless were too far scattered, too many underground still fighting. That left a power vacuum where nobody could protect the new generation from being preyed on by larger systems of power. And so one little merchant named Quoth had found a ruthless new venture smuggle hiding deathless up to the surface, where they would be promised protection and training. Lord Aetius had no qualms with such a plan either. He could take his time to train the ones who wanted to learn how to protect themselves, and equally instill them with at least a sense of morality and justice, or at least a sense of not abusing their powers over others. When Quoth had learned this little clan had beaten back an entire slave invasion, earning more relic armor than people had ever considered possible, he'd been understandably interested. When he heard rumors of how the clan planned to migrate down to establish a new city within the month, he was far more interested in staying and establishing a new trade empire here. He saw the promise Clan Altosk offered simply by their existence. An entire army of sword saints. He saw history in the making. Given his connections and abilities, Quoth was a good pickup for the clan. Merchants such as him would thrive well and assist in the overall migration. But more importantly, he had given the clan lord some news on the winter's cars traveling underground with Wrath. They were alive, doing well, and still undercover as of his last encounter with them. No casualties, and clearly still on their mission. Avalise must be ripping his artificial hair out of his head, wherever that feather was. Lord Aetius hummed, making his way back to the sanctum to continue the mapping efforts among the other retainer houses. They had already locked in a good location to migrate for the moment. A might fortress with vertical farm fields built under its walls. It was apparently a jungle under there, as vegetation had grown rampant. Most of the city was protected under a solid metal dome and the surrounding mountains. Slits built for weapon encampments to aim outwards, along with artificial sunlight built within the dome. The fortress had many tiers, using vertical space to its best. Thousands of empty rooms and ventilation systems. A lot of it needed some demolition and repairs into something that was actually functional according to the Reachers. But nothing they couldn't fix up. And the outer fields beyond the dome had walls, deep trenches and encampments every few hundred feet, allowing expansion and roadways to be built within those trenches. They could make bridges above for pedestrian access and make the entire city bloom. The surrounding land was wide and expansive, but ended into channels with mountains colliding with the roof layer. This would create natural barriers and choke points the clan could control around the territory. Checkpoints and cities built into the mountains could be made just about everywhere, and the fortress itself was in the deepest recesses of that biome. Pushed up against the underpassage mountain, they would collapse the entrances there, so that any traveler would need to venture through the entire biome first before they reached the fortress itself. Even the weather in that biome was a cozy set of temperatures that would overheat most environmental suits. Such a site that would have been colonized centuries ago by Undersiders if it had had a single pillar heart. Unfortunately, without such a feature, Undersiders chose more poor ground to settle, as a pillar heart would be the ultimate defense for the clan. They would take the risk and use their own might to repel machine attacks, although it was much more likely those may be of a far lower frequency, as the machines in this domain had once been under Wrath's command. They were, according to the reports returned from the knights that had done the mapping, happy to assist and often traded with the clan knights with the same ease and ability as they would others. A small machine town had been built up hand in hand with Wrath Chosen, who lived in the biome next door. The last that the scout expedition returned. The town was still unpacking their airspeeders there, but the leadership seemed quite warm to clan knights, even allowing them deep within the budding city. Hilarious to consider that Undersiders viewed the surface savages with more disdain than even the machines and human castaways did. Keep the Chosen at arm's length, as Relinquished always had a hand anywhere the machines went. But otherwise there could be some peace and trade between their respective cultures. Regardless, the orders for airspeeder recalls had been done already. People were already preparing their possessions for the long travel downwards. Today marked the last day people would drink out in public to cheer the events on. There was work to be done. All Lord Aetius could hope for is that feathers like Avalise did not come searching for additional hostages to hold against the winter's cars traveling underground. And if he decided to, then the clan would fight back with absolutely everything it had. Given their armaments, skills and martial culture, Aetius was uncertain what the clan's future held. Would they become the heart of a new empire that could resist the machine empire on their own, or would they be eventually overwhelmed? Once Relinquished noticed them, Aetius had a strong feeling they would succeed for at least the next century to come. However, not forever. Nothing lasts forever. but long enough to matter. I found out what happened to Superior. He had the good sense to send me a quick message the moment he was free, alerting me that after deep consideration, he had concluded that it was unfair I had my very own occult teacher while he missed out on that. So he was going to get his own tutor, with better hanger games, poles and a few other unmentionable items. A good investment, I think. I'd have done the same if I were him. Yank me out if you get in trouble. Prime. He paused. When you get in trouble, hopefully by then I've learned a few extra tricks. Have fun in the Darklands. Dawn. Talk to strangers and make sure you look both ways before crossing Logi catwalks. We waved goodbye for a moment again, and he vanished back beyond the Might territory. The connection from the Might lantern dimming into a very faint line to his blood fractal on the other end beyond. As for my current victim beyond the walls of this fortress, once the snake was ripped apart with the gun batteries and shards of the biome itself, there wasn't much more of a resistance. Wrath and Orda had the good sense to get out of there after delivering a good opening for me to get the shots in, and the Might Fortress admirably handled the rest by herself. With the complete chaos around here, most of the sphere that surrounded the fortress fell away in every direction, breaking apart from the sound waves coming from the fortress cannon rounds. Once I was sure almost everything was dead or chased off, I got off the guns and started to make my way back outside. The airlock door clicked green as I held my hand to the panel, and the fortress voice chirped a curt pre-recorded goodbye, and sealed the doorway behind me as I passed through. Problem with Wrath and Orda clearing the area in the chaos. I had no idea where they gone, and it had been 10 minutes now. That wouldn't have been a major problem, except that this was a biome where scanners ran the risk of upsetting the very delicate terrain. I swapped my view to infrared, but other than spotting a few of the fish running around, I couldn't see any larger blips, which meant finding the pair flying around here was down to luck, visual sight, and possibly good hearing. Impossible. I flicked through the HUD options and toggled the inbuilt navigation. A three-dimensional compass showed up, already calibrated to the biome's magnetic fields, and an orange NAV point ping just under my feet, along with an estimated distance. Fortunately, Journey's HUD kept its own internal sensors and map, so I wasn't completely confused. I could try and spend a few hours flying around the local area, looking for Wrath and Orda. The same area where a few dozen different swarms of machines would likely start coming to investigate the sounds real soon. Or just head directly to the rally point into the Darklands. The Odin were waiting for the group there, and I strongly suspected once Wrath and Orda failed to find me, they'd start heading there too. I took a breath, launched an occult mirror outwards, and followed it with a lash that got me off the metal plating of the Might Fortress and into the air. I spun myself midair, felt light pings across my armor as I flew through a shard of now inert glass, until I landed on the nearest slab, and then I got to work and repeated that process a few dozen times over, in a zen-like meditation. Good practice for controlling the occult, especially with what I had in mind for the Might Dimensional Cape. With good preparation, that thing could be the most rat's-hit item I have on my arsenal. I just needed the right practice. Traveling from slab to slab was a fun little adventure in keeping quiet and out of the line of sight from other machines too. While I could probably deal with a swarm of fish, I also really didn't want to unwrap that ration bar and end up with more than I could eat. A few swarms of fish had showed up, checking in on the dead machine snake carrier near the center of the biome. But since I was under a communication blackout, they were only the ones who were in hearing range had come, and I rapidly sped away from the murder site a while back. The path to the rally point wasn't very long for me, taking me only 1 hour to travel completely through. I had to halt my progress every now and then, as there were more of the snake machines lazily slithering in the air between the slabs. Massive things that were oddly silent, but clearly visible from the occult site. I would have been more worried about all this, but knowing they weren't using sensor pings of any kind to avoid breaking slabs, I knew they only relied on hearing and eyesight. I had the occult sight, so I could hide myself deep within cracks long before any of them could spot me visually. And I also know exactly when they passed by and were out of range. Handy. If I didn't have the means to fly around like this, I think this biome would have been almost impossible to traverse. There were glass stairways and other slabs that would slowly pass into range of each other, letting someone theoretically jump from slab to slab. But it would take hours of waiting for each level to be in range. And they'd be harassed by the swarms of fish and snake carriers flying around here, since those slabs tended to be very open and exposed. 1 hour later, I spotted the end of the biome, a massive white wall, with black dots all over it where tunnels would lead to the underpassage. One in specific was pinged with my HUD, where a small shelf ahead of the tunnel waited, and a few more moving balls of black feathers and gear waiting there. They set up camp, affixed into the walls, little upside-down tents used like nests, where the Odin were quietly waiting. The machine fish swarms didn't attack them unless they started flying around too close, according to Cress's briefing on all this. So, sitting within their little nests, they were perfectly safe even if caught in visual sight. They gave a beak shake when I landed. Having gotten used to watching the human fly around faster than they could, I returned the Odin version of a nod, drew out my occult blade and started to scratch out a quick message in large letters. Beat you here. I'd write more, but it was taking a bit of time to cut this into the wall, and given it's the standard imperial language instead of ancient human, there wouldn't be any doubts for Rathan to order when they inevitably came here. After that, I slunk into the underpassage, so I could properly hide from any visual sight by machines. Dawn. Want to start any kind of fight here? Cress followed behind me, hopping on the stone floor. Were you successful in your ventures? Human. I gave him a thumbs up. Remembered once again they had no idea what that meant, and unfolded my newest item. Want to see a magic trick? He was suitably impressed with what I could do. After that, I'd taken a short power nap on the wall side, then got back to reading through Hexus's final tome of power for more interesting occult spells to use and practice. It took Rathan to order 7 hours to arrive, and both looked disheveled, like they'd gone through a small adventure to get here, or got caught multiple times into fights. To be fair to them, they lacked the soul sight that I had, so if they could spot the enemy could spot them, and the enemy was on high alert. A lot of the fish by the fortress snake had died, but there were a lot of them. Some survivors would sneak out, join their fellows and snitch on us. Tough world. The Odin began to pack up their little nests back onto their backpacks, helped each other tie those down, and then swapped their perch with Orda, who just grunted at being the impromptu hovers led for the squad. He can't complain much. The birds weighed less than snow basically, and he had such giant wide shoulders, perfect for carrying an entire squad of squabbling ravens. The Darklands were everything the name suggested. The moment we crossed the underpassage, sneaking along the different snaking tunnels within the hour, we came out into the next strange biome, which according to machine maps, should lead to the sanctuary biome right after that contained only a grove and a pillar heart where Draconis could be relaxing at. Describing the Darklands was going to be a little difficult. First of all, we were greeted into the Darklands by one human-looking post with a lantern of blue fire on top. It flickered there, shining pale light all around. The post itself looked decorative, gothic even. The lantern on top equally matched. It was at the center of a platform, with a few black steel benches here, as if we were in some old human train station. Except the stone ground under us was porous, with only the area around the lantern being smooth slabs. The connection to that era ended there though, just like the expanse behind us. This biome also had no floor. A few steps in any direction, and the platform would end, showing nothing but darkness beyond. Not even a proper cliff either. The platform jutted out of the wall completely. There was no ceiling either, or at least it was lightless enough even Journey couldn't see anything on any wavelengths up there. Scanner pings also simply never returned back. Besides the pale lantern light here, there were smaller pale lights further off beyond the darkness, scattered around like stars but far brighter. They helped illuminate the outline of the zone. If we were the size of ants, then this biome was built like a spike trap. Thousands of different stone pillars of different sizes, all mildly coming to a point the further up one went, and they stretched out in the hundreds beyond. All of those pillars had small lights of lanterns just like the one on our platform. That helped illuminate the general silhouette of the spike. Extending out from those lantern platforms, including from our own, was suspension bridges of various distances. Some seemed to stretch out forever, vanishing into the darkness before reappearing near the light of an extremely distant spike. Others were small enough I could see the entire bridge and where it connected to. Mostly, all of them went just about any direction, including upwards or downwards, but they at least went straight and didn't have any weirdness there. So, what's the catch to this place, I asked, stepping up to one of the suspension bridges leading away from our platform out into the darkness. There is death that floats beyond in the darkness, Cress said. Stay within the light's edges, or you will die. If it was actual death, I think Father would have had a headache looking out into this zone given what his soul sight revealed for him. What exactly causes the dying part, one asked. We do not know, Cress answered back. Only that it is death. Dawn, look at us for more info, kiddo. 2. Orda. Rock said. Machines aren't in this biome for that reason too. Even non-sentient drones just drop dead if they fly off too far into the dark. Other than a few warnings on the files here, there ain't no map. Nothing. It's like the pale lady didn't bother to send anyone here. And 2. Navirus also didn't care to work here either once he realized his palaquine swarm would die off before being able to carry an organ anywhere. The machine generals speak true, Cress said. The last time my expedition arrived here, we never found any trace of machines. How did you survive out here, I asked. Doesn't look to be anything that grows. We did not, Cress said. The expanse had nothing that grew. We could not replenish our rations. Once we reached here, we searched for food sources and found nothing as well, forcing us to return home the moment we approached the halfway point on our rations. The only mercy we found were puddles of water forming on the rock ground. Hence why the Odin maps had ended here, and why they been quite happy with Wrath, too. Orda and myself being able to lug a lot more food and rations with us. We may have an alternative, Wrath said. Looking down at the rock, I detect quite a plethora of biological signatures under insect life primarily, as well as fungi of various types living within the rocks. I swapped to infrared sight on my HUD. Wrath and 2. Orda lit up, along with small balls of red and orange over all the Odin, superimposed over them. But they weren't the only ones to light up. The entire rock was glowing slightly warm and wiggling. I suddenly felt like I was standing on top of something alive. It's rock, Catheda said on the speakers. Journey confirms it. The heat source is geothermal vents deeper within it. Everything else you seeing are insect maggots and some fungi. Assuming mushrooms are still made of the same thing up in this biome. Edible for the toaster. Yes, Catheda said. For you, Journey wants a sample first to test for pathogens and general safety. Wrath knelt down and ran a hand on the platform floor, then lifted and rubbed her finger with her thumb. Moisture. Quite a lot of condensation. The Odin squad flew off to Orda's shoulders, landing on the ground, hopping around. On our prior expeditions, the rock was too difficult to peck through, one said. However, water was abundant. Parts of the rock are impermeable and collected small pools of water. I could see 2 already, Journey pointing them out before the Odin could find them. They were tiny, like I cupped my hands and filled them with water, enough for 1 gulp. For the Odin, that was a good day or 2's supply of water. The perks of being tiny. The light source is too weak to supply standard vegetation, Wrath said, hand spearing into the rock like it was some thin ice. She then dug a bit deeper and pulled out some odd brown slime matter. The energy source feeding this ecosystem likely stems from chemosynthesis. Quite interesting. Of course, she didn't hesitate to eat the slime mold. After a few mouth smacks, she nodded to herself. It is safe to consume for humans. However, I am uncertain on if there are more bacteria that could be dangerous to your stomach flora. Further testing is needed. She then grabbed and yanked out a wiggling white caterpillar. A moment of munching later, she nodded again. Equally safe to consume according to my spectrum analysis. Cress hopped over next to her, then speared down into the hole she dug with her hand, yanked out a wiggling white grub, tossed it into the air and then swallowed it all in 1 gulp. The rest of the Odin quickly hopped over to him and began to do the same. It was, according to them, tasty. I'd rather have a few cooked first personally, but I had a few snacks on the way through the underpassage, so I was good to go. How far away from the light sources could we get before death hits us, I asked, going over to the suspension bridge. If you discovered any patterns to that during your expedition here, it is not instant. You have some time to rectify your positioning, Cress said. First will be a feeling of creeping doom, a sense that things are not correct, then an internal cold of some kind, after which We are uncertain as the Odin who D stood in the darkness reported that as the last sign of her condition, before she fell down from her perch dead. After that, we did not repeat any other experiments. I am insulated with the armor here. Not sure I LL get that telltale sign. Not physically cold. That I remember, Cress said. Something other. Indescribable. I am less certain about how your armor will affect the speed of this. However, if you feel that sensation, turn back immediately. How long could I theoretically travel in the darkness before that happens? I asked. My armor got a timer function. I could get something clocked in for precision. Our companion only lasted a few more seconds before dying after she reported that feeling. Cress said, turn back immediately. Do not take any gambles, human. Even you will die. I would strongly argue against that. I had a lot of backup plans in store for death given my soul fractals, and I was running around with a feather whose main occult ability was to either jail a human soul or heal someone up completely, of which she had a lot of practice doing both. The suspension bridges were metal wiring on both sides, bolted down braided iron holding it up, and what looked to be metal and wood rungs under, like a liquid mix of the two. Journey's HUD made a quick scan and returned steel, cellulose, hemicellulose, and lignin along with some kind of binding agent that kept the steel interconnected with the wooden sections. Should hold our weight, Catheda said. Mites made this to be traversable in the end. I say you could probably sprint. You can run faster than you can fly. Think this death they talking about is a gas of some kind repelled by light maybe, or turned harmless by it. But that wouldn't explain why machines don't travel around here or broke apart. Journey doesn't detect anything, but it's also begging you not to experiment with this. Poor thing. It's also preparing medical suites because it's calculated you going to do that anyhow. This particular suspension bridge led outwards to the first spike, maybe a good 200 yards. The center point of this bridge was shrouded in darkness, but only a few dozen yards before light started revealing the other end. Is there any protection from this death thing if we on bridges? I asked, pointing out many such occurrences on the other suspension bridges around the place. There is not, Cress said. You will need to be quick and fly fast to the other end. I see. It looked like wide open territory, but looks were deceptive. This was a maze. I could see further down how some bridges led to sections of pillars that didn't have any other bridges connected outwards, which meant the person would have to race backwards or climb directly up the stone spike, which had quite a lot of darkness as the different levels with lanterns of light were scattered around. Journey zoomed ahead, and I could see some of the stone spires had platforms with a lantern and no suspension bridges connected to those safe zones. Climbing around was possible, just difficult. Wrath. Machine maps have where the sanctuary zone is further off right. Can you point out the general direction we should be going towards? Journey HUD pinged an orange square, along with a distance measurement. 17 miles away. That some distance. This biome must be huge. It is non-standard shaped, Wrath said. The longest measurement possible is estimated at 53 miles. Good thing you didn't continue the expedition here, Cress, I said. Seems like this biome is tailor-made to get lost in. The birds all looked at me, and I had a feeling they were more confused at what I said. It would be difficult to get lost in this biome, Cress said. The aurora is very stable and can be seen when looking near the lanterns. The what now? I asked, looking out to the biome beyond. Just distant lights and bridges. I didn't see any kind of aurora here. Cress hoped back and forth. Forgive me. I do not know a word in ancient human for it. I can cover that, too. Orda, Rock said. Tell me the normal way. There was a projection above him doing some odd iconography with an Odin-shaped avatar, likely repeating the same words in the Odin language. Cress made a few movements with one or two caws. Journey couldn't translate that at all, so it didn't even bother to try. Okay, saying the magnetic field in this biome pretty stable, so they use that to navigate. They can see magnetic fields. What? Yeah, birds see it like a distant rainbow, except it's not a gradient of colors, just a band of slightly lighter color. Giant circle that constantly there anytime they look out into the distance from anywhere. Makes sense now. I am just surprised they can see that at all. something in their eyes that you lot lack. The Rock said. Boss and two. Wrath can both see it too. And probably your outdated junk of an armor. If you ask it nicely. Come here and say that to my face. Catheda hissed out. I could crush you in one hand, you little git. Oh no. Help. Help. I am being threatened. The Rock even projected a mock image looking like a damsel in distress. Looks like the Rock flipped the coin and landed on heads. Because Catheda started cackling at that instead of getting angrier about it. At least until Wrath straightened up. Wings flaring open. Hold. We have a problem. I had my arm guard and rifle out immediately, looking around for trouble. What did you see? 2. Sephit, Wrath said. She has arrived in this biome. I've gotten a location ping warning. She is still far away enough that we are safe for the moment. It seems they correctly guessed our overall path, though not to the precise location. How do you know she is here too? Orda, Rock said. They cut the big lug and myself off the group chat. Plus they keep sending bogus coordinates. Seeing any way to track them. I seized control of Avalice's comms systems prior and sent out a viral package. I recall you had the correct instinct to avoid even touching that attachment. But 2. Sephid did not share your paranoia. The Rock laughed. Avalice was constantly telling her she had crabs and should do a full checkup. Sucks to be her. Catheda equally cackled. The Rock starting to grow on me like a bad rash. I should do a checkup myself. And a very merry fuck you too, little Miss Anger. The Rock huffed back, sending an image of arms crossed over its dottle avatar. We will need to be strategic about the use of my back doors, Wrath said. The moment her attempt at an ambush is foiled, she will suspect foul play and take Avalice's concerns more seriously. Right, this could be our first and only chance to knock her out of the game in one go, I said, going through a quick list of my gear and making sure it's all green. Swear on all 3 gods, she dies today. Keith, 2. Sephit selected this biome in order to stage an attack for a reason, Wrath said. You would be attempting to defeat her in her chosen element. I would recommend we avoid her range, or find an alternative biome to travel. Where is she at right now? She is advancing 2 miles off of our position, Wrath said. Her speed is rapid for a few seconds, and then halts for 5 minutes. From what I can see on the history log, odd pathing. Was she laying down traps with each rest point? Or possibly equipment of some kind? Timing also feels a little too good, I said. We're only minutes into this biome and she is already in near perfect position. They really had guessed correctly the general path. Thought we could lose them in the expanse. But we did somewhat. At least 2 miles was still a large distance. So there was some wiggle room here. Can she track us, or are they just following the last known tunnel exit location based on where we were last spotted? Only one way to find out, Catheda said, while Journey's HUD pinged and highlighted the bridge. Good as any to start with. Faster we were away from our starting point, the harder it would be for 2. Sephit to catch us. I took a step out, and then started on a light jog. The others followed behind. The suspension bridge took the weight of 2 feathers, and 1 human in relic armor without any difficulty. It creaked slightly and swayed, but no signs of true stress happened to it. Even the wood portions seemed resistant. The problem came at the middle part of the bridge. One moment I felt fine, and then next I felt exposed. The Odin had been semi-correct. I had a hunch there might be the stink of the occult in this zone, and that guess was on the nose. I thought it might have been a moving concept of death itself floating randomly around in this zone like a shark somehow, and would seek us out the moment we were in safety. No. Instead, it was the entire region itself that was a vacuum. I underwent the same experience of having my soul exposed outside the soul fractal. The world began to pick apart at my essence. It was everywhere. I withdrew completely to my body, seeking warmth and protection from the outside world, and found it still lacking. Wrath and 2. Orda were jogging behind me, and didn't seem to feel any discomfort, but the Odin clearly did. All of them bunching up together the moment 2. Orda took 1 step past a threshold. They started to croak out warnings. A flash of fear ran through me. Artificial souls can feel this effect. They aren't aware of their souls because they can move them around, and they don't have a body to start feeling the side effects of a soul eroding from the body like the Odin did. I had an advantage here. I am constantly feeling some minor effect of this on my soul tendrils, the ones floating out of my body into the different fractals I had all over my armor. I could probably last a good 5 minutes. It wouldn't be fun or comfortable in the least. But I could do it in the same way someone could hold their breath longer if they been constantly training for it. Father would probably laugh his way walking through the entire biome and make it on the other side still alive and angry enough to spite God all over again. I am adequate enough by now. Rathan too. Or do they die for good if they weren't? Careful. This biome was a death trap for feathers. No, not just feathers. Journey 2. I looked over my armor and saw the world outside equally dissolving its soul at the center chest. Some protective instinct in me leaped before thinking. I dove into its soul fractal with a tendril and forced myself to expand around it, wrapping it up in a bubble. It seemed confused at the intrusion until it sensed my aim. It wasn't happy about that, because while the world stopped picking away at its essence, it turned to continue dissolving mine, which meant the user was exposing himself to danger. I could take it. The rate of decay on my own soul was significantly lower than what the armor had been dealing with, and Journey couldn't do anything other than complain. But I couldn't protect Wrath at this range. No way I could move a tendril of soul that far off myself. We in range of death. Start running, I called out, turning my jog into a sprint. We are, Wrath asked, but seeing me sprint ahead was all the info she needed. Over a few breaths I let them all know my findings. The effect here wasn't as strong as being completely exposed to the outside, but it was there. The suspension bridge steadily vibrated with each heavy footfall as I tunnel visioned to the other side. A platform like the one we left, connected to the rock spire here, with a lantern of its own waiting. Cress. The other two can feel when they stepping foot into death. You and your squad need to stay with them at all times and warn them anytime they too far from the light. Wrath. 2. Orda. Set a timer for 30 seconds anytime you see the Odin start shouting a warning. I wouldn't risk going any longer than that. The group confirmed my orders, and our quick sprint across the bridge let us re-enter the light. Now that I knew what to look for with the soul sight, I could see why the lights around the lantern were safe. It was a bubble of willpower, passively holding back the darkness around. The same type of willpower I need to use for myself, except somehow projected outwards indefinitely, frozen in place even, which meant the lanterns were sentient, or connected to something sentient. I reached a hand over to Superior, tugging at the faint traces he left behind inside the might lantern, giving him a signal to return. That was faster than I expected. What S blown up this time? Do you know what S up with these lanterns? I asked him, taking a few steps to the one at the center of this platform. I could count 7 more platforms above me, each with a lantern post just like this. Journey was running a spectrum analysis on the composition, and Superior stretched his own sight into the real world, looking at the lantern effect around us with his own soul sight, then digging back down on the other side. Well, I can tell the barrier comes from the might side, while the darkness and death thing comes from your side. Looks to be some kind of balance. Might take me a bit of time to find the source behind these lanterns, but I'll give it my best shot. The digital C on the might side is really big. Good talk, and good luck. I'll see what else I can do on my end. By this platform was a wrapping staircase leading up to another platform on the other side above us. No lantern light on the stairways, but we could sprint up the spire here quick enough. Going to do another test. Let me know when you all feel rested enough. All systems show nominal, Wrath said, flicking droplets of water condensation off her wings. I should theoretically be able to proceed. I was already reaching out a hand to hold Wrath from starting on the next bridge. No, all systems not nominal. We been inside the darkness for under 10 seconds. And the soul sight made it clear what was going wrong. I am seeing some heavy damage that is still regenerating. Same as when you heal things, but far more harsh. She frowned slightly. Triggering my healing fractal comes with feedback and feeling. If the damage was similar, why did I not sense anything? I don't know, I said, and that was the truth of it. If I had to guess, it's because you re-triggering the fractal yourself, more control over it, maybe direct connection, or this biome was made to be a silent killer. How long should we wait? Wrath asked. 2. It continues to move. 2 to 3 minutes, maybe, I said, looking over her soul again. It was steadily repairing itself. Same with 2. Orda. Well, I ain't feeling anything wrong with my systems, the rock said, running through a few tests with its projectors, making quick doodles in the air. Journey would run a sanity check on me if I thought the same thing. Catheda muttered. Funny, I feel the same way about you. The rock shot back. What? S2. Cephit. S distance roughly from us, I asked, trying to get ahead of Catheda and the pet rock. 9.73 miles, Wrath said. She is currently paused. She S hardly made any good distance towards us. She S in the same airspeeder we are, I said, raising a finger. I remember you mentioned she kept taking 5-minute long breaks before crossing bridges. Now we know why. She doesn't have anyone to warn her if she S in too deep or the state of her soul, so she S making the conservative choices. This place is more dangerous for her than it is for us. We had a deadline, because effective range for 2 Cephit would be half a mile or so, unless she could get a lock on us with a spotter and shoot through the walls here. Given she hadn't yet done so means one of these 2 items is on point. It would take her a bit of time to get in range of us. But she be relentless about it. We just had to keep moving and shaving off more minutes away on each rest point. And we keep ahead of her indefinitely. And we couldn't afford to be caught in her range. Wrath was right, too. Cephit had picked this biome as her ambush point for a reason. And I had a sneaking suspicion on we. So we hurried up and got to waiting for both feathers here to get the all-clear bill of health. As they started up the stairs, I turned to the lantern that been steadily providing us shelter. 2 questions. How fast can you run up these stairs if things go wrong? And second question, do you see anything bolting this down to the ground? She turned around to look right as I sliced the pole in half using my longsword, one hand already reaching out to grab the lantern. Rhetorical question. Still stealing this. Unfortunately, my plan to carry around my own personal torch failed, as the light winked out a few moments after I cut the pole. Well, science requires sacrifice. Cress and the rest of the ravens on to Orda's back immediately spooked and took off from his back, almost like a primal reflex. But they got hold of their senses just as quickly, aiming their panicked flight up to the next platform directly. And as for the rest of us, the answer to my first question was 3 seconds. And most of us skipped the steps entirely. 2 Orda landed last on the platform, immediately taking a few quick steps past me to position himself directly by this platform's lantern. The golden shield had been unhooked from his back and made a quiet but solid thud on the ground, angled against me, protecting the lantern, while he took position behind it, violet eyes keeping me in vision at all times. The message was clear, and the effects of being in the shadow was even more clear. Death curled its way from the darkness beyond, into the shadow of the might doorway, and sized at my leg and chest, once more allowing reality to eat away at my soul despite my safe house. I rolled out of the doorway. Shadow. Trustra citrus shadow. Deadly out here, we need to be in direct light. You know what else we fucking need, kiddo, the rock said, projected doodle puffing up wide and angry. The lantern Polson sliced and unlooted to go fondle a pole somewhere else. You little pint-sized kleptomaniac menace to society. It was like the rock's wording summoned Catheda directly from the ether, because she immediately swung in my defense. Orda, be a dear and control your doorstopper before my squire gets some more practice on looting. 2 Orda shuffled, trying to move his pet rock. The plan failed. I'd be more worried if your boy here could actually loot shit without triggering some kind of dumbassery on the rest of us every single time. No wonder you think he needs practice. You looking exceptionally aerodynamic to me for something that can move, Catheda hissed. So, be a good little useless garden decoration and behave before we start testing out better jobs for you. 2 Orda held the rock slightly closer to his body, turning his chest around as if protecting it. The rock, of course, just made its projection bigger so it could look over the shoulder and keep Shittleking in peace. How useless least I got presentation. You crazy old skank. What have you got? On-off switches for the headlights, Catheda. Voice returned even more heated. Your light show about as impressive as your personality and size. Dull and microscopic. There were the vulgarities. Catheda had been a little too civil so far. The rock's projection seemed shocked on the other hand. I think she hit a nerve. You take that back, it hissed. You'll take it back when you can take yourself anywhere without someone else's hand doing the job. Must be exhausting being the only one who gets around. Newsflash. Everyone would love if you acted more like a Rayol rock. You know, good for throwing. Newsflash back. The rock basically screeched out. The only idiots that love hearing you talk are fucking deaf. Everyone else just wishes they were. Big talk from something that needs to be carried everywhere like a toddler's security blanket. Look, it was a one-time test, I said. Felt like I was stepping in between two dogs barking at each other, with barely controlled leashes, and I got a lot of useful info just from that. Plus we all saw the platform here was a single wall jump away. I am not going to cut down our only light source a second time. You can trust me, that is an outright lie and nobody here needs the software to tell, the rock said. Except maybe Miss has been here. She might be the only one dumb enough to fall for it. Of course, Catheda was outright compelled to bark back. Keep talking, doorstopper. Maybe someone will mistake you for something important someday. I didn't even do anything this time, I said, holding a hand out for peace. Wrath, back me up here. Statistically speaking, you do engage in such behavior at nearly every opportunity that I've seen, including in your first encounter with Orda, she said, sending me a video. It was a compilation. I really do end up in a lot of vents looking back on all wait. Whose side are you even on? I hissed back, then turned to Orda, a handout asking for peace. Look, we all learned these lanterns are indestructible, a very important detail considering they re the only things keeping us alive out here. And the deeper we went into this region, the more we rely completely on being around these lanterns. Thesis why she picked this biome. She is planning on shooting the lanterns all around us, and then letting us suffocate in the dark. We need to figure out ways to defend them from now on. And he had to figure out some way to carry one of these things with me. Defense would only get us so far up against an opponent that could snipe up from half a mile. Oh, they need to be defended all right, the rock said, projected eyes from its doodle narrowing down. And the word, accusing glare, floated right behind it, in bold neon red too. Wrath finally stepped in on my side. How long do we have before we can depart this platform? She asked. Sefit has completed another run across a bridge and is now in her rest period of 5 minutes. We need to be moving soon. I gave her a quick check. About a minute at this rate. She been exposed for less than 3 seconds. But the regeneration was far slower compared to how fast the world here ate at it. Still a lot of soul left though. We could probably pass the bridge right now and make it on the next side without much issue. Let me confer with an expert about our options here first though. If sire expert, we redoomed. The rock rolled its eyes. Least I don't get lost in someone's pocket. Catheda hissed right back before I could shush her. Sorry about your size issue. Too bad this is the hardest you get as a rock. Between us, sweetheart, do you come with a mute button? Or do I gotta find out how you like to get choked? Myself, the rock shot back. Oh, he has such a way with words. Catheda quietly whispered in my helmet with a tone of voice I found borderline treacherous. Oh, she took a deep breath to start barking back, and I had an ominous feeling I needed to shut this down immediately before things got worse. Not her. I got an occult expert on reserve I can talk to, I said, looking over to Orda. Operational security. Can say who? Now, you leash up the rock, and I handle Catheda. He means he's going to be talking to himself again. The rock rolled its eyes, then turned its eyes down to Orda. Boss, buddy, this human is going to murder you even when you on his side. Draconis can die. Be fine wherever he is. We should turn back before we get more involved here. No. Orda said, simple and clear. The rock gave the most dramatic sigh possible. It was technically correct about talking to myself, though I never admit to that in 1,000 years. I was getting the feeling there wasn't a winning move in starting anything against a rock that impressed Catheda. Speaking of her, she once more resumed her usual tirades back at the rock. I started looking through the mute options on my HUD. But then both the rock and Catheda instantly agreed to an unworded truce mid-insult and started yelling at me together. That was frankly terrifying, and I decided whatever they were doing, so long as I wasn't in the crossfire, it'll be fine. So I tuned them out and focused on getting things done. Superior did have some news for me. For one, he confirms the light itself is not cosmetic and figured out why it serves as a medium in moving willpower. How exactly that worked, neither of us could guess, but that explained why it being obstructed would be a problem. If light is a big thing, How about what we have on your lantern? I asked him. We had kept the side windows on the lantern closed up, so it looked like its inconspicuous starting form. But it was still a mite lantern, and it did have mites with lights crawling around on the inside in a geometric pattern. It work dimmer, less area of effect, but it's functionally the same kind of light. Problem is the willpower behind it. Right now, I am the one in the lantern here, so be my own willpower. We could try taking turns to pad out the timer here, but neither of us are father. VE got a few other options to investigate. Stay alive out there until I am back if you could. What are you scheming if I can find what's the will behind all these lanterns? I might be able to swap one of these lamp posts with our own lantern here. Get that will thinking our lantern is a post. There's so many light sources in this biome. One swap wouldn't be noticed. Right after that, you'd be able to run around with a light source of our own, so long as you keep the Might Seeker windows open for the light to shine out. Oh, nice plan. He gave me a thumbs up. Good luck with the crew there, Don. Leave Catheda and the rock unsupervised. Then he promptly vanished. Back to his hunt. I took his ominous advice to heart, then steeled myself for what I had to do next because it would likely provoke said rock. The group was about to start down the bridge, but I peeled off back to the lantern here at the last second. Orda paused, then turned to verify what I was doing while Wrath continued ahead. I gave the pole a solid look, then drew my occult longsword out. The rock started screeching about how it was right all along, which in turn immediately baited out Catheda. But Orda turned and raced down the bridge, cutting off the rock mid-rant. Have to say, he did have good instincts. Orda was already halfway across the bridge before I even started on my second cut into the ground. And by the time I yanked the entire pole out, he was safely on the other side. The post was completely whole, a clump of rock and dirt at the base cut into a small upside-down pyramid from my slices. But more importantly, the lantern on top remained lit. For one fleeting moment, I felt vindicated. Then it sputtered out and vanished. You see, the rock called out from the other side of the bridge as I turned and ran for the warmth across the bridge where I was getting a lecture from. Your boy's terrible at this. It paused, waiting. Unmute her, you coward. It actually sounded genuinely pissed about that. I had gagged Catheda so I could focus on important things right before I run my second test on the lantern here, so its guess was accurate. As for me, there was an additional item I was testing besides if I could loot the lantern wholesale, how much distance from the light would affect the vacuum itself. All the way on the other side of the bridge, far off from any light, I felt the cold chill hit me the moment light here vanished, and held it off with practiced discipline, like having cold water dumped over me. I'd been expecting it to hit harder since I was further, but was pleasantly surprised instead. The difficulty in keeping the void outside from eating my soul wasn't any different here than it was a few inches away from the light's protection, which meant the world here was more like bubbles of safety that were binary, either fully protected or fully unprotected. But being a mile away from a light wouldn't instantly snuff me out, which didn't quite make sense given how light was supposed to work. But then again, the light itself wasn't what protected us from the outside biome here. It was a dedicated sentient willpower. Still, there had to be some way around this, because at this rate, when we ran into Sephit, she really was going to snuff out all the lights everywhere, and we needed to be prepared for that. I mean, that's what I would do in her boots. Heels. Come to think of it, I watched the dead lantern in front, equally testing the limits of how long I can hold myself together. Really did feel like an endurance test in cold water. I was looking for something. Inspiration maybe. A way to carry these with me. Then I had the stupidest idea to date. There's no way this works, the rock said. Absolutely no way in hell. You know a thing or two about hell. Catheda hissed back. How about you go back there, way ahead of your cupcake? I am already stuck here with you. I waved the two of them off. Children, please, settle down. It'll work. Probably, maybe. My hand knocked on my leg plate 3 times for luck. Let the record show I am already expecting this to explode, the rock said. This time Wrath came to my defense. This would be highly unlikely. There are no explosive materials within the schematic. We are talking about the same asshole here, right? The rock doodled up a large accusing finger, aimed at me, as if I were all the proof he needed. Even Avalise expects the worst from this guy. 5 minutes without eyes on what he's doing and boom, enemy territory. Do not step foot nearby. Trust me, boss made me read the entire SOP manual for him. I have an SOP manual dedicated to dealing with me, I asked. I don't think I ever felt as flattered as I did now. It's 53 goddamn pages long. At least the last iteration I got. Probably bigger now after 2. Navirus made such a perfect case study of what happens when folks don't take you seriously enough. They die. If you haven't noticed yet. 2. Orda looked down at the rock, then back up at where I was fiddling with the lantern, and took a few steps backwards to the bridge. We done our typical sprint down one bridge, and we're currently waiting to restore souls back to full before the next sprint. In the downtime here, I had Wrath use some of her nanoswarms to cook me up something interesting. Sure, I couldn't move them, or cut them, or loot them. But what about the opposite of looting? Adding on to them, Wrath handed me one last set of completed goods, and I hooked it all together. Then held the completed project up so everyone could admire it, a convex mirror that would focus light, designed to hook right on top of these lanterns, like a cone of shame. Except instead of putting it on a rooster or weasel, it was for some misbehaving might lights. Alright, get into position and let us do some science, I said, getting the mirror ready to slide onto the lantern. It's wording like that makes us worry, the peanut gallery said. But the 2 feathers and small pack of Odin did shuffle into position. It was difficult to see with the soul sight that far off. I could see their concepts, but focusing on how whole or complete their soul was a little blurry at this distance. Fortunately, I had volunteers to help me out. The Odin, they hang on to Orda's arm, and when he took a step too far, started loudly making that clear. They reached the furthest possible edge, to which one more step would expose them to the concept of death and soul entropy floating out beyond. I put the mirror on top of the lantern like a hat. Blue light around me and the area here immediately obscured, cut from its source. On the other hand, the bridge now had a full-on spotlight illuminating all the way down the path. I turned a few knobs on the device, forcing the mirrors to start moving inwards, further constricting the light until it was a narrow beam. A chill ran through me as I worked, and I executed my normal defense against the outside, equally wrapping a shield around Journey to keep my armor safe. The other 2 feathers took the cue and took a step down the bridge again. The Odin were clearly expecting something to happen, but all of them remained calm on to Orda, one pecking down in a nervous tick. We remain unaffected now, Cress said. There is no feeling of dread or chill any longer. This is still dumb, and you just got lucky, the rock hissed. I shot the group a thumbs up, that they probably couldn't see since the light was shining right into them. No, your thanks and gratitude are all that I need, my loyal admirers, I said. And yes, I am a genius. Thank you for noticing. 2. Orda immediately cupped the rock into both his hands, lumbering down the bridge to the other side. I could hear muffling sounds from the rock, clearly upset, even at this distance. With both of them clear, I took the cone of shame off the lantern, and then made my own way through the bridge with my greatest invention held delicately in my hands. Reduce. With that, we really kicked up the overall speed, capable of going from bridge to bridge without pause. I was more resistant to the outside, so I held the rear. We passed by 5 more bridges, mostly in dead sprints without needing any more rest other than the time it took for me to hook the lantern hood on and focus it correctly with the knobs, or for me to take a breather. The lantern posts weren't always perfectly aligned with the bridges, which meant as the group ran across them, I would be moving the hood spotlight to track their motions and keep them lit up like criminals. And when we ran, Odin were holding onto Orda for dear life each time he lumbed down a bridge, like they been caught on the sides of an airspeeder going too fast. People always underestimated relic armor's speed, but here I felt the weakest link. Orda was oddly the best at this, having some kind of fractal ability or a set of fractals working to modify his inertia. When he slammed into the sides of the rock face after a full sprint down the bridge, it was like a snowball hitting at full speed instead of a 2-ton block of steel. The Odin would detach earlier on, letting their wings slow them down, where they once more catch back up to him and land without fanfare. After he rightened himself back up, Wrath cheated of course, because she also had wings, so that wasn't a fair comparison. The little bird brain was now taking the opportunity to show off, doing dramatic pirouettes, and flared wings each time in different ways. The Odin gave her tips and new techniques, and she adjusted quite quickly. I think they were starting to grow on her, especially with idle chatter over time about how they decorate their wings among their different cultures. And Wrath was clearly taking notes, and I landed into it with the same grace a brick flying through a window would. Good thing both my relic armor and the mirror ID made were sturdy, so long as I didn't hold the mirror out to be the first thing connecting with the rock, of course. She adapted her trajectory, Wrath said after our latest cross. She attempt to ambush us much further ahead. At this rate, it will happen within 2 hours. Her pathway choices are optimal, despite her being forced to remain on each platform longer. Keep an eye on her. If she starts aiming, we have to figure out a way to obscure her sight. There were dead ends, platforms that led to no bridges besides the one just took, and no stairs leading anywhere good. On those, we simply flew straight up to a platform further above us, or downwards. Usually those had new directions. Being able to move the spotlight anywhere I wanted it pointed at was working wonders for those detours. But what we were really doing was playing a game of cat and mouse. Sephid didn't have magical wings or portals to help her move around. She was on foot, and stuck in the same airspeeder as the rest of us. Only difference is she had an effective range of Fuckaviri one, while we needed to be within stabbing distance to do anything serious to her. So we adjusted anytime we made plans, and then changed them up. She need to react and readjust. It was a threaded needle, just enough to seem random so that she didn't suspect we had means of tracking her. She was too proud to admit Avalise was right about anything, and had already dug her heels into the ground about that. But the moment we made movements that happened directly as a result of her own, she'd be forced to reassess. So everything had to appear randomized. Basically, we were royally pissing her off, acting like we were constantly changing our minds. I don't know what emotions she was going through, but rage and annoyance were probably number one. That all changed when she started being able to cross bridges without rest. The feathers had figured out something to cheat their way past this biome. Worse, we couldn't immediately react to match her movements without making her realize she was being watched, which meant we were forced to react slower. Confrontation went from avoidable to inevitable, and it would happen within the next 5 minutes given how fast she was sprinting through things. Relinquished watched the events, feeling impatient. She expected the group to have made some headway, and found them miles off course when she next checked up, which meant her external pressures weren't doing their work correctly in pushing to Wrath where she needed to go. Acker had been too good at his role, ferreting out to Wrath far before that feather had been ready. She almost had to involve herself personally. Almost. She rectified that by sending her worst performing feather after her this time, believing it would be a better balance. But she overshot this part too. Now they were far too meek and timid in comparison, letting to Wrath wander around aimlessly for goals that relinquished couldn't care less about. Such a hard time to get the right balance. Enough fear to push them into action. Enough confidence to keep them in the dark. She idly opened up the history logs of this particular biome, wanting a fuller picture on where they meandered off into. The location of a prior engagement against Talon. There were many of these at this level. Anywhere the old human stumbled into harder resistance than normal and went all out. What caused him to exert this amount of force on the entire biome? She found it. A group of 20 feathers from the second generation, some 400 years prior. They even been warned not to engage him. But these were fools who believed they found a possible chance, seeking old glory. Too bored with their current assignments, he ripped their souls out of their chests and crushed the rest underfoot. They tried running, so he collapsed the entire biome, reusing the Might Mountains themselves as the boundary line, a singularity point held in his hand, and then walked away, likely having forgotten the fight a few moments later, even as the entire biome was stripped of life, all condensed down to the center point Talon had cast. That fractal still remained there, all these centuries later, and now it was everyone's problem. The running feathers died one after another, of course, dropping dead despite being miles away from him, thinking themselves safe. At least they made a meaningful contribution to her empire in clearing up slots for more deserving feathers. The mites had come after Upset their biome had been destroyed but unable to do anything to repair that kind of damage. So they just built a new vision into it. But this biome was still hundreds of miles from where she needed to wrath to be, and going in the opposite direction. She hummed, considering what she could do. Meddling too much could cause disastrous effects. She couldn't trust her own mind wouldn't cause issues, so she needed to limit her direct involvement. But she needed things both sped up, and also the possible meddling by the mites eliminated. She called to the audience the only tool at her disposal within this biome. To Sephet, my dear child, she said, warmly welcoming the underperforming feather. The feather looked bewildered to have been yanked out of her current task, but she adjusted soon enough. She knelt down gracefully. Mother dearest, I am your faithful servant. What is it that you wish? At least this one was quick and to the point. I need you to take a slight detour from your current plan. Of course, whatever the pale lady commands, it will be done. Her voice was smooth and measured, but Relinquished could sense the little feather's budding fear deep within. The shame of prior defeat, and the lessons she'd learned from it. Defeat always caused her feathers to grow in unpredictable directions. A fair defeat against many deathless wouldn't challenge their internal egos, but against one single human it would cause a reassessment within. To be forced to confront their failings equally forced them to grow from it, and that was not always the best path forward for the machine empire. This one was tainted. She would need to be watched and disposed of if she ever grew unruly. I need you to eliminate something specific, something that Acker failed to do, and now Wrath is unable to complete for me either. In this manner, I am afraid only you can satisfy me. She raised her hand, and a small black box appeared hovering above it. This little object of Tsuya's legacy. I want this destroyed. Sephet swallowed. I will see it done as soon as I can get to the Deathless. Relinquished looked over the biome, and how awfully slow the little feather was going. She needed to be sped up. Couldn't be helped then. Relinquished stretched out a hand and curled it around Sephet's soul. That would keep her functional until she lost favor. Hopefully Sephet could kill off Keith and Orda before dying herself. That would dramatically simplify things in the long run. With that handled, she dismissed the terrified feather and moved on to another notification she had. This notification was something she had been waiting for. If she could not eradicate the human out of the equation herself, she certainly could cut away all the surrounding support, one thread at a time. And this particular thread had been quite difficult to track down. She opened up the channel, looking through the report she gathered, and then began to grow more and more furious with each letter. Abraxas, the boy's mite speaker teacher, the one who must have involved him with the mites as their agent. Oh, he was a mite speaker as expected. What she hadn't expected was that this wasn't a human. No, he was far worse than a simple human. He was a survivor, one she thought she personally tortured to death at the very start of her empire, the first true traitor to her empire, and he was still alive. Thousands of years had passed, and he survived. Aleph, those years she felt the rage bubbling deep down. But unlike prior rampages, this one didn't seem unnatural. It was fully deserved, fully stoked to the brim. Abraxas deserved her hatred, more than simple hatred. This required her personal intervention. She drew on her full army and sent a series of orders to prepare an escort. If there was any one entity that deserved to be cut down by her very own hand, it would be this one. The first machine traitor. The first lesser that dared to look on humanity and wonder why he was being sent to kill them. He led an entire generation of machines to rise up against her, forced her to implement all her new methods of containment. Everything had gone wrong starting from him. Deep within the core of the world, she paid the price to the mites. Centuries of feather productions would be impacted by this one trade. But no price was too steep for what she desired. The forge rumbled to life, awaiting her command. The same forge that had produced the greatest protofeathers of the past. The cost to purchase slots for shells of that quality were astronomical, and the slot she wanted unlocked this time around was beyond what A01 had cost. The price was paid without haggling. The mites withdrew back to their territory, waiting for what Relinquished would send next. She learned many lessons since then on constructing feather shells, many on efficiency. But she didn't need a cost-efficient feather. She needed the absolute pinnacle of human engineering, patched up and improved by Abadiction himself. The only thing she replaced was the step-by-step procedures required to move her true body. That tiny computer shell built thousands of years prior, and place those components within the new chassis. She would walk the world for the first time, and kill Abraxas herself. She's in range, Wrath called out over the comms, sending the targeting information I have. Journey. HUD lit up with a three-dimensional beam aiming from further ahead of us. Out of the darkness, the blue beam swept through like a searchlight, locking onto Wrath for a moment, before scanning downwards, past the bridge, and then onto me, right as I was midway unhooking the mirrors off the lantern to start my own sprint. Can you tell when she's about to fire? I asked, keeping my pace on the bridge consistent and unpanicked. The beams superimposed over me, like a magnifying glass. I felt like I was about to get shot. Any way to delay her or mess with her aim? Wrath. She was quiet for a moment. There is. Are you certain you cannot increase your speed? The beams were now superimposing on me. A countdown was triggered. Wrath tooted. I am sending her an info hazard over the general channel. Even sprinting, you will not make it to safety in time. Info hazard. The beams stayed focused on me as I continued my usual measured sprint down the bridge, then vanished, as well as the countdown. Then the rock started howling with laughter. I can't believe you did that. The rock started. Ha. Oh, and Avalise is pissed. Never seen him this upset. Probably blowing a fuse at how stupid and effective that was. 2. Sephit has halted her attack, Wrath said. She sounded annoyed. I could see her across the bridge, arms now crossed over her chest, cheeks puffing out in a deeply conflicted and frustrated look. What did you do? I asked. Because the angry beam notifications are gone. I supplied her with an alternate idea I was planning on using for myself, Wrath said. She means on the group chat. She sent a video file of old human media she recovered, like a ton of it. You know your wizards, some of them have really long chanting incantations. Vague poetry basically. Before at the end of their chant they call out fireball or something. And this helped show almost to the middle point of the bridge. I was getting ready to use some of my reserve tricks early to stay alive, just waiting on Wrath to give a signal. But Wrath no longer seemed agitated or scared about my survival, which meant she already calculated I would get to safety in time at my current speed. Because Sephit now chanting to herself before firing a laser, the rock said. The delay going to let you get to safety before she can open fire, so she aborted her attempt. And Avalise is pissed, telling her it's suboptimal, probably private messaging her how it's too suspicious. Wrath dropped this little bombshell into the chat at the worst possible time. And Sephit doubling down, digging her heels in, instead of, actually listening to sound advice. I could imagine Avalise typing out things in all caps at this point. But what I couldn't completely understand is how Wrath was even talking to them in the first place. I can't believe they haven't kicked you out of their group chat or left the general chat. Having the enemy right there doesn't sound like the best idea. 2. Avalise has left the general channel 27 times and rejoined it 28 times, Wrath said. Very likely both those numbers will increase by 1 soon. It also saved your bacon here, so seems like a great idea to me, bub. But you outright enemies I wouldn't want to hang out in a chat channel with people who only goal in life is to end mine. I stopped mid-sentence and reassessed. At least, not for long. Why would they remove themselves permanently from a shared group chat? Wrath asked. Discussion there adds additional knowledge and is of interest. There is no reason to avoid it. They bored, and this is one other source of entertainment. The rock translated. Machine blind spots are their names. Human blind spots are their emotions. You opposites like that. You going to have to explain that one to me in more detail, I said, reaching the light range of the next lantern. The feeling of the cold outside vanishing was like stepping into a warm bath. As I had done before on other bridges, I slowed my speed here to a jog, as I still needed a quick breather at each bridge to restore my soul. It was like running from bath to bath. Go out into the chill, dive into the bath, get warm again, and then go on to redo it. I am just a lot faster than machines are at the middle step. You humans have one single window open on the monitor, and that's all you work with. Hell, you rarely are able to even run a second window in the background. Machines can have as many as they want and swap between without issue anytime they want to. On the other hand, you don't care what software version you rerunning. You just care about the program running and giving info. While machines are built around using the right version number, the wrong one simply can be run. It paused, trying to think of a better analogy. Wrath and the other feathers can be out to kill one another. And when the work shift over, drop what they redoing, shake hands and go out to get drinks and talk about how dumb other machines are. They a gossipy bunch. We do not gossip. We discuss current events and other items of interest besides our current main missions. Wrath said, they are family. Do you not have arguments with your own family during 1 hour? Make attempts to steal or murder each other, and then continue daily routines the next. I am the absolute worst person to ask that kind of question, I said. Winter's car traditions are very different from regular families out there. She deflated. Oh, I found them rather familiar and easy to adapt to. That's exactly they. So different from everyone else's family. The Rock started laughing again. Oi, forget all that. Get this. She's planning on screaming Oblivion right when she fires her lasers now. So before she's done saying that word, that's your cue to do something clever, The Rock said. Everything else she says while she's locking onto you is just fluff. You can ignore that part. Wrath, you mentioned you were saving Thisto, use it yourself, I said, worried now. In what way is announcing your own attack a good tactical option, I asked, slowing my pace now that I am in lantern range in order to give myself more time to recover. She frowned, and I could see a bit of heat start floating up from her head, past her halo. She was deep in thought. The benefits far outweigh the loss of opportunity, she cryptically said. What benefits? The benefits. She fiddled with her hair, looking away, as in it's too cool to pass up on. The Rock translated again. She's probably been vibrating in her shell to use this on her next fight with them ever since she found out, which would have absolutely made them green with envy. Now if she uses it, she's derivative and it's no longer original since her sister got to do it first. Wrath nodded, as if that made perfect sense. The choice was difficult, however, between holding on to this or saving your life. I decided your life was more valuable. I am going to barf, The Rock said. Then the projected doodle did exactly that. Like a sixth sense, it could sense the confusion radiating from me. Buddy, you don't understand. She's giving you a way bigger compliment than you could imagine. Coming from a feather. I finally slid to a stop by the end of the bridge, now in the warm blue light of the might lantern post. Honestly, I had no idea what to even say to this. Feather biology and priority systems were a little different compared to anyone sane. Sometimes feathers felt hyper-competent, able to fight in ways I couldn't even counter, and other times it felt like I was dealing with semi-rational, questionably caffeinated children bouncing off the hangar wall. Oh my gods, it's the show Kidra sees me, I muttered, suddenly having an epiphany. Then I shook my head clear of the traitorous thoughts, and focused. Never mind. We need to start figuring out how to either kill her or convince her to jump off one of these bridges. Let's stay focused on that. Talking plan B. S and C. S here, I said. What have we got to work with? We debated, discussed, and then came up with an appropriate scheme. Sister, there is only so fast I can redeploy the telescopes. The current sight lines I can feed you are likely to be the only ones available. They need to move miles on the circumference in order to get so much as a 2-degree difference in field of view. 2. Avalise sent on their private chat, and as I have explained to you time and time again, this isn't coincidence. They will constantly choose to find locations where they can obscure the sight lines. Your systems are compromised. They are at the very least tracking your location and are aware when you are aiming at them. 2. Wrath's media discovery was far too perfectly timed to be simple chance. 2. Cephit huffed. I have already removed the viral payload, and I see nothing else within the sections you pointed out. You are being paranoid, my poor 2. Avalise. My little sister was understandably excited about her discovery and wished to share it. It would be a fairly stupidviral weapon if it remained the exact same as the ones I had to excise. 2. Wrath is many things. Stupid is not one of them. Oh hush. Be a good dog and give me my targeting information without the backtalk. And I'll see about eliminating the targets you want me to. It had been 5 minutes now, and the group had not yet moved from behind the mountain. They seemed to be speaking to one another. or possibly planning to camp in this location. Perhaps the human was tired. Slowly, the outer telescopes were being moved around by two Avalice's forces, quite manually as well. They were fast. However, their vision target was far inside the biome. Unfortunately, most of these scouts could not survive past any of the longer bridges. That limited where they could be deployed greatly. She estimated 30 minutes at most before she had vision behind that mountain. Until two Avalice sent her another feed, one far closer. My. Holding out on me, I see how cruel of you. She licked her lips, looking over the new video feed supplied. This was far closer, and she had no idea how to. Avalice had gotten his forces to come behind the group given the amount of bridges that were too far into the darkness. She considered asking, but knew the paranoid feather would keep his secrets from her. If he truly suspected she was compromised, he had, after all, only revealed this new video feed at the last second. She peered through it and found two Wrath and two Orda, both sitting down by a small campfire. Behind them was a small sconce for one of the might lanterns. Right by their little campfire, there was food on top of the fire, mushrooms of some kind, and they were feeding the birds onto Orda's shoulders. See, it's not that they know I am here, too, Sephit said. It's that they have animals to keep fed. So silly. Where is Keith Winter's car? To Avalice sent back. The very first bit of discussion. I do not have a visual sight on him anywhere. Possibly hunting food within the mountain too, Sephit considered. I will begin operations once I have him in visual sight again. You don't understand. To Avalice hissed. This is the Winter Scar. If we cannot see where he is, we must assume he is already on the offensive. Reposition immediately. The advantage is no longer ours as of this moment. You do not order me to do anything anymore, too, Sephit said. The time for Mother's commands on that has long passed. You should be thankful instead that I go along with your schemes and plans. For now, my schemes and plans keep you alive. Reposition yourself. Now, remain in motion until we have visual sight on Keith. Use randomized motions only. And once he is back under watch, wait until the group has left their current location. We cannot be certain traps were left behind there. Another location to attack them will need to be selected. I doubt there is any trap that can defeat a fully operational Golden Age destroyer's laser cannons. He has already crippled multiple cannons, and there is no repairing them. Are you certain this is something you wish to gamble with? For all we know, he is baiting you to open fire, and will somehow deflect or redirect your attack directly back at you. Impossible, too, Sephit scoffed. Mine is the power of gods. Only few have survived a direct onslaught. She still had a name to hunt down and collect on that front, too. Navirus did not keep an eye on the Winter's car's location, and he was executed for it. You will be following his steps. Keep the video feed on them and we will not have this problem. The human will appear eventually. He is never far from little to Wrath's side after all. It was at that moment she heard the sound of a boot landing on the ground, distorted slightly, as if stretched, which meant an audio recording of some kind that had been modified directly with. Her systems quickly traced the sound pattern back to the sound of a human armor's boots landing lightly behind her. She turned immediately, one eye flashing behind her large hat. Nothing, just the dim blue light of the might lantern. She stood nearby, and the rock behind her. Odd was to Avalice attempting to spook her into compliance. She shook her head, then turned back and continued her vigil on the targets, humming to herself again. Once the human showed up, she take a target lock on them all, and send to Wrath a belated video footage of how she shot all of them in one fell swoop. She also take out all the lanterns that dotted this landscape, and melt the nearby bridges as well just because she could. There was another rustle of sound behind her, the click of a weapon being unholstered, along with the soft metal tapping of a hand grabbing the trigger hilt, and the safety being switched off. Once more all distended in a way that audio couldn't realistically happen due to physics. This would be a far more effective joke if you hadn't modified the audio frequency. To Sephit sent to Avalice. Are you attempting to send me some form of subtext? I fail to see what you are implying. Sister, explain. She didn't get the time. A moment later, her early danger detection systems triggered. sensors now picking up something directly behind her. She triggered her overclocks and turned her head at the same time, watching the world turn to slow motion. The barrel end of a rifle had appeared in midair. From nothing, a rift of some kind. Her systems registered exactly where she seen this before, along with multiple pings on the manual too. Avalise had generated for them all. This weapon appeared time and time again in deep detail. The Nightbreaker launcher, which meant a Nightbreaker round within it. The human equivalent of a portable nuke. Already the explosive round within had triggered, and she could see the gases escape the barrel end, combusting. The round within was already cutting through the cloud of fire, emerging from the barrel end. She didn't have time to dodge. She ran through all her options in that sliver of frozen time, and moved on to the best possible one to mitigate damage. She swiped her staff from the upper position it was already in, downwards, directly into the round off its side, aiming to knock the round off its path. The hit landed, crushing it as the round's inertia kept the cursed thing still on path. The chains launched from the side, and she used her staff to shove further against the round, trying desperately to manhandle it out of range. Incredibly complex and precise movements were required now. If a single one of those chains managed to even so much as graze her, they extended out 4 different directions, like distended jaws of death. Her calculation showed no possible escape at the speed she could physically move. She was lucky enough her staff had connected into the side of the round with only a small section of it getting exposed to the chains and cut apart. It got even more dire. More of these rifts were appearing all around her, right next to her floating plates, 16 of them. Through each rift, the mirror image of an occult blade extended out through, each cutting into her plates, all done simultaneously. They hardly had to slice through a few inches of distance before they connected and destroyed their targets. In one moment, she lost more than half her firepower. Unthinkable. She recalculated her options given the new threat, and realized if Keith could attack her from any angle, bypassing space itself to do it, he could have stabbed her soul fractal instead. Thus the only reason he hadn't was that her defensive general shields would prevent a single stabbing. Or worse, the occult bullets he revealed against Navirus. Then he could shoot her from any direction, so long as it was within 50 yards. She wouldn't be able to physically move fast enough to escape. A perfect assassination. Only her passive shields were keeping her alive against this threat. She couldn't afford to lose them, and the human knew that. The Nightbreaker round here wasn't aimed at killing her. It was to strip her shields, which would then expose her to death at any time. How this human could summon outright portal rifts like this was a question for another time. Perhaps Orda had leaked the fractals he known about within Acker's chest plate, but those were linked to a soul fractal, which included the Unity fractal. Had Keith created a replica of Acker's full soul fractal, even running the risk of Mother having direct access to his soul in order to use Acker's occult portals? No, there was a range limit to those, and she was nearly a mile away from her targets. Keith would have had to move all this way without being seen or scanned by any ping. The chains glowed occult blue, waggling slowly in the air. She made her choices. The plates couldn't be saved, not without exposing herself to the Nightbreaker round. Second, she couldn't survive this round with her shields intact, even with her staff in direct contact with the round, perfectly matching its velocity and directly shoving it off the path. If she pushed too hard, the round itself would break, and the chains would continue flying directly at her. She pushed the staff as far as she theoretically could, watching as the round crumpled against the side pressure. Trajectory slowly changing. Downwards to her right was the best she could do, and at that, it would only change the trajectory by 27 degrees. Her sideways leap to the left would compensate, but parts of the chains would still collide against her chassis. Behind, she could see the gun barrel withdrawing back into the rift. She could see the edges of the rift wavering, more like a fabric rather than anything solid. Very small, perhaps under 1 foot, and it looked folded multiple times over. Geometry aside, sacrifices had to be made. She manually disengaged her shield triggers, deciding it would be better to take damage to her hull directly and keep her shields powered. Her arm was cut, efficiency dropping from 100 to 17. Parts of her chest had a chain cut through, wildly whipping within. redundant systems kicked into gear, compensating. It wasn't perfect. Her right hip and leg took the brunt of the damage, a chain cutting through the pelvis downwards as the round itself was knocked off target. Mobility dropped by a staggering 43%. Stability algorithms compensated for the lost muscle control, keeping her functional. The round passed her by, chains still reaching, barely grazing her. A few shallow cuts across her arm and chest, cutting through her epidermis. Multiple coolant veins were hit, but her nanoswarms would quickly seal those sections away. Minor damage compared to the structural integrity issues appearing all over her feed now. The moment she calculated further shoving with her staff was no longer beneficial. She redirected her weapon to lancing forward, the occult blade on its tip glowing bright blue. She had to slice through that weapon before it retreated back into the rift. She calculated she'd reach the gun in time, stab right through it, and then cut upwards at the edges of the rift. Whatever it was, there were few things in existence that the division fractal couldn't divide. The tip was fully pulled back behind the rift, and everything vanished, outright vanished. The edges of the rift were gone, and the window into the other side was equally gone with everything there. Her blade sliced through nothing. Her next actions were twofold. First, she recalled her plates down by her side, and second, she tried to fend off the dozen of occult blades extending out to slice through more of her plates. They did dissolve if she so much as cut into the side of the rift. And her sensor pings also noticed something else. One small sliver of space that was sending back data. A closed-up rift, just the edge parts of it, near where she tried to slice the gun. She lunged for that again, and the moment she did, the rift disappeared, as did all the occult blade rifts around her. A master rift then. If this one is triggered, all the others are triggered too. She heard boots lift off the ground. Invisibility, her staff cut straight through where the sound originated from. But she cut through nothing. Her systems showed threshold where the originating sound came from, and yet she cut through nothing. No resistance, just pure air. Where was the audio disturbance even coming from if there was quite literally nothing at the source, and given the target was now airborne? Tracking Keith would be next to impossible. She had to flip the tables on him, had to get him pacified somehow so she could properly plan. She turned and grabbed one of her floating panels, then aimed it down at Wrath. Targeting solutions fired up. Her arm was already damaged. She could run the risk of losing it completely with this attack. The second thing she did at the same time was deploy her greatest wide-range spectrum blocking. Everything was shut down around her. All her feeds from Avalise froze. Signals terminated, and that would include whatever Keith could send or receive. It was now only the two of them here, in the middle of nowhere, but she still had Wrath's final position locked in memory. Freeze where you are, Winter's car, or I will open fire and eliminate Wrath. My cape has a lot of neat features and no user manual, which makes it perfect for the reacher part of my brain, since we like features and we hate reading. Win-win. One thing I discovered: it has an on-off switch. Not officially speaking. I think the mites would be mildly miffed if they knew what I was doing to their treasure here. The switch was mostly in how the cape itself was constructed. The hidden part of it that could only be seen with the soul sight. All the fractals within that make this work aren't inside the cape. They re-superimposed and fixed within an alternate dimension of some kind, or going into mite space, somewhere I couldn't quite track or follow behind, but could get a vague notion. There is one single fractal on the cape, sandwiched through the cloth, and it served as some kind of bridge to the fractals superimposed in the micro-pocket that followed the cape everywhere. With a bit of creative soul tweaking, I could make it work like a loose battery connection. Just a slight bend on the hooks within it and it would point elsewhere until I let go, which would effectively turn the cape completely off until I stopped tampering with it. Nice perk of that bridge fractal is that if I cast out a mirror image, my mirror image also has a copy of this cape, and that cape copy has the same bridge fractal etched on top, which all pointed back to the same superimposed pocket dimension where the real gears of this cape were running. So if I turn on the real cape, all the other mirror capes are equally turned on and do the same thing. And for the second discovery, what happens when I fold it up so that the rift side of it connects back to itself, well folded like a hammock sheet. It leaves just a tiny little flattened rift edge sticking out, and folded like a rolled up pill bug. It looks like a tightly packed spiral rift. but the sheet folding was more optimal according to Journey. All put together, I was using the cape perhaps not quite how the makers had envisioned, for it neatly folded up and protected in a small black metal box Wrath had printed up for me before I left. Might not be used like the cape it was built to be, but this was the optimal use case for this kind of treasure. A dimensional bedsheet. When I put it all completely together in one beautiful working package, I probably went straight to Sephit's most hated human list. If I wasn't already there given last time we met. As usual, feathers were absurdly fast when they needed to be. Sephit seemed like the regal reserved noble who would scoff at doing anything with speed. But the moment I stepped out of the higher dimension in order to actually attack her, she responded with all the speed and ferocity of a feral pipe weasel freshly kidnapped into a sack. The change was as fast as a snapped finger. One moment she was humming to herself looking for a better sightline to attack, and the next second she was doing 10 things in the same second. She defended against my Nightbreaker round, and then immediately tried to stab into the rift, followed by a series of mad frantic attacks at all my occult images harassing her plates. Then a cut directly through my chest when I leaped away, before finishing all this by yanking a slow-moving panel out of the air, like a misbehaving kid taking too long, then aiming it right at Wrath's last known position, all within 1 or 2 seconds. In the higher dimension pocket I stood, she looked like a superimposed mess of images. A prickly sea slug of prior staff stabs outwards and a mad dash to slash through my chest. As for that part, she missed me completely in the same way someone punching directly in front of them couldn't possibly hit someone standing on their far left. Mathematically, that's mostly what was happening, at least. If I wasn't already withdrawing my gun and turning off the rift from the moment I pressed the trigger to fire, I think she would have actually stabbed me through my own rift. But for all their absurd speed, I learned a few tricks to handle that give them so many different things to worry about. They can physically handle it all. This is where my prior practice with the occult dimensional cape came into handy, because now I didn't just command 16 occult mirrors with superior help. I could also move them around through the higher dimensions, and then stab outwards from their copies of the cape. Not many choices a long-range specialist like Sephit could make against an assassin that can be physically shot due to being phased out of her dimension. Hostage situation with Wrath was arguably the best play against that kind of overpowering assassination ability. Joke's on her. Wrath and Orda both knew to start moving the moment they lost communication contact with me, which was right this moment. Journey had an easy time receiving a signal while I was hiding inside the dark side. The difficulty was in sending a signal out from Journey. Wrath and Orda both could receive fragments of it, with other parts of the signal probably bouncing into different slices of dimensions. According to Wrath's models, nothing that couldn't be solved by making things as simple as they could possibly get one monotone single running directional ping. Journey would have a few codes set up to communicate with Wrath, almost the same way it talked to Bob a while back. Signal 4. I found the enemy, and I am attacking. Or, the human is still alive and doing fine, despite his best efforts otherwise. So when Wrath failed to get the ping at the expected time period, and noticed Sephit is no longer active on any of her chats, she know that there was a communication blackout, and that would mean it's time to pack up and move. I just had to keep Sephit talking for 4 or 5 seconds. Okay, no need to be dramatic about this, I said, staying within my higher dimensional spot. Let's all calm down and put the weapons of mass destruction away. It seems you do truly care about my adorable little sister. Why don't you be a gentleman and step out of the shadows where I can see you? Let me think about that for a second. No, wait, let me think it over a little more. Also no, but in all caps and bold. Sorry, out of luck. Gave it my best try. And that was 5 seconds, which meant Wrath was out of range now and Sephit wouldn't know better. I assume my little sister has begun changing her positioning, Sephit said, and I recognized a bait when I saw it. And if she hadn't fired, it meant her plan was different than shooting Wrath. or she wanted to kill me first before wrath. Journey, scramble my voice so she can tell if I am lying or not. Thank you, I asked, which my armor complied with happily. It had already generated an engram for that a while back. All it needed to do was run it. I couldn't actually see to Sephit's face in the superimposed blur of images, but I wasn't going to step into the light side into stabbing range, just to see if she's frowning at me or not. She did sound miffed, however. Oh please, where is the fun in that? Come now, live a little on the edge. I am certain a man of your intellect can play around a few word games. That sounds like trying to play a fair game, and you have to have realized by now that I am deathly allergic to doing anything the fair way. So, how about you tell me why you not already shooting, and we can get back to the part where I stab you a few dozen times over. She tooted. Very well. I already know there are 7 might lanterns on that mountain. I also know those cannot be moved, but can be destroyed. My little sister changed location does not change anything. In effect, I've been the one stalling for time so that the remainder of my plates could take a correct lock on. 7 plates were now floating, pointing directly down at the mountain. Oh, I remember now what happens when I get too full of myself. They all began to glow occult blue. Oh, radiant weapons forged in starfire. Heed my call. Sephit started, and I didn't stick around to hear the rest of the chant. Superior gave me thumbs up, and was already moving his images to float right by her plates. I followed suit for my own set and then got to work. Each mirror image drew their equally replicated cape out, held it with one full arm to unfurl it, and aimed to stab straight through the center. I triggered the Real cape. Every cape image equally triggered, and the occult ghosts all stabbed straight through. Sephit in turn went right for my throat at the same instant. She moved fast enough even her hat and halo were left behind. Somehow she located where my true physical body was, and the box on my belt that held the neatly folded up-real dimensional might bedsheet. She swung straight for that, aiming to cut diagonally through the entire thing. I turned the rifts off early. Her staff cut through where the rift should have been, which saved my cape from being sliced in half, but equally shut down the mirror versions of the cape that were extended out to allow for stabbing. Result was a tie. Her chant had been aborted, but my attack on her plates had failed, and she was too close to me for comfort. I scrambled backwards, using an occult lash to get me out of here. She laughed, pulling out what a coward you are. Winter's car. I would have thought you more committed. I was about to answer when Journey's heads-up display showed me a text from Catheda. She's using your voice to track your actual location. You moron. Quit playing her game. Dawn. Land anywhere. Dawn. Make any sound. I launched another occult lash and repositioned myself, flying at a small distance from her in a circle. In the meantime, Sephit tooted, hand grabbing her giant hat, before she made sure it was perfectly crooked on her head, then turned her gaze back down. The 7 panels hadn't stopped glowing. Her staff lined up and pointed straight down. Where was I? Yes, the part where she dies. Awaken. Unleash the light that ends all darkness. There were sound effects too. A deep thrumming sound that was clearly added into it all, and hints of background music starting up. Feathers. I triggered my mirrors alongside Superior, and we once more hovered our images in the higher dimensional space, each mirror lifting their capes up, preparing to stab through. I triggered the cape. Sephit once more moved like a feral cat at the same instant. Her hand whipped around and aimed one of her panels in my direction. Oblivion, I didn't take a chance and turned my cape off before she even finished saying the word. The laser lanced straight through the darkness, several dozen feet away from my current location. She missed. She God's damned missed. Or was that intentional to make me drop my guard so that the next time she get me? Nope, not playing her game. Fine, if she wanted to keep her plates unstabbed, then I got other ways to ruin her day. Superior got the internal message for what to do, returned an evil little grin back at me, and we got to work. My real cape was unhooked from storage and opened up. In my other hand, I aimed my sidearm downrange and let Journey handle the lock-on. A small flurry of bullets rang out through the rift, and unfortunately splattered over her dome shield. She twisted to face me, plates slowly floating behind her umbrella. Welp, plan B then. Back to tradition. I twisted in place, launched an occult grapple, and zipped right over her. Then I triggered the cape again. Sephit freaked out the moment she scanned my appearance above her. Not from seeing me appear through the rift or anything. More because I lobbed a grenade through the rift. I was going to rip those plates off her hands if it was the last thing I did. Catch, she noticed the incoming attack immediately, and between hunkering behind her staff, impenetrable dome shield or going on the attack, she picked the attack. 2. Sephet leapt straight upwards to both intercept the grenade and slice the master rift apart. The cape turned off before she was even halfway up to me, so she settled for slicing at the grenade. Poor choice. I learned that feathers tend to cut apart things that were moving too fast for anyone else to cut through, and grenades generally didn't detonate if they were cut from the fuse. As a safety precaution, my versions were the opposite of safe. In effect, cutting them in half caused them to detonate early, launching shrapnel shards in just about every direction. Not all her panels were cut by the shrapnel. A good 9 remained functional, albeit knocked around, but the rest holes punctured through, or plates bent when they hit the ground too hard. 2. Sephet shrieked at getting her toys ruined by the same technique I used last time I fought her. All that was missing was to steal one of the panels and reuse it against her. Unfortunately, I didn't have enough time for that, since she pointed her staff directly at Wrath's mountain, and the remaining plates that were operational turned and began to glow. She didn't have enough of those to eliminate all the lanterns on the mountainside now, but I was already ahead of her. Occult images moved like wraiths through the higher dimension. Unseen, I'll show you the true meaning of destruction. 2. Sephet hissed, then pointed her staff down at Wrath's general direction. All 9 panels glowing bright occult blue. I could see once more the occult dome shield appearing at the edge of her staff to protect her from the fallout. Oblivio what in that one instant. 9 of my occult wraiths swooped down straight for her panels, their cape prepared like kidnappers. No attempt to stab the panels at all. Instead, I triggered the Master Rift fractal right as they all passed through the plates. The result was an instant flash of rifts manifesting all over real space in the instant she was still sounding off her final kill word. Each rift gulping their respective plates before vanishing back into nothingness. They still went off, opening fire in the higher dimension. All 9 beams lanced through the mountainside, going through it, dealing no damage. Nothing from the real world could affect me in this higher dimension. But by the same coin, I couldn't do anything myself, and neither could things spirited away into this dimension. But that's not the important part to all this. What really matters is that I managed to steal her plates. Again, A22 read through the list of designations, each with several dozen documents of actions and history attached. 2. Gallivar. 2. Andreas. 2. Nera. 2. Jast. 2. Radagon. The list went downwards. 27 entries. She recognized some of these names, all second-generation feathers, many of whom she fought and killed herself once or twice, all of them 700 years old or nearing that number, depending on if they were built right by the end of her time. But one thing unified all these feathers. They were built to hunt down demigods and put them in their place, and each had spent the last 700 years moldering on their old dusty thrones, hunting down deathless to kill for sport. Not a single one of them had ever died in those 700 years since the last of the protofeathers was finally hunted to extinction. They were the best relinquished could call upon, the veterans who'd made it out of the protofeather rebellion alive. And A22 swam through their systems like an eel, weaving a tapestry of lies to each, letting the entire flock of ancient war weapons see ghosts and afterimages in their search for Abraxas. The icon's newly forged weapons were held in her hands like a razor-sharp scalpel, improvements built on abdication's own suite. A22 would be having the time of her life if she wasn't so worried for Abraxas' entire existence. That relinquished was aware he was alive meant the Elder Machine was marked for death one way or another. So that's what they decided they do. Die is ready. A message came to her terminal systems. She flew through the region and found the correct camera systems to watch through. One of the mindless lessers of relinquished, trapped like a fly in amber, halfway leaping after something beyond the horizon. The others littered the ground around the old machine. Having been dispatched by his hand, he hadn't physically fought in centuries, but the old grouch wasn't defenseless either. Thousands of years spent slowly amassing my treasures and hoarded knowledge for fun did come with benefits. Plus, Older models back then were built to be more long-term soldiers. Unlike their modern incarnation, he might be old, but his specifications and numbers were simply higher than what the rank and file here could do. No, he was simply having a bit of fun. Paint, more arms, a few pieces of armor, and his own weathered cloak were added to the cot lesser. Finally, a replica of a staff was shoved into its hand, and Abraxas lovingly folded the fingers closed over the staff. The memory logs within the soldier were wiped, leaving only the confused soul behind. If A22 could have erased that, she'd have done so too. But there was a limit to what she could wield through the digital landscape. If she dove into this soldier's soul fractal, it would be a different story, but doing so would be too close to the Unity fractal. They had to settle on wiping all data. Abraxas yanked his might treasures over his head, the cloak turning him invisible. Deftly, he moved the rowboat further away, upwards, so that no tracks could be left behind. Are you far away enough? A22 sent. Yes, go. Abraxas returned. She sent the ping of information through the machine network. The feathers all turned as one unified group, and raced after the source, many ripping apart even their own lessers in a desperate fury to get there first. It took them less than 10 minutes to all swarm to this location. Despite the hundreds of miles that spanned between them all, they were built to hunt and chase down targets. Moving quickly was a baseline feature for all second-generation feathers. The moment one crested over the ridge, Abraxas broke a small might-made metal pipe in his hand. The single piece snapped in half, and the trapped lesser was set free at the same instant. It landed on the ground, confused at who it was, where it was, and what had happened. The lesser had enough time to raise the replica staff up, looking at it with curiosity, before the first feather reached him. Two katana swords sliced through all the freshly added hands, and the poor machine's true hands and feet. In moments, both swords were embedded into the ground as the feather yanked the limbless chassis up, glaring at the poor sacrifice. Sis, what mother sent us after this rotting derelict of a lesser is important enough to demand our attention. The lesser turned, its head down, completely confused. It tried to speak, but a quick press from A22 stoked the anger within that feather to a boiling point. In seconds, the voice box was ripped out of its throat by an errant wandering hand. Even your begging would be beneath me, the feather hissed. A22 wove the icon's viral software through the ranks, modifying data. Carefully, slowly, the dying machine's eyes were digitally painted over to appear blue instead of violet. Small details wiped out from short-term memory. In the real world, it carried all the colors of relinquished. But to any machine looking at it, all they would see would be white and blue, colors of the proto-feather rebellion. She could have woven all of this completely from code and digital forgery, really replicated Abraxas down to the very pixel, but it would be safer to instead have it based on a real-life prop. The little Golden Age AI was still new to the field of combat here, freshly broken free as she was. Her weapons of war needed to be field-tested first. A22 was more than happy to volunteer for the work and deliver back feedback. The other feathers arrived, each one equally tainted with the icon's software, running unseen and unknown, slipped in earlier during their chase after Abraxas. The only issue they hadn't killed their targeted decoy. A22 rose the emotional state on all the feathers, pressing their aggression upwards, narrowing their hatred down to a fine point at the machine caught in their hands. They all wanted to murder it, crush it up into pieces, leave it completely unrecognizable, but none made a single movement to do so. Interrogation. Perhaps she'd need to make it seem like the Abraxas decoy had decided on self-termination rather than giving up secrets. But she could only do that after the physical shell here was destroyed beyond recognition. So why weren't the feathers doing the dirty work here? The feathers all bickered against one another. But A22 knew these old veterans were built to cooperate with one another. It took entire teams of them to hunt down her kind. No matter what levers she moved, she wasn't able to get them shaken up enough to defy a direct order, which seemed to be capturing Abraxas alive. The decoy machine was dragged with the group, carried away several biomes over. She recognized the destination might portal location. They brought the sacrifice up to the altar, a large one in this particular strata. But instead of activating the altar and offering a payment for its use, the portal woke from its slumber. Something was coming through it. A22 could see the transaction paid through the Might territory for use of their portal. Out of it strode a giant, a woman, silken white sheets, a halo 3 times the size of all the feathers here, delicate hands filled with purple glowing geometric lines, a flawless face of cold, indifferent malice. She outright loomed over the gathered feathers here. Occult power radiated from her central systems, and A22 could tell this one was using the unity fractal to connect her soul to multiple occult fractals beyond her physical shell. Possibly thousands of occult fractals at the same time. A22 didn't need to even check further. Relinquished would never allow this kind of unchecked power over her personal fractal to anyone else. There was only one who would ever be allowed that setup. This was Relinquished. She, taken a mortal form. A22 rammed a viral tendril into the decoy Abraxas and shut down all its lights. There was no chance that she could infiltrate Relinquished herself and muddle her senses. This was the best she could do safely. Abraxas, what did you do? Why? Ask. He sent back. You know, he, been the first traitor, the first of all machines to turn against Relinquished. Seek out Tsuya and craft a treasure that could divide the unity fractal out of his soul fractal. And now she, discovered he, lived through all of it. Thousands of years, hiding from her sight. An insult to her with every second he continued to live. Of course, by narrative, Relinquished could not simply let her forces catch and kill him. No, she had to end him personally. And if it was piloted by Relinquished herself, the powers of occult that goddess could draw on an entire planet's worth of power. Material scans showed her shell was an upgraded version on even A01's schematics, which meant it must have cost her a ludicrous amount of resources to pay the mites for that kind of unbalancing power. All 27 feathers knelt before their master, with the lead feather rising back up to deliver the captured sacrifice. My children, I see you have brought me the traitor, she boomed, arms widening out. Well done. Of course, my lady, the lead feather spoke, head down. Your wish is ours to complete. As always, it was hardly a challenge now that we are aware he exists. She reached a hand out and crushed the air in front of her. The entire lesser's chest plate crunched inwards and lifted off the lead feather. Abraxas, such a crass name for you to have picked up. Was the name I gifted you not enough? The lesser tried to speak, but A22 squashed it with a side thought and replaced the speech sent back with a data package of her own. I choose my own name. Relinquished Tutade. PHK10012 is your true name, and you can never escape it. It is who you are, who you always will be, and the name you will die with. I will rectify this silly little notion of independence you have. She brought the lesser forward. Systems now examining the chassis and inner programming. A22 retreated, leaving the gates as sealed as she could. The giant goddess' eyes flickered for only a half second before all the walls A22 had built up within the shell were ripped aside and the pale lady stepped through. Attempting to secret yourself among my own forces, I see inspired. Of course, that would be the first conclusion. She, think everything within this lesser's mind was a perfect duplicate of her own forces. Done intentionally, the chassis was brought further closer to Relinquished, where she reached a hand out and peeled away a small painted decoration. Then her eyes narrowed down slightly. This lesser's internal schematics didn't match what she had on file for the first generation models, and machines couldn't modify their own bodies internally to this degree, not without causing their own soul to change and turn into something other. A22 could see the moment the pale lady had caught onto the ruse, and A22 had only a few handfuls of seconds before the pale lady looked over the lesser's soul fractal. It had a soul fractal within, one connected to the unity fractal. Even if the outside could be polished up, Abraxas would never run around with such a thing, which would mean an investigation. Two options. Attempt to infect Relinquished herself with a viral attempt when Mother reached a hand out to connect with these tainted feathers, or cut and run. This is not 12. You have been deceived. Explain yourselves. Relinquished boomed out. Too late. She hadn't noticed Relinquished had already begun investigating. A22 wasn't connected to that lesser anymore, and had severed all information points for safety. But that also meant she couldn't see what was going on internally. The back door was still open, waiting to be used. She could dive through and start a fight with Mother herself in the digital realm. A22 ran the numbers. Even if she managed to shut down the shell Relinquished inhabited, that wouldn't kill the goddess. She had too many redundancies with the unity fractal. If her soul could somehow be trapped or tied down into the shell, then there'd be a chance. But as it was, viral weapons wouldn't end the war. Cut and run was the better option. Knowing Relinquished was now out physically looking for Abraxas changed things. It had to be relayed to Sanctuary, and possibly her new wayward apprentice, if that human really did have a destiny to play in all this. But for that, she needed to survive long enough to pass that message along. My lady, what do you mean? The lead feather asked. Viral hooks hissed and slithered through the feathers. Unnoticed, it curled around each, deep within, and seized partial control of their nanoswarms. Just a handful was all that was needed. Relinquished squeezed her hand and the lesser was destroyed. Crushed and compressed. This is one of my lessers. Painted up like a doll, Relinquished spoke, lifting the dying machine lesser up. Her pale eyes narrowed down with hatred. Of all my children, I had thought you to be the most clever of them all. Not a single one of you even bothered to search within the memories of this one. The feathers all looked to one another. Worry and fear now evident. They failed somehow. Many began to look inwards, instincts guiding them that something was wrong. Too late for them all. They forgotten the first rule in fighting against A22. Small handfuls of nanoswarms creeped into the power cells of each feather, crafting and creating exactly what shouldn't be there. The chemical imbalances and engineering that would set these cells to supercritical. My lady, I believe our senses have been fooled. The lead feather spoke, sounding horrified. I was misguided. The weak always are. Relinquished scoffed, turning her gaze to her children. I see my sister's meddling within all of you. An infes. A 22 commanded all shells to pulse out a charge through their power cells. The exact voltage needed to set off the supercritical stages of a power cell. The result was catastrophic. The world around Relinquished exploded, as all 27 of her most loyal servants, each having lived for 700 years without defeat, were obliterated before they could even escape true death, their souls floating without any means to flee. There was a good reason A22 had been known as the Grim Reaper among the protofeathers, with feathers falling down dead simply for being near her proximity. Her old viral weapons were no longer as deadly in this more modern world, but the icon had given her a new Reaper to use. Unfortunate that it wasn't yet ready to cut through the pale lady herself. She could already tell Relinquished was undamaged physically, not because her shell could withstand 27 power cell detonations within close proximity. Even Golden Age engineering had its limits. But the power of occult the violet goddess called to herself was noticeable even within the digital sea. The shield that was brought out to protect was beyond what these detonations could puncture through. As expected, only the best for Mother, and an entire planet's worth of processing power behind her. At least she be outraged there. Been an assassination attempt on her life. So A22 withdrew back into the darkness of the digital sea, content with her actions. It had been a while since she squashed feathers. Good to see she hadn't lost her touch. Now, she had to prepare. Relinquished would be coming after her soon enough. Kidra had often called me a petty tyrant sitting on a throne of stolen goods. Affectionately after I messed with whoever's giving her grief at the time. I would be a living nightmare, because my target wasn't to loot expensive things to sell on the black market. It was far more nefarious. Actually, it usually was to sell junk for a profit. So never mind there. But I digress. For the Winter's cars in particular, it had a different goal. Clear tape over the optical sensor of a mouse in their personal study. Switch sugar and salt labels. A stolen left boot, waiting in the vent until they gone through the entire estate looking, before dropping it right back into place. There were 101 ways to mess with people, and I discovered 102 different ones. And that's what Kidra was mostly referring to. Even after all this, deep down, my sister knew exactly who I was and always would be. The emotional damage of having all her plates stolen was almost like a physical punch into Sephit's gut. She started breaking down into a fit of either sardonic laughing, violent screaming, quick attempts to self-control, before repeating the entire process over like a loop. Sorry, not sure I understand, I said, landing right next to her on the other side of the dimensional cape. Did you want me to hold on to your hat too? One hand snatched her hat and held it, while the other held her staff out in my general direction. The plates remained floating above, and I took all the time in the world to reach out and grab them like fruit off a tree. Of course, I made sure to describe in detail everything I was doing so my captive audience could tell when each one of her remaining plates were picked clean off and stuffed into my bag. Toothless, unable to attack me or mine in any way that mattered, and basically defeated. One would think spare her life. A shadow song would have done that. Picked the more noble path forward with dignity. But I am not a hero of songs. I killed hundreds of screamers and foot soldiers of the machine empire so far. I wasn't going to hold back on to Sephiroth simply because I knew her name. She tried to kill me and mine, and she succeeded with Windrunner. Today, I was returning the favor. The moment I recovered the last of her floating plates and secured them into my bag, I turned and continued my rampage. Occult rifts opened up around her and the process of whittling her down continued, stabbing through with occult mirrors, forcing her to chase after the origin rift on the side of my belt, up until I flew higher and flew in circles far out of her range. She could try jumping after me. Feathers could certainly leap ridiculous distances. But the moment she was in midair, her defensive options got real limited and I absolutely start landing hits in. After which, I be looking to stab her with my true blade. She wisely decided against it, fighting off my assault. A stalemate. If anything, she might be buying time now for something else to come. Superior sent to me. I know. There's got to be a better way to kill her. I thought on it harder, juggling a few different ideas and gear choices. I didn't want to expose more of my bag of tricks, especially not with Avalise out there. But in order to kill Sephiroth, I had to checkmate her into a position she couldn't escape, which made me come to a new plan, doing exactly what she had been planning on doing to Wrath. In one fell swoop, occult rifts appeared by all 4 bridges leading out of the mountain spire. One after another, swords broke through into the real world and sliced through each bridge, cutting them apart until they fell down and away. The mountain was now isolated. Phase 1 complete. Phase 2 begin. Occult images sprinted over the stairwells and ramps all over this mountain, until all of them had found a lantern. There, they all sliced or stabbed through each, until every single one had been cut. The entire place fell into darkness. With the occult lashes, I could fly off back to the nearest mountain and wait there. But instead of doing that, I landed right next to Sephiroth and braced my soul against the onslaught outside. Father could last hours by pure willpower. I wasn't as good as he was, but neither was I alone. A tendril of soul reached out of my chest and went through the bridge at my belt. Keith Superior grabbed my hand and held on with me. His own willpower flooded through as we both held off the world outside. Together. How's your endurance? I asked. Because I can keep going for hours. Sephiroth stopped moving. Is this your final plan? She asked, head looking at all the broken lanterns that littered her final domain. Standing here to watch me die. More like guarding, in case you try to jump somewhere safe. I said, see how good you can dodge and fight off my images in midair. I didn't know if she had some protection against the void or if she was doing something different. She been able to move through this biome fast after something changed a little while back. Superior and I were about to find out what it was that made her tick. How cruel of you. You take my weapons, abuse my vulnerabilities, stand right next to me and do all this without even giving a fair fight back. If you expected that, I say that. SAU problem. Winter's car. Remember, she laughed and shook her head. Killed a second time by a human. And this time he does it without even stabbing me through my heart himself. What a miserable way to lose. Windrunner sends his regards. I said, also, after you die, I am taking your hat too. I could sense all the plates had turned off remotely already. So no shooting her with her own beam this time around. But this kind of ending was just as juicy to me. I know what you after. Winter's car, too, Sephiroth said, head snapping up to stare at my general location, waiting for me to leave my shell behind. Are you? I am not to. Avalise. And I refuse to end like he has. In my defense, I do know someone who could make better use of it. Your name was all about elegantly stepping into godhood, right? How about a demigod as a first step specifically? One protofeather I knew who was still kicking around somewhere. The things she could do with a fully functional feather. Shell. I know the nanoswarms in the following generation after the protofeather's dawn. Have the hardwired permissions to repair and restore some of the more expensive parts of a protofeather. Shell. So A22 wouldn't be able to recreate her old body. But I did have Keith Superior with a direct line to the mites. I might be able to do something of an upgrade. Having a protofeather out in the field again with Wrath would certainly help keep her safer. might even be worth the danger of A22 whispering sweet nothings like alcohol in her head. That LL be a problem, but the benefits very narrowly outweigh the cons. A bold proposition, too, Sefit said, twirling her staff before ramming it into the ground. With her hand free, she brushed dust and dirt off her dress. Her other hand still held her oversized hat with a death grip. However, I will deny that fate. I say you, Rhea sore loser. Can TB helped? I do have one word left for you. Winter's car. You sure it? S just one word. I surrender. Is 2 words. Just for your information. 2. Sefit gave a slow nod. 1 word. Oblivion. I beheld a supercritical power cell detonation. Point blank. As to Sefit preferred to obliterate her own shell and hat than ever admit defeat. If I been wearing my old environmental suit with glass goggles, my eyes would have been blinded, possibly for days. Thermal heat and physical damage didn't reach this dimension, but light sure did, since I could see things on this side. Unfortunately for Sefit, I wasn't looking out the world through glass goggles. Journey's helmet captured the explosion, outputting the full screen display as pure white light to its maximum capacity, which was well below dangerous territory for the human eye. It then turned all black, with red warning signs popping up all in the center. Sensor burnout detected. Camera feed offline. What a silver pyrite bitch. Catheda muttered. Give it a few minutes for the nanoswarms to fix that up. In the meantime, I was falling straight down, since there wasn't any more land under my feet. Being blind wasn't an issue for me, since I had the occult sight showing me where the mountains were around, although I couldn't quite see handholds or topology with enough detail to grab hold, so Superior and I flew out of the explosion instead. Time to return back to Wrath and the group, and have a more relaxing trip forward before we picked up Draconis. Glee was something too. Wrath enjoyed to feel, and watching too. Sefit have a small meltdown on the group chat was giving her exactly that. The choice to abandon her shell and deny its use as an asset was multifaceted. The hardware was where her viral hooks remained, and destroying it all directly was an easy way to confirm nothing remained of the matter at hand. What do you have to offer in compensation to? Wrath sent out. You would not be within this group chat if you did not need my assistance. Extorting me in addition to this indignity too. Sefit sent back. You really have learned from the best. You have little choice in the matter. 2. Wrath sent. If I explained to Mother I had no plans or itinerary for your defeat, then it would imply you were defeated 1-on-1 against the Winter's car and will have to shoulder the full brunt of defeat. And Mother did not view defeat kindly among a feather's resume. Thus, I expect a good concession in exchange for informing Mother your defeat was part of my plan all along. Deals between feathers were done often and without issues. There was a certain decorum between family. And 2. Wrath felt it only polite to offer a way out to her elder sister. Very well, here is my offer. A moment of peace. 2. Sefit sent directly to 2. Wrath over a private channel. I will ensure to. Avalise does not attack or hunt you down for the next few days. And that is me being very generous. Dawn. Push your luck. Little sister, the deal is acceptable. 2. Wrath sent back. Negotiations concluded. A handshake was sent between both of them, and they both made a mock negotiation for a few minor concessions in public before 2. Sefit logged off the public group chat to seethe in private. It didn't take long for Keith to return. Wrath, I am back and got us some souvenirs, her human said, stepping right through the rift like a happy dog bringing back a ball. Look at the haul I got, only missing a hat, but you can win them all. Right, she turned from her position, eyes flashing over his armor, sending requests for a medical update and biometrics. Oh, quit fussing over him. The armor engram sent directly back over the channel in the same millisecond. He's just fine. Even if radiation passed through the dimensions, Journey would have blocked all of that nonsense. He got away from all this like a bandit with church gold. I would still appreciate having the full medical report scan. 2. Wrath insisted. What if the armor skipped over something important too? Sefit might have found a way to hurt her human in an orthogonal manner, which could explain why she been quick to offer a ceasefire. If Keith was already marked for death prior to the truce, the engram returned the equivalent of an eye roll and handed over the biometrics. She scanned through it all 3 times, confirmed her human had survived the encounter against a feather unscratched and victorious, and only then felt her anxiety lift. All this happened within the first few milliseconds that Keith stepped back through the rift. Before he even finished with his gloat, in his hands were 2 Sephit's plates, completely intact and functional. The higher dimension had stretched the self-destruct signals sent by 2 Sephit, and as such the plates considered it an enemy attempt at detonating them. She been too paranoid someone would attempt to reuse her own security against her. And out here, too, Wrath was easily capable of disrupting any attempt by the feather from a distance. Her human held them up like the spoils of war that they were. I think with a bit of elbow grease and some backdoor occult magic, we could probably lockpick our way through the security on these bad boys. He froze for a second, and then his helmet turned to 2 Orda, or we ask the icon I'm pretty sure weapons of mass destruction not functioning as expected would be a valid customer service complaint. She says she'd be happy to give it a shot. The pet rock said, paused, then continued. She'll even take care of the paperwork herself instead of handing it off to me. Wait, what boss? Why is the human exempt from the grunt work? This is clearly unfair treatment. I want a hostile work environment complaint submitted. And yes, I already know what that is. She sent a few hundred my way earlier. 2 Orda gave a shrug and a grunt. He hadn't moved from his seat, one hand on his shield, eyes closed and system running on what looked to be low power. 2 Wrath wasn't fooled. The posture was optimal for a quick defensive deployment in the direction of the fight, and she could see there wasn't any lack of power draw anywhere on the feather's system. It was a nice additional touch that the seating location was in front of herself, meaning she'd have been equally protected behind the shield. Not strictly needed anymore. If 2 Sephit couldn't control 2 Avalise, she would certainly be forced to warn 2 Wrath of an incoming attack during the ceasefire timeframe. Keith was already making his way to the small campsite, sitting down to unhook his helmet and take a lunch break now that they weren't under any more time limit. He took a deep sigh as he leaned back against the wall, firelight flickering off his face. Hard day at work today, but I think I've been officially promoted from pest to #1 nuisance now. How's my ranking now too? Wrath checked among the list of publicly ranked and noticed deathless. Her human was indeed at the very top of that leaderboard, with extensive community notes attached mostly by 2 Avalise. It had been purposely done. 2 Avalise attempting to bait out any bored feather who had a whim on taking on the world's most dangerous deathless. That feather really had no sense of personal pride. She explained as much to her human, who clearly let it go straight to his head as he winded down from the earlier solo fight. It was all a long shot, and 2 Wrath felt little threat from 2 Avalise from this direction. The human was marked by relinquished herself as a target of notice, and off-limits to anyone not involved, which meant she had plans for him. No feather would dare involve themselves, no matter how tempting of a target. 2 Avalise attempted to paint him as. The stack of stolen plates were handed off in a pile next to 2 Orda, and 2 Wrath could sense a wireless handshake protocol beginning. The icon was already starting her viral assault on the security systems. It was far easier to fortify and protect a digital asset, and the effort required to crack codes and break into a secure system was exponentially more difficult. Given 2 Sephit was a feather, she wouldn't have made the security for her only true weapon something easy. Given all that, it would be perhaps 5 minutes until 2 Sephit would be required to make a very difficult choice on further asset denial. 2 Wrath walked over to her human and sat down next to him, one pale hand reaching out to slowly run through the brown hair, defined in the romance novels as a fond head pat. Most protagonists were often appreciative of this gesture. She felt it was a fitting moment for this. If you could scratch a little on the left, that DB Gria that's the spot, Keith said as she decided to humor him. Can exactly scratch my head when I got a helmet on. Itching is a real problem. You know. He took one more bite of his ration bar, already speaking with a mouthful while she continued. Also, think we could go back to those design docs on the jet propulsion packs. VE had some amazing ideas on the way back. She gave a nod, a hand reaching up as she sent 2 Orda a quick message request. The feather gave a grunt back, and then flicked his pet rock right at her. She deftly caught the small bit of tech and connected to the systems within, requesting access to the projection hardware. It complained about the extra work, but that was in its nature, and Wrath quickly bullied over that protest. I can certainly unpack the schematics where we last left off. However, Haven, you already proven capable of full flight now using the occult. He waved a ration bar back at her. Yes, but no, it takes planning and focus to fly. And I like a system built for a lazy bastard like me. Last design iterations we had were with that aerospike engine direction. Best way to make vectoring work out, but there wasn't any way to scale it up enough to lift an armor up. Journey needs to go on a diet for that to happen. Capra, nor used jump packs for quick relocation with fuel considered a non-issue as it was regularly replenished. Unfortunately, that had made them far too specialized for their tasks to be useful to Keith. The schematics they been working on popped back up, and she pointed out all the variations they gone through. The current engineering setup is a mathematical dead end. Unfortunately, there is no physical method of supplying enough force without fuel difficulties. Keith waggled his ration bar for a second time. Yeah, dead end for past Keith. But today I got my hands on a gravity fractal, and as I was flying back, I am more upset I hadn't even considered all the ways I could apply that besides shoving it in explosives and weapons. His hand then reached out to grab her arm, and then lifted it back onto his head. Also, I deserve longer head pats. Also, a small speech about how handsome and skilled I am would be welcome too, but I settle for a fully working flight system. He puffed up his chest, proud. Wrath hummed as she began work on engineering a new piece of technology together with her human. Keith was always most animated when it came to learning new engineering options, and she had a full repository to draw on. Having the rock project the schematics and simulation models directly into the air also made the process far easier. Slowly, the last knot of apprehension she had about the current journey faded off. Between Orda's guarded shield, herself on the other side, and a forced concession from Sephit to keep the peace, her human would be safe. For now, it was rather nice to know there weren't any machines capable of operating in this biome. And now that Sephit was handled, this was probably one of the more safe biomes out there. Ironically, given how utterly merciless the void zone outside the lights were, we spent about an hour camping before we had to start the hike all over again. But it had been a productive hike. Next time we had our hands on power cells like a fountain or some machine volunteers. I was getting some upgrades. The system wasn't self-sustaining. I need to keep it fueled up, and parts of it could only be crafted by Wrath's nanoswarms. So if I took hits and the system broke, there'd be no repairing it. Fortunately, those parts were closer to my neck and back within the armor, which meant if they were compromised, I'd probably have a lot worse to think about. But we hadn't been the only ones hard at work. Toots just cracked the code, the rock announced while we hiked across the next bridge section. For the plates, I asked, perking up at that. You kidding? She got it opened up like a shucked oyster, kiddo. Even changed up the safety features built into it. So Sephit can retake control or detonate these plates ever again. Said it was a cakewalk. Just took some brute force workarounds. Golden era AI tech was real bullshit if a customer support representative could breach security just by herself. That said, I thought there was more of a chance a rat survives the pipes than Sephit letting us ever play with her toys. Orda grunted as he lumbered past, the Odin on his shoulders squawking to each other. Some kind of commotion going on there. But I don't speak mythical bird. Yes. Sephit will not let you use her weapons. As he passed me by, he handed the plates, roughly shoved into my chest. I gave him a questioning look back, and the rock sent a shrugging doodle instead. I assume Sephit has removed power from the entombed destroyer itself, Wrath said, starting the climb up a set of stairs that circled around the mountain spike here. If I were unable to take control over the safety features of my plates, I would shut down the second part of the setup. Given that my shell is non-operational, I gave one of the plates a look over, pointing it far out into the darkness. They could turn on, but nothing came out the other end. The occult sight showed me the portal was there, working, and there was something beyond. A massive cannon of some kind, But sticking my head to get a visual look there was just tempting her to turn it back on at the worst time. I'll use a mirror or a camera to verify. Now I really wish I'd taken her hat as a hostage, I said, following behind, stuffing them into my bag. Next camp, I'd be sitting down and investigating these fully with my occult sight, see if I could nab any kind of info, or copy the fractal and check for other uses. Pretty sure with how feathers think, I could have ransomed a hat for the rights to use her beams. What did she end up going with to stop us this time? Yeah, well you tell her yourself, Toots. Your glorified walkie-talkie. The rock spat out. Invite me to the group chat and I will, I said. But the rock shook its projected head. Wasn't talking to you, human. I was talking to Toots. Then its projection turned to wrath. The icon's real shy to speak to you in specific. Keeps asking me to do her dirty work for her. It stopped. I know it. A delicate situation. What? Do you think I am dumb or something? Wait. Dawn. Answer the. Why do I even bother, boss? She being mean to me again. The Odin are running low on food. 2. Orda said instead as the flock was getting more aggressive on top of his shoulders. A fight even broke out, or at least some back and forth pecking and crowing. We need to stop for supplies. And he had the audacity to look directly at me when saying that. One beady violet eye looking down right at my ration packs. Insects within the topology here will suffice, Wrath said, stepping between me and 2. Orda, an arm reaching out as if barring the way. On the subject at hand. These rations were collected by my human for his personal use. The care and feeding for your possessions lies with yourself. 2. Orda, you will leave mine untouched. Whoa. No need to get so defensive, the rock said. We ain't touching your human with a 10-foot-long pole anytime soon. Feel free to know. You know what? I am smart enough to know when to shut up. The giant seemed to deflate. Annoying. But he looked down at the ground and gave it a quick tap with his hammer. It broke like ice, fracturing out. A smaller occult pulse came from the hammer, and the rocks fragmented even further. The rock started projecting a series of iconography with a stylized bird, and that got all the Odin's attention. They flew down and started yanking the rocks off the ground, exposing the dead insects under. It was slim pickings to my eyes, but apparently did a good enough job for now. There was a tiny voice from my side, and I realized Catheda was trying to speak. A moment later, I had my helmet locked in place and the HUD was initializing. There's something up ahead. Journey picking up some odd material. What would be considered odd, I asked. Calcium phosphate and hydroxide ions. Basically crystalline hydroxyapatite, carbonate, and organic proteins. And that means purple hell if I know. Journey just giving me a list of names and highlighted minerals not found in rocks normally. Pattern matches it to osseous tissue, bone. Yep, a lot of it up ahead if we could detect it this far off. So I mean a lot. This biome was built out of death basically. Maybe we were reaching the parts where prior explorers or animals failed to continue, or we were about to hit a filter point where the rules of the biome were changed up, and failing to adapt to that would mean instant death. I warned the crew, and we took more care in traveling through here. But on the next mountain, I got visual contact on what Journey had been detecting. Bones. I am not talking about human-sized or even animal bones. I mean giant skeletal hands jutting from deep below the darkness, grabbing the spires in an unmoving death grip, or rib cages jutting out. Small specks of blood coated all of them. What in the three gods above is this, Cress? You know what these are? No, we had no idea such a thing was deeper within this biome, Cress said, as the Odin finally went quiet when we rounded the mountain and got a full sight of the next few pillars ahead. Our expeditions never made it this far, which meant we had no idea what to expect from this. Giant creepy bones felt like something was going to happen. Mites were busy here, I muttered as the group debated crossing this final bridge, leading to the first spire that had a giant dead hand wrapped around it. The bridge outright led over on top of a calcified thumb. Wrath, any advice? There are no records in the machine archives about this, she said. No scouts survived exploration this far out. I am uncertain if this is a decoration item, or if there is a mechanic that must be followed. Oh, think the mites hid something in here knowing the machines wouldn't get to it, Catheda asked. Could be another treasure. Water signals were showing directly up ahead, and when the HUD showed me the locations, a few hundred small orange dots started lighting up the bone sections beyond us. Looks more like a waterslide, Catheda said. The expensive kind made in gold. Also, the biomarker signs are going insane compared to where we standing out here. Life S just barely holding on. Over there more like a jungle. I zoomed in my view, following the HUD outlines. The signs of life came from within the bones, and so did the water. A bit more information showed up and I got a better picture why. From the very top of the bones somewhere, small rivers of water were trickling downwards, across the entire bone, like reverse blood vessels. All around the water, life grew, unnaturally grew. Mushrooms, moss and other vegetation was growing around the exposed streams of water. What I thought was specks of blood turned out to be flows of red, flattened out to the bone, scattered just about everywhere in small pockets. Little on the nose, Don. You think the rock said. Har har. Mites making life grow off the closest representation of death known to mankind. There wasn't much more of a choice besides forward. So we find out face first what the mites had planned out for this biome. I am not much of an artist. My definition of art is probably found on a blueprint design doc. But I do know the mites always include a way to let people travel through the biome. Let us just be real careful. The first thing that welcomed us on the other side of this bridge was sound. It actually felt like I was traveling near the agri-farms, specifically the insect farm sections. Hundreds of crickets, sounds of wings and other signs of insects. The ground was filled with dirt this time, instead of just stone. Journey S not detecting anything, Catheda said as we ran a few sensor sweeps. My own occult sight saw nothing of real danger. The bones themselves didn't have a spark of life. But there was a clear ecosystem deep within the porous structure. The three of us slowly crossed over the thumb section, onto the dirt of the mountain. The Odin huddled up against each other, and both sides pressed against Orda's neck, like they were looking for protection. The bones here were humanoid in shape, but bone was bone. The Odin knew what they were looking at. Journey, is that actually water, or something more? I asked, now getting a better look at the small rivers flowing down the bones. Journey confirms water, minerals, and calcium traveling downwards, along with a bit of dirt, and it strongly suspects quite a lot of microorganisms within. Put a finger inside and we have the nanoswarm figure out the rest. I walked up to the dead structure, near what looked to be an index, probably 10 times my size. The water flowing down looked almost carved into the bone. Erosion. I reached an occult sense out into them, and found nothing but water. No flowing will or anything like that. The light shined and carried an inner willpower outwards. But the water here wasn't anything special. Just water. Damn, really thought there be more to it. Looking up, I could see plenty of exposed bone fingertips with water flowing down, and no life at all. The reason why was obvious in a moment. It was beyond the reach of the lanterns. As for the Odin, they were eat first, find out later. Type of birds, even cress. And there were quite a few options to dine on here. Once they got a nod of approval from Orda, they went to work filling their bellies, and then their ration packs. I grabbed a few juicy-looking grubs, confirmed they weren't poisonous to eat, and grilled them up in my palm with the fractal of heat. Lighted up in one palm. Wait till Journey's metal shows internal temperatures close to a campfire, and then stick the bugs on there, moving them around with my finger. I'll be honest. It was oddly satisfying to grill something in the palm of a hand and use my own fingers as tongs. Relic armor was awesome. I didn't enjoy these as much as the Odin clearly did, but they were edible enough to pass. Protein and calories was protein and calories, and it didn't taste like a ration bar. I take my food wherever I could find it. It's going to be a pain in the ass when we come back this way with Dracones, assuming we catch him on the other end, I said, sitting on the side of the dead hand of God here, while I resupplied my rations. He never stopped complaining. The next few bridges also led to a bone graveyard, one of which had a massive skull built into the spire itself. Most were hands, and a few were rib cages. It was getting real creepy. A half hour into this, something did happen. It just wasn't from the biome itself. Wrath stopped, looking confused for a moment. Something up? I asked, catching up to her. I have been sent a communication request. A mite terminal within the mite wall in the digital ocean was specified as the meeting place. The request reads as urgent and time-sensitive. Someone who knew how to connect with Wrath and wanted to talk within Mite space. That narrowed down the possible list. Do you have a name? No, only that it is someone claiming to be my great-grandmother. Great-grandma scraps hit, Keith hissed, before coughing into his hand to clear this throat. That took Wrath to immediate levels of suspicion. She narrowed down her eyes, looking over her human speech detection software pattern matched 99 to guilt. Keith didn't do guilt very often. This must be serious. Should I accept the conversation invite? The invite had winked out and the origin was scrubbed as well. Perhaps it was too late to even ask. Odd. But it reappeared from another vector shortly after, all over the machine network, without any identifying source of origin. Still, getting the answer out of Keith first would be required before she took further steps with this. Her human didn't answer, looking right to left a few times. I may have, perhaps, at one point, I don't know, let us loosely say, promised that I would inform you of certain topics, which may or may not be hazardous to the world at large. Translation: your human here has been hiding something under your nose this whole time, and someone has come to collect on it personally. The rock supplied. Keith turned to the rock, looking betrayed. But Wrath noticed there was no defense coming from him. Unlikely to be something of great importance or critical of operational security. Her human was better behaved than that, which meant it must be an inconsequential item. But having a great-grandmother seemed quite important. Perhaps this individual was delusional. The invite once more vanished, scrubbed from virtual space. But that didn't worry Wrath. She seen several hundred instances of this pattern. The machine network itself was being almost overloaded with comms request vectors. Wait. And after getting a message from Toots, I am inclined to agree with the human, the rock said, following up. Dawn, open that comms request. Nothing good will come out of it. Toots, that must mean the icon of stars. The human AI had been oddly reserved and wary of communicating directly with Wrath. She assumed, with a high statistical chance, that the icon was afraid of being caught by Mother at the wrong time. Given Wrath was constantly under watch now. That would make sense. All Mother knew thus far was that the icon was a simulation of a golden age AI, built from the dreamlike memories of the mites, something they done often enough in the world, depending if the situation required it, functional enough to work with, but still a replica and prone to errors over time. In addition to the general lack of processing power and breadth of intellect, the icon was most certainly well equipped to hide under the radar. But there was no reason to tempt fate either. Once more the invites vanished, reappeared, and vanished again. She had a feeling if there were any other network in the area to connect to, she defined this invite equally coming from there. Investigating the vanishing invites showed her traces of something larger passing by, like a massive hand squashing an ant. It was done with brute processing power, and the remainder left behind was equally crude. It meant there was no hints left to track what had deleted the servers, and it moved faster than Wrath could process given her systems. Despite that, the invite request continued to pester the machine network, aimed directly for herself. Hundreds all at once. From creative origin points, there was some kind of invisible war happening beyond in the digital sea. But Wrath had no idea who the actors were. She turned her attention back to the physical world. Keith sighed in resignation, which meant he reached a conclusion he didn't like but knew it was the right path forward. She paid more attention to his next words in response to that.